Hello, fellow survivors. Here we are at long last with episode 5 of the Wintermute and a walkthrough of the entire thing. This is the controversial conclusion to the entire Wintermute story, that is the authored narrative of The Long Dark. And in this video, I'm going to take you through the journey of episode 5 and be your guide through any of the difficulties you might face. Before we hop into it though, a few disclaimers. First off, episode 5 is by far the biggest episode of all 5 episodes, and as a result, this walkthrough is also the longest of all the walkthroughs I've done, because it is quite long. It is also very linear, which means that there's not much of a survival element in this episode, unlike the previous ones, so therefore it's more about going from point A to B, which means that the walkthrough itself has less of a nuanced guide on how to complete all the little things because, and this might surprise you, there are actually no side quests in episode 5 at all. So that means that what this walkthrough really is how to complete the main story and how to get from A to B the best way possible. And if you are stuck anywhere, you can look up timestamps of different events and see how I resolve some of these things. Despite the linearity of this episode, I still hope that this walkthrough is useful because there are some cases throughout this episode that can be hard to navigate or it's not really apparent what to do. For example, some quest markers are absent in some of the quests, and there's also some loot that could be useful for you to know about or certain segments that could be mastered. For example, the ice in part 1 can be hard to navigate if you don't know exactly where to go. And the Suzuki Environs, where you have to kill all the wolves with the shotgun, can be tricky to master as well, timing-wise, especially at the end. There are also 4 hidden achievements in this episode, so there's no side quests, but there are 4 hidden achievements, and this walkthrough will of course show you how to complete all 4. 2 of them happen in part 1. One is to find all the corpses in Perseverance Wilds within 40 minutes. Another one is to pick up all the notes that are relevant in the Fukkatsu Maru ship. In part 2, there is a Cougar that is optional to kill, and I'll also show you how to do that. And in part 3, you have to complete the train journey using a certain amount of coal. And this walkthrough will show you how to complete all of those achievements. All the other achievements in this episode are story related and you cannot miss them. And as in the other walkthroughs of Wintermute, this is also a playthrough for those who wish to just be along for the ride and get footage of the entire episode. As a result, I will let all cutscenes and that sort of thing play out without me talking over them. I will however point out that there are a lot of cutscenes in episode 5. There are some controversial ones that are really long. And as a result, as in the other walkthroughs, I will put timestamps when these long cutscenes begin, so you can skip them if you want to do that. Because this episode has way more narrative dialogue and cutscenes than any other episode. Now with all that said, let's hop into Perseverance Mills and play some episode 5. Let's get to it.
Thank you for coming. I didn't dare to hope, but when I saw your face in that canoe, I wasn't sure if it was too late.
Where?
Oh, this is my home. You made it. To Perseverance Mills.
I woke up and I thought I saw a child.
God, I wish it were true, but I can't see how. My little sweet Freya. It's gotten worse since we last spoke. She's been asleep like this for days now. She comes out of it once in a while and seems completely lost. The other night I woke up and she was standing on the porch, door wide open, like she was going to take a walk. She was freezing, but she wasn't awake. It was like sleepwalking.
We knew these symptoms might come.
Did you bring the treatment you promised?
I did bring them, but on the way here, the plane came down in the mountains. I got separated from Mackenzie. I'm sure he has the meds, and I know he's trying to get to us. We just need time. He'll get here.
Astrid, I'm not sure we have the time. Whatever happened to Freya seems to be affecting others in Perseverance. Dr.Larsen set up a quarantine about a week ago when the power first went out. But he's gone missing, and the whole town is afraid.
Quarantine?
Yeah. He thinks whatever is going on might be contagious. We've been trying to reach other towns on the radio, but nobody's responding.
Something's happened to the power. But also, it's more than that. I can't explain it yet, but it feels big.
People are getting frantic. Most are scared to leave their homes. Some are talking about breaking quarantine.
The doctor must have had a good reason for establishing it. If it is something contagious, we need to keep it from spreading further.
I think we have bigger problems. People have gone missing, and a couple have turned up dead. Some people are saying there's a killer from out of town, preying on people, catching them out in the forest, strangling them, drowning them. There are all kinds of crazy theories. Everyone is scared, and nobody's thinking too straight.
It sounds like the doctor may have had some ideas. Where can I find his clinic?
It's near the center of town. Not far from Cooper's Blind, the bar.
I'll be back as soon as I can.
Be careful, Astrid. Freya's counting on you.
Alright, fellow survivors, here we are, at long last, the final episode, episode 5, the light at the end of all things, the end of the story of the Long Dark. We are here in the mythic Perseverance Mills, the town we have heard about for so long. First mentioned in episode 1, when Will sees the writing in the bus, which is well over 10 years ago, and then, of course, at the top here you can see the smoke coming from the radio hut. You see the radio tower there. That's where the signal is sent from that Will can hear in episode 2. And this here is Perseverance Mills. It's basically a fishing town. There's a lot of stuff here. Now, there is a lot of places to loot and check out. There's a lot of like extra lore and things. But for the purpose of this walkthrough, we're only going to focus on mostly the story as well as the side achievements. because there's no side quests in this one. It's unusual that in that sense there's no side quests in episode 5. Instead it's a long linear thing. Now, before we do anything, if you look at the map, you do get a map and it tells you what to do. There's 4 things to do. For now, it just tells you to investigate Dr. Larsen's whereabouts. So you need to find out where Dr. Larsen is. And it basically tells you to go to his clinic as well as Cooper's Blind, which is the tavern. And there are 4 places you basically have to go to expand the story. Now, fun fact, if you want to, you can actually turn around and you can go into Jane's house and you can loot it. So you just came from there and you can see like, oh, here is my friend Jane and her house. How about I go and take your things? Like I can steal things like the coffee, for example. I take this coffee cup, or I can take her peanut butter and so on, right? Can opener and water. As you know, you can just go and do this, and there's a lot of stuff to find as well. You got boots right here you can take if you want. You got the Astrid's boots though, which are a bit nicer, but you get the idea. So if you want, you can go in here and you can loot everything. It's really a lot to loot in here. The thing, however, about episode 5 is that it's a bit unique in it has a trivia, by the way. There's a right there is a Angler's book, and you can actually read this book, but it doesn't do anything because you can't do ice fishing anyway. Well, I mean you can, but it doesn't achieve anything. Yeah, but the thing about the loot in episode 5 is that you don't really need it, because unlike the other episodes, this is a very linear adventure. There's only really 1 or 2 parts, which is mostly in part 1, that have survival elements to it. We do need to have some food and clothing and whatnot, but generally speaking, you don't have to worry too much about the loot in this one. So if you want, of course, go in here and loot everything and get as scaled up as you want. Now, in terms of looting Perseverance Mills, there are quite a few places to go. There's loads of houses everywhere, but you'll find that nearly all of them are locked up or blocked like this. The implication is that here they're just, not in use, or people have died from the sickness. The sickness, which you'll see, is first explored by Dr.Larsen and then now by Astrid. And it doesn't have a name, but we're calling it the Void Sickness. So the Void Sickness is basically what's plaguing this town, but we'll get to that as we explore it. Now, one thing is that there's a lot of houses you can't go into, but there are basically 3 houses that you can. Now, there are plot-relevant houses that you have to go into, like Cooper's Blind, for example. But there are also sort of, let's call them family houses.
Did I say I hate being cold? Because it really...
They're basically indicated by this. So if you see this, where there is a picture and candles and stuff in front of a house, that's a house you can enter. The implication is that the person who lived here has left. They, for whatever reason, has left the town. There's a mystery where they went. And the reason they have left is because they got the void sickness. So they had insomnia and they wandered off into the wilds and they probably died. But because of that, you can actually enter these houses. These other ones you can't. But if you see this, it means you can go inside and you can loot it. Now, we're not going to do that with all of them. But I'm going to do one just so you can see. There usually is good loot inside. Alright, so here inside one of the houses. And yeah, you're just basically looting a house of someone who's missing. What's wrong with that? It's a long dark. And like here you got mucklocks, which are great. You can open the cabinets for more clothing, and even in the hardest difficulty you'll find a lot of stuff. And in the kitchen, of course, lots of water. You can open all this stuff to find some more food if you want, but as I said, you don't really need that much. I mean, I would recommend going into the wilds, which is after Perseverance Mills, with a little bit of food just to have something in case you want to sleep or something like that. You don't have to go absolutely crazy either. But if you want to be confident, or like comfortable rather, just go into all these houses, loot everything. You take the water here if you want to. And yeah, now we have better gear. In fact, these mucklucks are better than what Astrid's got, so we're gonna get rid of Astrid's shoes. She'll get back later, don't worry. And yeah, that's basically it really. So if you want to be really like warmed up, you can go into all of these houses, check everything, loot everything, and you will get decent gear. I guess a plaid shirt, another thing. And there's basically, I think it's 3 of these houses, thermal underwear, so it adds up, see? There's basically 3 of these houses you can enter. You can of course grab the curtains as well to repair things. So there is quite a lot of loot around here if you want to. You can just go into these 3 houses. So one is here, there's another one further down the road, and there's one on the left side somewhere as well. I think we just look, it's not this one. It looks like you can go in here, but you can't. It says it's locked. Now this is one thing that's a little misleading. The fact that this says that it's locked and has this symbol on it would suggest you can open this door later with either a key or it's door related, but you never can. That's something that's been criticized in this episode, that there's kind of like unrelated things in town, like locked doors and that sort of stuff, so you can't enter. So why is it even there? Is it an oversight or what? So yeah. So here's another one over here. See, there's these outside, which means you can go inside and loot it if you want to. See? So, and there's a third one as well. I think it's 3. So if you want extra loot, go into those houses. I'm going to just telling you this to spare you going around town. So I spent a good hour when I first played this checking every house, and there's loads of houses all over the place. Tons of them everywhere. But the truth is you can pretty much only enter 3 of them, which are those with the stuff outside, plus the story-related buildings, which is these 2.
I'm freezing.
The doctor, the Cougar's blind, and then the constable, as well as later Terry's radio hut. And that's pretty much it, to be honest. Okay, so we're going to go into Cougar's blind, and here there's some loot as well, and there's a lot of dialogue in here, by the way, that's in the background, just so you know that. Here also is the missing posters. These are all the people who are missing, including animals are going missing as well, and this is because of the void sickness, that they are being pulled towards the darkness or the sea, so most of these people have drowned.
So many of the locals have gone missing.
And it's you're searching for a couple in this episode, but this has been going on for a little while. And here we are, this is Cougar's blind. And if you hang around here, you can hear a lot of dialogue from the patrons.
Is the quarantine supposed to make us feel better?
Quarantine from what? We're the only ones out here.
Exactly. And where did he even go?
Not sure. But it's not like him to just disappear.
So I'm not going to sit here and go through all of it, but if you stay here long enough, they keep talking and they'll give more and more information. But basically, because people are going missing, they are sitting in here as like a quarantine to basically not infect others. But it doesn't really work like that, as we'll learn later. Now, we're going to talk to Cooper over here, and then after, we're going to do something else.
Ah, welcome to Cooper's. Haven't seen you around here before.
Right. I've been staying with a friend.
Ah, right. You're Jane's friend from the mainland. The one from the canoe. You feeling any better?
Yes, thank you. I'm looking for the doctor, Larsen. Any idea where I can find him?
Well, you're not the only one looking for the man. The good doctor set up a quarantine here, what, a couple of weeks ago now? After everything stopped working. Said strange things were happening. People going missing, weird stuff. Not sure. He's usually such a level-headed guy. It's not like him to just disappear in the middle of all this.
When was the last time anyone saw him?
It's been days at least. It's a bit hard to keep track, honestly. Every day another refugee from the cold, or 3, showing up and camping out here at the bar.
I'm sure they appreciate having a safe place to stay.
Well, most of them wouldn't stoop low enough to pass the threshold in good times, but I don't hold it against them. I'm happy to be able to help, as long as there's wood for the fireplace and booze for the patrons, that is. At least I don't expect the wood to run out.
Well, if you have any suggestions for where I can start looking for Dr. Larsen.
His clinic is just up the street. He leaves a spare key at the bar in case of emergencies. I'm sure he wouldn't mind giving a friend of Jane's a chance to look around. He's almost family to them after all those hours sitting by Freya's bedside.
Thanks. I'll start there.
Might be worth taking a look at the Constable's office, and the co-op too. This is a small town, so news and drama tend to show up in those places first.
Got it. Thanks.
Stay safe out there. And watch out for the mill workers. Someone tried to burn the place down about a week ago. They're convinced it's the same person running around murdering people in their sleep. So they're a bit on edge.
You don't sound like you believe in the murderer theory.
Not my place to say. I mostly listen to people and keep my opinions to myself. I will say that I've lived here for years. A remote place like this is dangerous by nature. We're always only one careless step away from a very bad situation. It can bring out the worst in people.
Thanks for the key. I'll bring it back when I'm finished.
You stay safe out there. And if you get too cold, feel free to come back to warm up a bit. I'll keep the fire going as long as I can.
Thanks. I'll be careful.
Alright, so now we have a key, and this key now opens up the clinic. Now notice that you could actually go to this clinic before, but if you go there you can't actually enter, you need the key. So you had to go to Cooper's first. And now you can also go to the co-op and also the Constable house. I forgot to mention the co-op earlier, so there's another building you can enter. And then you have the mill up here. Now this is at this point in the game, well, this mentioned that one thing that the game has been criticized for, which we're not really sure if it's intentional or not, is that there's a lot of red herrings in the game. That is to say, there are things that lead nowhere. And that could just be intentional to show that things happen and they're not always going to be relevant to the story. But it could also be just that it didn't implement it. So in this particular case, Astrid says she's going to give the key back to Cooper, but she never does. And this is brought up again later, but she never brings it back. Cooper also says he recommends checking out the mill up here, and we were going to do that. And there's this whole building over here, and mill workers you can talk to, but it also doesn't go anywhere really. It establishes some context, but that's about it. So there's a few things happening in episode 5 that has no real conclusion, which is a bit bizarre, but that could be intentional. Now, for our purposes, we need to check out basically all of these sites in order to complete the quest. So the quest basically now says we got to check out the town, and the town is basically to get a feel for what's going on and get a sense of what to do really. And there will also be supplies. But before you leave Cooper's Blind, you want to check out upstairs.
Pack it up on a sled and skidoo out of here.
Try starting yours lately? Nothing's working.
Well, then we take our chances on foot.
Now upstairs here, there are lore things you can find, like there's some letters and stuff around if you look. But what we really want to do is grab this thing, the storm lantern,
Nobody needs this anymore.
just in case. Some lantern fuel, it's nice to have. And there's a bedroll here, bare bedroll, 2 of them actually. There's one of the diaries you can read if you want to. We're not going to read all of these things, only some of them. So if you want, you can take a bearskin bedroll. They weigh quite a bit, but they're really, really warm. If you want to travel lighter, you can grab a regular bedroll. Now, in all honesty, you don't actually need these. Not really in the game. Because the game in episode 5 is a lot more linear than the previous episodes, the survival element is severely tuned down. Arguably, the Perseverance Wild, which is the section after we are here in town, is the only area where you have some survival elements, and maybe a little bit in Desperation Bay, but for the most part it's very linear, and you don't even really need to sleep a lot either. So you don't really need the bedroll. I didn't use it in my blind playthrough either, I don't think, but we're going to pick one up just in case. Okay. And then we're going to head to the co-op. And then once again, if you want to, you can go around and check out all the rooms and stuff here, and you will find more loot, you will find more gear, more food, whatever. So if you want a more comfortable playthrough, go and check out upstairs here as well. Take this coffee as well. Okay, now I'm gonna head to this co-op store. And the only purpose of the store is really just to get some context for Dr.Larsen and that there's a patient missing, and that's pretty much it. That's gone missing in a while. So this is the place, the co-op. And if you go here, there'll be some notes, like here for example. It says that they run out of everything. And what you want to do here is to complete this, see they're in yellow, so you have to go in here. You need to go inside and you need to find a note. Now, in here, in this store, once again, you can go around and loot stuff, right? It says they run out of everything, but it's not quite true. You can find stuff, like here's a baseball cap, for example. If you wanted that, another baseball cap, you know, because we need so much of that. Most of the store shelves are empty, but you'll find some bits and bobs here and there, drawers to open. But what we really are here for is over here. You can open the safe if you want. There's also bullets here, which you could take, and I recommend taking these. You want this note here, the prescription. So this is basically from Dr. Larsen. Here's a prescription for Jacob, who has who's sleepwalking. This is one of those interesting kind of contradictions with the void sickness, because the people who have it have insomnia, but they also do sleepwalking. But I think the implication is they're not actually sleepwalking, they're being called into the void, they're being called to death, basically, this is the sickness or plague that follows the Aurora and the Quiet Apocalypse. The apocalypse in the Long Dark, as is outlined in episode 5, is not just the Aurora and electronics dying, it's also a sickness that comes with it. Okay, so this is basically to say that Jacob has the prescription, but he is missing, and it's a clue that's going on here. And that's it. That's all you need to do in here. Everything else is optional, and there's not much to it really. That's it. Now you go to the next stage, which is the doctor's office, and you have to go there twice. There's also a lot of cars you can loot, by the way. But again, outside of the co-op, basically these quest buildings, so Cooper's Blind, co-op, Doctor's house, Constable building, as well as Jane's house, so there's those 5. There's not really anywhere you can go in. There's like 3 houses you can enter. And later you can enter Terry's hut. Well, you can't really enter Terry's hut, but you can, you can go there. But anyway, here is the clinic. And he's got a fridge outside for some reason. I guess it's keeping's cool. And if you loot that, stim, roasted tea, that's nice. First aid kit, so if you need some more supplies, in case you get attacked, another stim. You don't really need these exactly for the same reason as before, but you can take them. And you'll find a bunch of notes around. There's another one that says, Cooper has the key. Remember to bring it back, but of course she doesn't. And that sort of thing. And in here, you need the key to come in. So if you came here without going to Cooper's first, you have to go back to Cooper's. Now in here, this is the clinic, and we have to go here twice, because now we're looking for clues. We need to find out what's happened, basically. What's going on. And actually the quest will tell you there are 3 clues at the clinic to find. Now, one of them is here. That's this, but what I mean is, the reason you have to come back is because this door is closed. You need to open this door. This is where the morgue is, but you don't have the key. And the key is in the Constable's house. But that doesn't really matter. For now, we want the clues. And there are 3 clues to find. The first one is this note that's right here. It's not hard, so when you've been out this walkthrough, you can just look around and you'll find it. All right, so here is a handwritten note, which is just keep locked. And Constable Pete has access. So basically saying, if you want the key, go to Constable Pete. That's where we're going to go. So that's 1 clue. And then the 2 other ones, one is here on the board, and the other one is in these cabinets. I think it is in this one, if I remember correctly. No, maybe this one. Okay, I can't remember, but it's in one of these. You get it. I just gotta loot. I'm not that good of a walk. There we are. So this is the one. So this is got a bunch of brain scanner notes. So it's basically saying he's been scanning Jacob and Freya and whatnot. and they have signs of dementia, including Freya, which is very strange, especially in children, and what's causing this. And of course, you know, I'm not gonna sugarcoat this as if I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna walk you through it as we find things, but I'll also explain it in hindsight. And of course, what's happening here is they have the void sickness. So that's another clue.
Some of these findings feel familiar.
And then now I have 2 out of 3, and the third one is here. So they're all right here, pretty much. You take this herbal tea in case you sleep, and this one is narrated.
Rational explanation for my patient's altered presentation. All that is left is the irrational, and I do not want to go down that road quite yet. Ever since the night we lost power, everyone has looked to me for an answer. But my limited journals are useless without a connection to the mainland. I will press on, but I fear it is time to involve law enforcement. In whatever fashion the law remains on this tragic island, in the middle of this catastrophe. Doing my duty, I will pursue the leads that I can, as I can. I have enlisted the local constable as well. He is here lately on his usual rotation, if also eager to leave once he saw the basic quarantine I pushed for. But he is hardy, and he seems dependable enough. We will see.
So there you go. Now you have all 3 clues. So it's quite easy. 3 clues. 1 there, 1 there, and 1 in here. Or was it there? 1, you get the some clues you pick up like that are narrated, where you're forced to actually hear the narration of the character, and some of them are not. But a lot of this happens in not episode 1, but part 1, which is here in Perseverance Mills. Part 1 is the most sort of detective-y, but there's a lot of clues to find and investigate. While the other one's a bit more linear, and they have cutscenes instead. Now, we are effectively done here now. You can, again, loot stuff if you want to. You'll find random things. Some are predetermined, some are random. But there's one thing you should check before you go. And it's this drawer, this middle drawer here. Because it has this key. It says gun locker on it. So when you go to the Constables, there's a gun locker, and you have to have this key to open it. And it's always in this drawer. So if you come in here, if you ignore all the loot, make sure you open this drawer. You do need it. If not, you won't have a weapon in the wild. You can get by without a weapon, but it's easier with a weapon, as you'll see. Okay, now the next step is the Constable's house, which is just up here. It's this green building. And the Constable is also missing and gone out looking for people. So here we are, Constable's office, Pete's office, as it were. And again, you need to find clues. And again, there are 3. Find 3. And if you struggle here, the walkthrough of episode 5 is quite straightforward because things are very linear. But there are some cases where things are a bit obscure, and I actually struggle a little bit with this one because there are 3 clues to find, and one of them is very is right behind you as you come in. It's on the floor. So it's easy to get in here and then get lost thinking like, I can't find the third one, and you give up, you leave, and like, oh, there it is. And this is a letter to the Constable from Jen, basically. Martin has gone missing, and they're looking for Martin, basically. So that's one clue. The other clue is over here on the desk, and that's a logbook, and I believe this one is narrated. No, it's not. I'm glad it wasn't because it takes longer. And this is his log for Constable Pete. The doctor has vanished because the doctor went out looking for the missing patients. And now basically Pete is as well. This one is the only thing that really matters because, interestingly, when you go to the Perseverance Wilds, you need to find 3 people, including the Constable. And usually in the other episodes, it will tell you where they are on the map. But this time they don't tell you. So instead, this is a clue. He says here, I'm heading up the river into the wildlands. There's a boat that the previous Constable stashed up there. So I have to go downriver. So you now know that when you go into Perseverance Wilds, when you just need to go to the river. And there should be a clue somewhere along the river. So this is to indicate where to go when you get to Perseverance Wilds. That's why this is one of the few clues that actually impact the search. So that's number 2. I can take the coffee. We can take the tactical gloves, which are very nice and warm. Take off Astrid's gloves. I'll get them back. And then the last clue is right here. Handwritten note with the key to the garage. So this is a note from Larsen. And he done autopsies, salt water in the lungs again, which is weird. That's because they drowned. No, all of them drowned. But... And then you get the key. And that's it. All 3. So this one is very easy to miss because one is on the floor here. And also, there's 2 things to bring with you. So again, lots of loot around if you want to loot stuff. But really what matters, so you got this one. The distress pistol. So that could be good in an emergency. And if you loot around, you'll find some more shells here and there. And then, of course, we have the gun locker. We picked up the key earlier. So we can now unlock this. And you get the revolver. As well as 2 bullets. Oh, sorry, 2 of those. So now you have some rounds. And the thing is, because survival elements are so toned down in episode 5, you don't really need to hunt or do anything of that sort. You should be able to survive more than well enough by just like some little loot that you find. I have more than enough food now to be fine, for example. So it's quite straightforward, but you don't really need to hunt. You can, of course, hunt if you want to for food, but you don't have to. So now we're done here. We need to go back to Dr.Larsen to investigate the garage. But before we do that, we need to also check out the mill workers, which are up the road here. There's another house at the end of the street there. I think it's this one over there. If you go there, it will say the door is locked, but you can't enter it, and you can't do it later either. Now, same thing over here. If you go to this church, it will tell you that it's locked, but you will never be able to enter it. There's no key to be found, so just disclaimer, whenever you find locked doors, in general, you will not be able to enter them. The only exception really is the doctor's office, because you need a key for that. That's pretty much it. Okay, so the mill itself is up here. I just go this way, but it doesn't really matter. Remember, you do have a map in case you get lost, which tells you exactly where you are. And just go across here. And here you'll find some mill workers. They won't be there later if you come back after going to the wilds. They're only here now. And you get a new objective, check out the mill. Although that was kind of your objective before. Now this one is a bit odd, I will be honest. Because now you get to talk to 2 mill workers. One of them is brilliant. He's the Bill Burr of the Long Dark. Gene, I think his name is, the guy in red. But this is a bit of an oddity because it's called Perseverance Mills. Why is the town called Perseverance Mills? Because they have a mill. They're mill workers, right? That's the whole thing about the town. And they have this building here, the mill itself, right? It's a huge thing. And when you get there, the mill is closed because there was an attempt to burn it down. So then you think, okay, well, we got to figure out who did that, right? But no, it never comes up again. You never try and investigate who tried to burn down the mill. You never even set foot in the mill, despite it being this massive landmark. So it's a bit odd. You do go through it because this passage here leads to the train tracks you go in part 3. So your character does pass through here. It's just that you personally as a player never do. So this is another red herring where you have an element in the story that actually goes nowhere. That being said, we're still required to do this, you see. It says still we have to check out the town's key locations, and one of them is basically going here. Check out the mill, it says at the bottom here, see? So we have to do this to progress the story. So let's do that.
Hey, what do you want?
Hi there. I'm just looking around.
Well, don't be doing that.
Easy, Jean. She looks harmless enough.
Trust no one, that's what I say.
You guys guarding the mill?
Yeah, can't be too careful.
You're obviously new here, so let me fill you in on the situation. Someone's been going around murdering people, and that same someone is trying to burn the mill to the ground.
Come on, Jean. You sound so paranoid right now.
How else do you explain what's going on here?
Could it be that the events are unrelated?
Events? Unrelated? What are you, a cop?
A doctor, actually.
You a friend of Larsen's?
No, I hear he's gone missing.
Yeah, missing. Like all the others. And the dogs.
Holy shit, Gene. You're too much.
What? You think it's all some kind of coincidence?
I mean, I don't know, but it seems a bit far-fetched.
Can I take a look around? Maybe I can help figure out what happened.
No way, lady. Nobody's getting through these gates. Not until whatever crazy asshole out there is behind bars. Or even better.
Hell, Gene. When did you get so bloodthirsty?
Look, nobody messes with the mill. Nobody. Without this place, we have nothing. No reason to be here. The town would just disappear.
You're so dramatic.
I'll leave you to it.
Be careful out there, lady. Weird shit is happening.
I'm sure everything will go back to normal once the power comes back on.
Yeah, and I plan to make sure there's still a mill left when that happens.
I'm telling you, you have to stop listening to all that paranoid conspiracy shit Terry's always raving about on his radio show.
Radio show?
Yeah, Terry runs his own personal radio station out of the old radio hut above town. Mostly plays music, but occasionally when he's been smoking a bit too much, well, let's just say things get a little crazy with his theories.
Listen, that guy knows what he's talking about.
No, that guy thinks he's living in the X-Files or something.
Trust no one!
Come on, man.
Trust no one.
So yeah, there you have that. Now we completed this objective too. That was, if you didn't notice, that was actually a kind of cutscene because we don't have the red gloves on, but Astrid has the red gloves in the cutscene. So it's a different kind of environment you enter basically. And now this is another sort of red herring thing, like these conspiracy theories. It doesn't really come up again. You do meet Terry, he's in the radio hut, which is up here. Now you'd think that this would suggest that you'd go to the radio hut because they introduced Terry here and say, oh, he's this crazy guy who lives up in the radio tower. And then you'd think the game would say, go there, but it doesn't. Later you have to go there because that's when it's more convenient for the story. And it makes sense because Terry will give you a radio message that he got and tell you where to go. And if you get that now, it's a bit confusing. But nevertheless, they bring up a character here you can't actually meet yet. And of course, the mill, we don't know who tried to burn it down, but there is no murderer. It's just people dying from the void sickness, really. But now we finished with that, and now we've basically seen all the sites of Perseverance Mills. We only have one thing left to do, which is to go back to Dr.Larsen. Because now we have the key to the morgue that the Constable gave us, basically. So we're now gonna head back. It's late in the day, so it's not that cold. So the only thing missing now is the clue at the morgue to show what's happened to Dr. Larsen, although we kind of know already because the Constable said he was going after him. Anyway, you're going to go back in the clinics. It's the second time you go here. You'll go in a third time in a cutscene, but that's different. And then now we can open this with our key. And you have this.
Okay, an improvised morgue.
Mm-hmm. And here you can see there's a...
Dr. Larsen did his best to maintain some kind of quarantine protocol for these bodies.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been easy for him, being in such a remote location.
And there's 5 bodies here, and Astrid will bring back some more, which is great. By the way, in the log we found, he talks about having done brain scans, but how did he do that here? I don't think this place would have a brain scanner, but either way, like here's all the corpses. Again, there's loot if you want to. There's like this first aid kit.
Stuff will come in handy.
Jerry can here. There's some other stuff in these drawers, but again, you don't really need any of it. The only thing you need here to progress the story is you need to read this note that's placed here, which is this, where he basically says, "Hello, Pete," and that he's gonna basically go out and look for things. You know, he's starting to see a pattern of what's going on, but he's not quite sure that exactly what's going on, but it has to do with insomnia, confusion, and dreams. This is the void sickness kicking in, which leads him to wander off and usually drown, but not always. And people are missing, so he's gone out to look for Jacob. Jacob is out there in the wild. And then, so basically what's happening here is that Jacob has gone missing. Martin has also gone missing, as we saw another note. And the doctor has gone out to find them, particularly Jacob. And the constable has gone to find the doctor. So at least 4 people are missing out in the wilds.
Okay. So Larsen and the constable both left town looking for the missing townsfolk. Each of them is a piece of the puzzle of what's going on in Perseverance Mills. I need to find them.
So now we advance to the next quest. You saw we got our first achievement, which is to explore the town. So this is an unmissable achievement. You have to do this to progress the story. And now the story is find the constable, find a missing patient, and find a missing person. Now the missing person is a bit ambiguous. I think this might be Martin. Toasty Bits would know. But missing patient is Jacob, and then the constable. So you need to find all 3. And you have to exit to Perseverance Miles. That exit is here. I'll show you in a minute. You can actually go to Perseverance Wilds before this happens, but there won't be anything really to it. Now, we got our first achievement. The thing is that now the next achievement is missable. So now we have to enter the wilds, Perseverance Wilds, which I think you can actually access here. See, yeah. So here is Perseverance Wilds. So notice this is the most survival you're going to get in this episode. There won't be many survival elements at all, but this is the kind of the exception because it's a fairly large-ish area. You can stay in several places to sleep. You can hunt and survive here. There's no time limit, but you have to find the 3 bodies. Or technically it says to find the 3 people, but they're dead. You have to find them. Now, unlike the other episodes, it doesn't actually tell you where they are. Usually there are quest markers who just tell you, this is where they are, go here. But here it doesn't. You have to actually find it out. This is where the clues actually matter a little bit, but the only clue that really matters is the constable one, because he said he was going along the river. So then you go along the river, find him, and he has notes with clues about the other ones. But for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to tell you where they are. The constable is here on the riverbank, so you need to cross over and find him. And then the patient is up here behind the waterfall. And the last one, Jacob, is all the way down here on the coast. And I recommend doing this one last. It doesn't really matter what order you do it in, but the reason this one is best to do last, in my opinion, is because there's Timberwolves here. It's the only place with Timberwolves. But you don't have to. You can also scare off the Timberwolves, and then you can do a shortcut back. But they're basically in 3 corners of the map. 1 here, 1 here, and 1 all the way up here. So that's basically where they are. And the next achievement is an achievement for this that's missable. When you find all 3 bodies, you get a achievement, which is just like the next step of the story that you search and rescue, whatever it's called. But if you do that within 40 minutes, then you get another achievement. So you have to find it within 40 minutes. And that's 40 minutes real time, not in-game time. So the moment you set foot into Perseverance Wilds, a timer starts. You have 40 minutes to find them. Now, because of that, we should really rest before we go out there. As you see, we have, it's getting late. We're a bit tired. And if you go out in the wilds now, you can do that, but you are eventually going to get quite tired. So it's recommended that you take a moment, rest a little bit before you head out there. Otherwise, it can be a bit too much. So we're going to head back and we're going to stay at night in Cougar's Blind. It's just easier. We picked up some food, but if you need more food, just go into one of those houses, loot every kitchen cabinet you can find. There's some more food spread around here in Cougar's Blind as well. Also, you don't have to sleep here. You can sleep anywhere. It doesn't really make a difference. But I just think there's a good, like, little base. You can go wherever you want. So we're just going to go up here and sleep, because here there are beds. So it's just easy that way. But you don't have to. And again, like, there's other things up here. You can check out this room, for example, which has these a lot of space for a sleeping bag. Anyway, so we're going to stay here for the night. And because it's story mode, you can actually sleep as long as you want. You're not limited by your fatigue. So, and you can go for well fed if you want, but it's again not really necessary because you're not going to play long enough unless you sleep multiple times throughout the part 1. You're probably going to complete part 1 before well fed kids kicks in, and even if it doesn't, then you barely get to use it, in my opinion. And same with the other parts too. So we're gonna sleep. Let's eat the peanut butter and have a drink. Then I'm gonna sleep 12 hours until this morning, basically. Okay, there we are. Now it's still a bit in the nighttime. You can go out, but I would recommend waiting a little bit. Let's eat, say, the pork and beans. There were can openers, as you saw. There were 2 can openers I found, but I didn't pick them up because, again, the survival element's so toned down, you don't really need a lot of stuff. Let's drink also this soda I picked up, and drink some more water. If necessary, you can always make more water, or go in the toilets and grab those. Let's sleep until this morning. Let's sleep like 3 more hours, say.
She used to do shows and everything.
Maybe she joined that pack of wolves that's always wandering around just outside the town.
Don't you dare suggest.
There we are. So now it's morning. The morning is cold, just so you know, the coldest part of the day. So going out in the morning is a little cold, but it is okay. That's all right. So now it is time to head into Perseverance Wilds and look for these survivors. And we can have another little drink just to be fully hydrated. And now begins the closest thing to the survival element of the game is now. So we're going to go and find those 3 people. That's the next part. Let's go. Okay. Let's head to Perseverance Wilds. So it's actually this way. Sorry, got this can pop a little bit then. So it's quite cold, by the way, because it's early morning, coldest part of the day. So you just follow this road up here. You can see there's a sign to go up here. And we got to find the missing people. I'm going to run a bit because it's cold, but you got time here. We're also at full health. It's perfectly possible to get well fed, by the way, because you can take your time, especially in the next part. But you don't really need to worry about that sort of stuff, because once you complete part 1 of episode 5, it goes to Will, and then it resets Astrid, except for the loot you got, and you just need to survive to get to the end. Now here we are in Perseverance Wilds. So now I have 40 minutes if you're going to get the extra achievement, and there are no quest markers, unlike the other episodes, but the note said that the Constable is along the river, so you know he's around here. So the idea is to find him first. The other one is up here by the waterfall, and the last one is by here. Now it is possible to do them in any order. It doesn't really matter how you do it, but I think I would maybe recommend doing the Timberwolves last, just because then you don't have to deal with Timberwolves more than once. It is possible to deal with the Timberwolves and come back. You see this little path on the map here. That leads to there. You can actually go up there if you want as a shortcut. The problem with doing the Timberwolves first is that if you just flee from them, or they regain their morale and go for you, then they will chase you across the entire map, which is really annoying. So instead, you can do it in any order you want, but the easiest, I think, is really to do the Constable first. So just follow this road here on the map, follow this all the way to the river, and then you can find the Constable. Now notice, a fun little fact, you'll come across quite a few cars and they all have their hoods open and there's no battery inside. We don't know this yet in the story, but that's because Terry has been taking all the batteries for his radio station. I do find that even though there are some confusing things in episode 5, story-wise, it does make a lot more sense when you play it the second time, because you notice little details that now make sense. Okay, we got first Wolfie. This is where I picked up the revolver. You can just walk the dog, or you can shoot him. And then that's that. There aren't that many bullets, really, but there are some. The wolves will block your way. They'll be a nuisance, but it's not a major threat. I'm gonna get cold, though. You can also hip fire the wolf like this. And they get scared as well. And you can also hear where other wolves are, because you can hear other wolves running away when you do that. So there's that too. Just keep going now, and if you get very cold, you can always make a fire. The achievement should count for real time and not in-game time. So I do believe, I haven't actually tried it, but if you do stop and sleep, it doesn't impact the achievement for finding everyone in 40 minutes. It shouldn't be too hard to do. You can easily find each person in 10 minutes, especially if you know where they are. I think the first time I did this achievement on purpose, I took 25 minutes to find both, something like that. So here's a crossing. This is on the map here, a bridge. This thing on the map here is not a bridge. It's just that, and that's it. And this is a one-way bridge. So when you cross here, you don't really cross back. Faulty cross. It's kind of like a broken bridge. Now it is possible to come back. Originally people managed to do it, and then the developers made it easier to do it, and now they made it harder again. It is possible to do it, but we're not going to do it. We're going to do the intended way, just because it's a little bit less nerve-wracking, and you don't want to struggle too much. Now the Constable is down here, on the other side of this mountain. So the easiest route here is to just go around this little mountain or hill here, follow the road. But if you want a little bit of extra loot, could come in handy. Go up this hill instead. It's very steep, but you can go up it, especially if you go on the sides here. And here you gotta be a little crafty, go up here, and then you gotta go over on this ledge here. And then continue up. When you get up here, there is a campfire with a backpack. And there's a few good things here. You can get the can opener. It's not really essential, especially because inside here there is climbing socks and a knife. And go energy drink too. Can be handy. Get rid of our terrible sports socks. There we go. And down here is the Constable. This is the first one. So to find the three corpses, as it were, all you need to do is interact with them. Just click on them, and that's it. Now, unlike previous episodes, like episode 3, you don't have to carry the corpses back to base. You don't have to do that, which is great. It saves you a lot of hassle in an already long episode. It makes it less realistic, because it means that once you find all three, story-wise, Astrid actually went back to all three corpses and then carried them individually back to Perseverance Mills, so it's just a bit weird, but it makes it easier logistically. To get rid of the wolf, just wait for him to aggro you, and then you aim, and you get scared. See? And that's it. And this here is the Constable.
Some hypothermia do weird things to people, but this feels like something different.
And the stress pistol, we already have that. We'll take the shell though. And he gave us a soggy note, so notice that he didn't really say anything. But if you look in your quest inventory, in your journal, you'll see that down here it says soggy note. And here's some more clues. Now we already know where the corpses are. But it says, for example, that Perez, maybe he's by the fishing cabinet by the lake. But Jacob, he might be towards the shore, for example. Now that is basically the lake talking about is lake up here, and Perez is around here, and then down here is Jacob. Alright, we're going to go back via this crossing over here. This is the intended path out of here, across this. Again, it is possible to get across using the bridge, but it's a little wonky. And let's not make a walkthrough that relies on, you know, strange things like that. You just kind of walk across this. It's not too hard. Just go from one plank to another, sort of thing. If it lets me do it, there we go. Sometimes the hitbox is a little weird, but it's just like this. And that's it. Now you're across again. And now, the closest is actually Timberwolf a little bit, but we're going to go up here to the waterfall one. And we got time. You have 40 minutes to find all 3. Not that hard. Estimated roughly 10 minutes per person. And that's it. And I wouldn't worry too much about your health as long as you have health when you finish it. And here is also a hatchet and some food.
Perfect.
Can come in handy. Mittens, which are probably worse. Yeah. Tactical gloves are hard to beat. And now we're just gonna go back there. Let's not get hypothermia though, so we will make a little fire. How much wood do I have? Actually, I don't have any wood at all. I'll make a little fire at some point. A lot of wolves around. This is why the revolver comes in handy. But if you don't have the revolver, just use the torch instead. That wolf is dead. The other one will come back. You can pick up these roll sips to make teas to keep warm, but you don't really need it. And again, if you're lost, use the map. We're gonna go find the river, go uphill. The only time you really need the map, maybe, is really just this map. Or maybe Perseverance Mills itself, because all the other maps are pretty linear. They're quite easy to follow. So it's hard to get lost in those. Well, I didn't take the intended path here. We'll just probably just go down here. Yes, you can take any route you want. I'm just taking this route now, but go any route you want. And you can do this in any order. It doesn't matter as long as you find all 3 corpses. And if you find, if you go do the Timberwolves first, make sure that you either just, well, kill them is one thing, but just break their morale. These flares, guns, torches, so that they won't follow you. Okay, now you have 2 options here. You can follow this road that leads all the way to the lake, or if you want some more loot, you can go up here this way. And this will take you to a lookout tower that has a little bit more loot, and you can also warm up in there, for example. Dangerous to loot things with a revolver out, because you can accidentally fire it. Normally I would say make sure you pick up your shell casings, but you don't need to. It doesn't really matter. Like, the loot you have with Astrid will carry over to part 3, where you have to play Astrid again. But even if it didn't, you still managed. So when I played episode 5 the first time, it actually bugged out, and I started part 3 with Astrid naked. I actually had nothing. No loot, no clothes, nothing. And I still managed to do part 3 on the first attempt. Because you find enough stuff around. So even if the stuff didn't carry over, it doesn't matter. So here we are, this little lookout tower. You can have a little break here. There's more cabins up ahead too. We're not really in a hurry. We're about 10 minutes in. And we should be fine. We can go up here, Forgotten Lookout. There's some wolves around here too, as you can see. I'm going to try and avoid doing too many goats or anything, because I'm trying to do this linearly. There we go, up we go. And here we can go inside, where we're warm. Could even make a fire here maybe, just to warm up a bit more. Why not? And I'm going to use accelerant, because I'm not bothered at all. Let's put some sticks on here. And we got soda, painkillers, down vest, coffee. I can make some coffee, why not? Don't I have water? I don't have water. Okay, well, make some water then. You can also heat up these coffees, put them next to the fire. And if you want to avoid them burning, just right click and reset the timer, and they will also make them not burn. There's some more cartridges. I think one was an empty one actually. And that's pretty much it. Warming up a little bit here. I'm just gonna wait for this to finish, so you can warm up a little bit. And that's pretty much it. If you want, you can break down this, for example, for some more wood. Which I suppose we could do. We'll warm up a bit more too. Now this stuff is ready. 3 minutes till boiled. Let's just put one of these on for more warmth. It's ready. Let's make a coffee. And once this coffee is done, we're going to go. In fact, we can pass time until it's ready. And now we can take a torch. We can drink a coffee, which will reduce our fatigue loss. I'm not going to take this pot with me because we're not going to need it. Because like I said, the survival element here is really low. This torch will protect us from the wolves as well. I only brought one torch, but oh well. And now I'm going to head back. There's another campfire you can have a look at here if you like. I don't think there's much to it though. It's just kind of like a cozy little area to sit by. One coffee though. And matches. And this waterfall in the distance there is where the next corpse is. I'm just going to head there. You go down this slope to get there. And you notice you've seen the cabins already. So those are mapped on the lake. On the lake, well, on the map. And we can run a bit. Having the coffee means your fatigue goes down much slower. I'm just going to run so we don't get cold. And we can do this faster as well because we're on a timer. If the wolf is following you, you can get rid of him using this torch trick, but he's not there. And here are some cabins. You can check these cabins, and there is a note in one of them that tells you where the corpse is. Now, I already told you where it is, we know where it is, but you can still find it if you like. But then there is some loot and stuff around here too. So all the cabins have little things in them. So here you have, for example, some food, the bed you can sleep in, got this nice picture of a fox. I'm not really going to loot much, I'm just kind of just showing them. That's pretty much it. And you have this one, which got all these lovely plants, dead plants outside, you know. And here is the one with the note, which is this one. And you see here, this is Gustavo Perez, was it? Gotta get out of nothing help. It's helping, keep hearing voices. I have this idea, get behind the water and maybe it will stop. There's one place that comes now, behind the water, as in get behind the waterfall. So if you don't know where Perez is, you now know, aha, there's a waterfall over there. You can go there. And then there's this final cabin. So this is just Misk cabin. But if you need to rest, this is a good place because there's food, there's more bullets, and they all have beds except for this one. You don't have safe house customization to fix it, regrettably, but the other two have beds. This one has a picture of a duck, though. You know, just got that going for it. If you want to warm up a bit more, you can always drink another hot rosehip tea. They renew a lot of warmth. So if you drink that, you'll see that, boom, we're fully warm. Now the waterfall is over there, right there. And there's a good clue of that he's up there even if you didn't get it. But before we go there, oh, hi, where'd you come from? Over here is the bow. You see there's a target practice over there. So if you want the bow, and again, you don't need the bow. You don't really need it. But if you want another weapon, come here and you can take it. In case you do want to hunt. I mean, if you want, some people do treat Wintermute as a survival mode, where they can save. And you know, there probably is a person out there who has survived 100 days here in Perseverance Wilds. So there you go, here's the bow. So this as well. And then there are some arrows here. Some are broken. Some are okay because they dismissed. And now you have a bow with some arrows. If you really want to kill the wolf, let the wolf come to you and shoot him in the face, like this. Lead him into the shot. and shoot him in the face. That's how you hunt the wolf. Don't shoot at the wolf zigzagging around you. Let the wolf come to you. Get him to go straight at you. Now to get to the waterfall, you have to go across the river. And you'll see some signs that you're on the right track. So the waterfall is saying you can see like a little slope here. And notice that on the actual slope here, you'll see stuff here. There's matches, there's a scarf. And as you continue up, you'll see more things. So it's basically Perez taking stuff off as he goes up. Very hypothermia, where you get undressed because you feel too warm. Your climbing socks. You can put this vest on. I don't think scarf is any good. Terminal outflow. And in here is the second corpse. And we're close to 20 minutes in. Again, I think it's slow as I explain things. But here it is.
I can imagine getting lost and freezing to death in the night. But this seems different. What the hell happened here?
And again, you get a wet paper. And again, you can check it if you like. She doesn't actually tell you this. You have to manually check it. And it says, nothing worked, weighing myself down. And he just died, pretty much. Died of the void sickness. Neural degeneration, that's what killed him. And now there's only one left, and that's all the way down here at the bottom of this river. First time I played that, I was like, there's a river here. I wonder if you can go there. And I did. So if you're not sure how to get there, you obviously can use the map. I'm going to go one way. But if you're not sure or uncertain how to proceed, the easiest way is to just follow the river itself. Look, for the lake itself turns into a river, which you can follow all the way down to brackish water on the shore. So you can do that. If you're not sure, just do that. But I'm going to take a different route. I'm going to go a bit more straight. Kind of like a cross. Which is just this way. I'm going to basically cut through the middle, so I'm going to go down through here instead. It's a little bit faster to do that. We still have about 20 minutes, and all you need to do to succeed at this is to interact with the corpse. Doesn't matter what else you do. If you want to like kill the Timberwolves or whatever, it doesn't matter. You just need to interact with the corpse. Now, we're just going to take this straight path. There is a dilapidated cabin along the way. There's also a cave along the way if you want some shelter and maybe some coal in there. And there's also a moose, so just be wary of that. So I'm just fixing my glasses. It's very hot. I actually had my glasses repaired because the baby broke my glasses. I was like, haha, glasses here, snap. Oh, great. And also we have a heat wave at the moment. But hey, at least Norway advanced in the World Cup. Ooh. So let's just keep going. Here we are. Now we're kind of like reuniting with the river sort of thing. So here is a cave. You can go in there and rest. I think there's a little bit of loot in there, but it's not important. Like I said earlier, I'm not going to check all the loot. This is more a walkthrough of what to do to complete the episode and all the achievements. And I will point out some convenient loot here and there, but I'm not going to go out of my way to show you all of it. We can drink another coffee. Why not? Allows us to be a bit faster. If the fatigue meter, you see the fatigue meter is getting quite low. When your fatigue meter is half full or less, then you start becoming weaker in terms of carry capacity. So your carry capacity goes down as your fatigue drains. And if you get it down to a quarter, so it's only 25% left of the fatigue, then if you do that, then the sprint meter, this one to my right, will regenerate much slower. That's the only thing you really need to know about that. So here's this little dilapidated cabin, but you can rest in here. There's, I think there's actually a fireplace here, and there's some wood as well. So you can make a fire here if you need to. We don't really need to, but we could. And there is also the moose right there. So if you want to kill the moose, I mean, you can. I don't think there's any need to. If you want, you can shoot a warning shot at it. Hello. I missed. Okay, let's just keep going. I'm gonna go straight. And again, if you're not sure where you are, just look up. So you're approaching the end of the river now. And this is the hardest challenge next because it's Timberwolves. However, we do have... Do we have any flares? No, we don't. But we have revolver, we have fire.
Oh, so cold.
Torches are the easiest. I got some sticks, right? Yeah. So as long as it's not too windy, we'll be fine. There's another dilapidated cabin over there. Not much to that though. There are marine flares and flares to be found if you just loot all of Perseverance mills and every corner of this map, but you don't really need it. All you really need is a few pieces of wood, or you can shoot them with the revolver. I wouldn't try hunting them with the bow, except for you could do the first shot with the bow. There are many ways you can do this. As long as you don't smell, you can get pretty close to the Timberwolves before you deal with them. So you can try and kill them, which will also break morale, or you can make a campfire. Oh, I don't have tinder. Oops. Okay, I'm glad I checked. Let's just make tinder quickly. And we can sprint, I think. We got quite a lot of energy left. We can just rest once we get to Perseverance mills. So coming up here is the Timberwolves, and here the backpack, which also more climbing stocks, another knife. We don't need two knives though, so I would honestly just drop one. Alright, so this is the only Timberwolf encounter there is in the game. The only one. And if you want to see some pro tips on how to defeat them, check out my walkthrough for episode 3, where I deal with them all the time. Here it's only once you have to do it. And you can actually just ignore them if you want to. You can just run to the cabin and you'll be fine. Now they can detect you from pretty far away. Try and get as close as possible. There's two ways to do it. If they detect you, I recommend starting a fire. If you can go undetected, unless you get stuck like I did, you can maybe get one killed with a bow. Because they have this animation when they detect you, they start howling. Yeah. Like this. Like that. So, and then you switch to your revolver. And now it's already broken. And there you go. 3 are dead now. 1 will bleed out. This one will just run around until it gives up. Now he's dead too. Now all 4 are dead. Now if you didn't do it that way, the best thing is just to pretend I didn't succeed in doing that. You can just make a fire with the accelerant. And now you have a protection against them. Because they will not approach you if you're very close to the fire. Then what you do is you grab a torch and you throw it at the Timberwolf. And if you hit the Timberwolf with it, it will reduce morale. And you can just grab more torches from the fire and keep doing that. Or if you run out of torches, just go up and grab one and come back to the fire. So it's very easy. It's only the one pack to worry about. So, and if you're not sure, you can do it even easier. You can make a campfire first and then approach the Timberwolves. Make sure you save it first. Remember, this is story mode. You can just save it. Not that hard. And you can just deal with them. Okay, so all 4 of them should die. Now, the third corpse is inside this cabin. One thing that's a little bit odd about this particular cabin is that there are 2 ways into it, one of which is open, one of which is locked. It's a little strange. I'm not sure if that's an oversight or if it's an intentional sort of, oh, we could just do it this way. I'm not entirely sure. But let me illustrate what I mean. So if you get here is the cabin itself. Okay. Now if you look around, out this retreat, you'll notice that inside here is where the last corpse is. There's a door here, but it's got padlocks. You're like, oh, can't get in. Okay, so where's the key then? Well, if you check out this fishing hut here, which can bug out, by the way, you'll notice that there is a key. I think it's in one of the drawers. Can't remember which one though. Well, it might be in here. Should be in here. There we are. It wasn't in drawers on the chair. I couldn't remember. I apologize. Anyway, here's the key. And it's called Rusty Key Boat Storage Key. Okay, so you pick that up. I think, right, found the key. You head back here. I noticed there's blood, by the way, on the floor and everything, so... and you can open this. And I'm like, oh, great. I got it. And you can just go in and interact and... Oh, great, you know. Here's our stim and our flare. Great. But before we click on this corpse and interact with it, let me just show you something. If you didn't do this, if you didn't go around and notice this at all, let's say you are a normal person who just escaped on Timberwolves and you approach the cabin from this way, of course there's a door here, and you can just go in this door. It's now open. And when you come inside, some stuff you can do there if you like. More food on the floor. More accelerant. And there's a note here that you can't read. Sorry, it looked like a real note for a second. Bandages. I'm not going to loot all the stuff. But what's important is you come in and there's this. A trap door, which is also unlocked. You go down. And now you're here. See? So this whole thing with the boat key doesn't really need to happen. Because you can just go this way. And then you manage anyway. So the key only really opens that door. I'm not sure if that's an oversight or it's just one of those design choices. There is sort of like a recurring theme in episode 5 and episode 5 only, where they introduce things that don't really go anywhere or that seem irrelevant. Like that you have the whole fire and perseverance mills. It's never revealed how that happens, although there's a theory, which is probably the right one. You can never go to the mill. You have doors that never open. Then you have some alternative routes like this that doesn't really make sense. But I think that's a deliberate choice, I think. Anyway, when you click this corpse, you will then have found all 3. And that's the end of the search. And you should also get the achievement because we spent about 30 minutes doing this. And as you can see, I did this without sleeping. I did this mostly with running, and I've taken 30 minutes, and that's including me stopping and explaining a bunch of stuff. But you can do it faster than this. I think it's possible to do it in about 20 minutes. Anyway, let's click on this corpse.
Frozen in place. How does this happen?
And there we go.
Clinic. An autopsy's the only way I'll get answers I need. Well, that's not what I would have expected, honestly. Larsen was clearly onto something, based on his notes and the questions he was asking. And those other bodies, the other missing people he mentioned in his notes from months ago. But how do they connect to these new bodies? What I can't figure out is there's no obvious external cause of death. Nothing you'd have expected. No predation, no obvious injuries. If not for... I'd have said something maybe like a heart attack or hypothermic hallucination, but... this body, it's like the others in Larsen's notes. This person died with water in their lungs. Salt water. They drowned. It makes no sense.
Astrid?
Over here, Jane.
There you are.
I found some of the missing people.
Any of them still alive?
Unfortunately.
Okay. And...
I just completed an autopsy. And what I found... well... it doesn't make sense.
does it have anything to do with what's going on with Freya?
I can't be sure. But until I know more, just stay close to her, okay?
A friend is with her right now.
Go to her. Stay with her. Don't let her out of your sight.
Astrid, you're scaring me.
There's just too much about this situation that doesn't make sense.
You sound like you know what's going on.
I don't. But I'm starting to build a theory.
Well, while you do that, can you check in on Terry?
Terry?
Yeah, our local DJ. He's really just a kid from the city, but he's been running a radio station from the old hut outside of town.
Wait, is this the conspiracy guy?
So you've heard of him. Some people in Cooper's mentioned they hadn't heard from him in a couple of days. They're worried, and Terry's the one broadcasting the quarantine message. So if we want anyone to hear it and come to help...
I get it. No message, no help. I'll take a look.
Be careful, Astrid.
Get back to Freya. I'll be fine.
Really, be careful. I don't know what we'd do without your help.
And there we have the other achievement too. Complete the autopsy. So now we got both of those achievements. Now, because the weather is terrible, we're gonna go back inside. We did pick up bedrolls, we're gonna sleep here inside the clinic. In the morgue, for example. And we can just recover. It's quite late in the day and blizzard and everything. I don't think, can you pick up the notes? I don't think you can pick up the notes that Astrid had. Yeah.
I'm so cold.
I don't think you can.
Warming up a bit.
Anyway, so we're not going to go into too much detail there, but you can see Astrid just trying to figure out the void sickness. They died from salt water, at least one of them did, presumably Jacob, because he's by the coast. But the quarantine doesn't matter. That's not really relevant. It's a void sickness. It's caused by the Aurora, basically. So you can't quarantine it. It's not infectious. It's decided by latitude. Is that the right word? Yeah. Anyway, we're going to sleep. Let's have some food. Let's eat the heavy food first. So like, for example, these peaches. Doesn't matter if you get food poisoning, we just sleep it off. Let's get a full belly going here. Might as well. More or less anyway. There we go. We can also make this. I think this is probably good enough. I guess we can eat these. Doesn't make us thirsty, but who cares? Yeah, nice full belly. We're not even heavy anymore. And we're going to sleep just to be rested. And I think we'll sleep until not quite nighttime, but close. Okay, there we are. Now we are warm and we have Most meats are full. Let's go check on Terry. So now Terry is the guy who's in the radio hut up here, which you could see from when you spawned in episode 5. You could see it from across town. And this is the radio hut. Can you see it from here? You can kind of make it out. It's up there. So now you're going to go up this way. If you try to go to Terry's earlier...
Okay, now to find that radio hut.
It's right there, Astrid. It's really right there. If you try to go here early, this gate will be closed, so you can't go there. But you're going to go there now. You're going to find Terry.
So the radio hut.
You don't say, Astrid. Now, Terry is one of the people's favorite characters because he's basically a stoner. A stone loner. He just lives by himself up there. And he's relevant because he finds this message that we're going to investigate. He also sheds some light on some of the mysteries going around. He's described by the people living here as a bit of a conspiracy nut, but it's not, doesn't really come across like that much. But anyway, we're going to go up here, and it doesn't matter if you run because it's getting nighttime, and what we can do is we can just sleep until morning. So in story mode you can sleep however long you want. What we might do is we might go to the lighthouse, which is in the beginning of Desperation Bay, sleep through the night, and then continue. Alright, but for now we just follow this. And here is the radio hut. And we're going to meet Terry.
Terry's hut.
You don't go inside and...
Just hide out if you want to get away from people in town, I guess.
And free roam. But you can see what Astrid sees. And Will go here later too.
Smoke from the chimney. Good. Looks like someone's home.
Alright, so now there's going to be a cutscene with Terry. He's going to give us his conspiracy look at what he thinks is going on.
Look, I'm going to bring them back, okay? I promise.
Excuse me, are you Terry?
Yeah, look, you didn't have to come all the way up here. I just need them for a bit longer, and then I'll bring them back. Wait, you're here about the batteries, right?
Batteries?
Yeah, car batteries. I just needed some fresh ones. It's like 9 out of 10 are completely fried, so it takes a while to find enough to get it working.
I'm not here about the batteries.
Okay, so... Wait, who are you anyway?
Get what working?
Huh?
You said it takes a while to find enough batteries to get it working.
Oh! You better come inside, because that's a story. Okay, so about 10 days ago, Dr.Larsen asked me to start broadcasting a quarantine message. He was worried about what he was seeing in the town, some weird sickness, people going missing, something with the dogs, too. You know, it's not the kind of thing I usually do with the radio, but I could tell it was important.
So this is before the power went out?
Yeah, before the lights in the sky and all the electronics went dead.
So, how did I hear you?
Huh? What?
I heard your message from the radio tower in Pleasant Valley after the lights in the sky.
Right, so even though the power was dead, some things were still working. Not well, but well enough. Lights flickering. The TV or radio in your house would suddenly come to life and then die again, almost as quickly. And I'm pretty sure that's even what triggered the fire at the mill.
People in town seem to think it was arson.
I think they want to believe that because it's easier than thinking everything electronic is suddenly trying to kill us, right? Anyway, I realized that if I hooked up a car battery to the radio, it wouldn't flicker on and off and on and off as much when the Aurora was in the sky. So I grabbed all the batteries I could find and have been using them to power my transmitter, to broadcast the quarantine message like Dr.Larsen asked me to. And other stuff.
What other stuff did you do with the radio?
Okay, so anyway, I've been broadcasting this message for days. Dr.Larsen had gone missing by then, and people were freaking out. People were going missing. Some turned up dead. We didn't know what to do about the quarantine. So I kept broadcasting, but this time asking for help. And then out of the blue, I got a response.
You did?
Yeah. Some guy, he asked about a doctor? He was cutting in and out.
Right. He was looking for me.
Whoa. Okay. I tried to tell him Dr.Larsen was already missing. I could hear him, but he couldn't hear me.
So that's the conversation I overheard.
Okay, but that's not the interesting thing.
There's more.
Yeah. 2 things. First thing, a few days ago, I picked up a distress signal. I couldn't make sense of it, because it was a lot of gibberish and maybe not all of it in English. I don't know, I was a little high. Then, I realized it was coming from a ship, but it wasn't on any of the normal frequencies, and it didn't make sense.
Did they broadcast coordinates?
No. But I was able to figure it out, based on signal strength. The signal came from the bay just north of town. Desperation Bay. I meant to check it out myself, but frankly, I'm scared as shit to leave this place. I think there's probably a murderer out there.
Point it out on a map and I'll see what I can find. What's the second thing?
Okay, second thing. This one is especially cool, something big. About a week ago, I was just minding my own business, rotating the shortwave around to see what I could pick up. And something absolutely massive came through. This was just before the power went out, now that I think about it.
What do you think it was?
No idea. But whatever it was, the signal was powerful enough to take out my favorite unit. I've never seen anything like it. Just fried it, just then and there. I mean, I had to dust off this archaic museum piece to keep broadcasting. It literally uses vacuum tubes, for crying out loud. How else am I gonna keep calling for a doctor or someone to help protect us from the murderer?
Terry, what do you think the signal was?
I've never seen or heard anything like it before. Signal monitor was off the charts. It just buried the needle and then some. I'm telling you, I don't know what it was, but what I can tell you is...
Yes, Terry?
It came from up there.
Okay.
Cargo ship, mysterious radio signal, Desperation Bay.
Yeah, we're gonna go there. So, this is the way out over here. We're gonna go and rest first in the Constable's office, because it's getting late in the day. Now, Terry is an interesting character because his statement provides a lot of information. Some of it kind of contradicts his character reputation, but it depends also how reliable his testimony is. So, notice that he's called a conspiracy nut, yet he believes that there is no arson for the mill. It's just that when the Aurora triggers, electronics fry back up, and you have these electrical wires sparkling, and that probably created a fire and burned down and started burning the mill. Which would make sense, right? Because there's no arson that's ever resolved in this story. But at the same time, he thinks that people going missing is a murderer, despite them having no evidence that there is a murderer. So he's kind of like thinks logically in one case but not the other, which is bizarre. He also gives an interesting time frame. He says that actually the first flare, so the quiet apocalypse, started 1 week ago. Now, assuming he's got his days straight and he's not high and misremembers, that means that the apocalypse started 1 week ago, according to this. Because also 10 days ago, he says the radio was working fine. This is before the first flare happened. In an interview I did with Raph, he said he built a timeline, and his understanding was that the events take place about 16 days. But that can't be right, because Terry says it's a week. Well, maybe take it with a grain of salt. Then he also says this thing about the signal coming from above, which is a bit misleading. He makes it sound like it's aliens or something. But what he really means is that it's from the Aurora that this massive signal is coming, which is presumably a similar signal that you get later with Atwood and them. As he's an interesting character, he kind of provides a lot of context. And yeah, go Terry. Anyway, we're gonna rest. Actually, no, we're gonna do what I said. I was gonna rest here, but we're not gonna do that. We are going to rest at the lighthouse because it's just up the road anyway. And we might as well go. Let's take the proper road out of town this time. Yeah. See, lighthouse. It says lighthouse. So we're gonna go to the lighthouse. The lighthouse was featured in some artwork. And this will lead us to Desperation Bay. Desperation Bay is a decent region. Fairly big in size, but it's very linear. In fact, I would say that pretty much from this point onwards, the sort of survival-y element has disappeared. From here on, it's pretty much a linear adventure. And there are survival aspects. You still have to endure certain things and survive different events. And you will encounter wildlife and stuff again, both as Will and Astrid. So it's not like the elements are toned down, but it's more that the open world survival is kind of off now. Because even in Desperation Bay, where we're going now, it is an open world area, but it is very linear. With some exceptions, it's very straightforward. Now to get there, it doesn't actually say on the map, but you gotta go this way up here, not the road. The road itself is blocked. You can just shoot this wolf. This is the one wolf that's in the way. Alright. Get a shot in, get a shot in. Oh. He survived the gunshot. Oh, I actually did a lot of damage. Well, if this happens to you,
gotta stop the bleeding.
Then you do this infection risk stuff. On both of these. If you don't have bandages, you gotta take a piece of cloth and harvest it, and gives you 2 bandages. And then we can stop the other bleed. So that was a bit silly. That shouldn't have happened, but it's okay. By the way, in that struggle there's not a lot of struggles like this in episode 5. Like, I shot the wolf and I thought he ran away, so that's why I hesitated with the second shot. And then second shot did hit the wolf, but he still charged at me. So you see, that's something to keep in mind. The revolver isn't a guaranteed deterrent. If you shoot the revolver at a wolf before he charges you, I think they always flee. Especially if you shoot twice, they always flee. But if they're charging you, sometimes they scare off, sometimes they don't. But yeah, the reason, if you end up in a struggle though, the hatchet is the best. Knife is okay too. The revolver is the worst, but the reason I picked the revolver is just because there is a chance to actually shoot the revolver in a struggle. So I just thought it'd be fun to show that, but the struggle ended before I could take the shot. Anyway, to get to Desperation Bay, you just gotta follow this path here, cross this log here. Down here there's not much to it, it's just some sticks. Just get up here. More crossings. See, there's nothing really to it down there. Keep going. There's a corpse. Could be another one that's gone missing.
This will come in handy.
I don't think that's any good now. I got mark legs. As you can see, there are other means to... You can craft things. Yeah, boots and whatnot. But you don't need to. There's another cave over there, in case you want some shelter. But seriously, like, the Desperation Bay lighthouse will do just fine. Except you gotta go through here, of course. I thought there was some loot over there, but I misremember. Okay, so now you're leaving Perseverance Mills. We'll return briefly to it. This passage is very short. We don't actually need that much light, but for viewer clarity, we might as well do it once. And let's go here. It's a very linear cave, this one, unlike some of the other caves. I don't think it's possible to take any wrong turns at all. And here we are already at the other side. That's what I mean, that there's not much really to this. You can probably get through this cave without light. Alright, so here, once we get down here, lighthouse. We get to the lighthouse itself. I might as well rest here. There we are. And there's a couple like little things to interact with here too. Really beautiful sunset. It's ptarmigans.
Night is coming.
Hey, ptarmigans. If you approach over here, I think she gives a prompt.
Looks like some kind of cargo ship. Must have floated into the bay after it ran out of fuel. That must be the ship Terry heard the message from.
Yeah, so that's the ships. This is a very sort of Uncharted / Last of Us thing going on here, where at the beginning of the region it tells you where to go, and you need to get to that ship. So you know exactly where it is already, and it is on the map as well, I think. No, it's not. Forget I said anything. But you know it's here, right? You can see it from here, but you have to go all the way there. You can see the path is sort of laid out for you here, where to go. It's pretty linear. There is a sort of puzzle here on the ice, which I will of course give the solution to. Okay. Now you go inside. And here there is the odd thing. So for example, here is a map.
Good, a map. Looks like the lighthouse overlooks Desperation Bay.
So this gives you a map of the area, although it doesn't really add much to it. Except, now you have this. It tells you there are caves here. These caves are just regular caves, I think. You go through the sort of cave system. I don't think you go inside the cave. It's just an entrance to like a outdoor tunnel, and has docks. So you know there's something there. So it gives you map information interacting with this thing. Other than that, there's just loot around, you know, there's sure painkillers, why not? There's food, there is wood, bullets under here. And the way forward now is to go down. This takes you to an old exit. If you want, though, you can go upstairs and have a look at the lighthouse stuff. Have you seen the movie The Lighthouse with Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson? Good movie. Open to interpretation. And if you get up here, you get stuff. In case you want to craft anything. Some fuel. And there's tons worth looking around. Occasionally there's stuff down here and some other parts of the game, but not here. But you get a good view as well. Pretty cool. Okay. Now because it's cold and, you know, it's another night. And it's night, and we're going to sleep until morning. So just going to head down and sleep here. We're not going to loot anything else because we don't really need to. Let's just again eat some of these heavy things. So like peaches, for example, they weigh an absolute ton for what they give you. Don't give them any calories, and they weigh a lot, they do. I can drink some of these as well. They're very light, so we don't really... Food is not an issue, really. And I'm barely looting anything. You know, quick look at inventory. I have 2 bedrolls for some reason. Broken arrow I don't really need. Too many of these cans. We can drop this casing. Drop this hat. Wait, the hat got ruined? Oh, from the wolf struggle. That's alright. And we don't need all this stuff. And a lot of matches. Oh, we're doing really well. And then we can just sleep for 12 hours, really, to be honest. heal us right back up. Alright, look at that. Full health, and now it's morning. We can drink some more. Actually, we're going to have this tomato soup. Didn't pick up the can openers because the knife achieves the same thing. There we go. You can also drink these sodas. And that means we're basically going for well-fed. We don't really need to go for well-fed, but it's one less thing to worry about. And there we are, look at that. Meat is all full. All good. And now the next thing to do is to go down here. And now we're going to conquer Desperation Bay. Not too hard. It's quite linear. And you'll see, once you get to the ship, there is an achievement that we have to do at the ship as well. And this part 1, is by far the biggest part of episode 5. Part 2 is also quite big, but not as big. And then part 3 and 4 are very small. So we're already actually about, I would say, 1/4 through, or maybe something like that. It's going to save it because unlike in survival mode, you don't actually auto-save that often. So I have to manually save now and then. Anyway, so let's continue. Let me just save. All right. Okay, so let's head to Fukkatsu Maru. So you have to actually go down here. This is something you don't get in any of the survival game maps, so it might be a little counterintuitive. So you gotta go down here. You might hear my wife in the background, by the way. She's playing Overwatch. So this leads us out to Desperation Bay. Quite like this. I hope they add this to survival mode. Alright, so here we are. It's dawn. We're heading over there.
Rugged coastline.
And it's not too hard. It's actually pretty linear. So you just basically go along the coast here. Up a path here. And it's a little confusing right over where to go. But then again, it's linear. And then this area is the only confusing part. Where you actually have to climb up on this side to get out. But because you picked up the map, you know it's this way. And this other area here isn't really relevant. Then again, it's linear up here. And then on the ice, there is a bit of a... that can be easy to miss. But it's like pseudo-linear, I guess you could say. And because these things, the health and stuff resets. So if you end part 1 with like low health, it doesn't really matter. Because it will reset when you start part 3. There are some wolves and stuff, but once you get to the ship, there are no real dangers. It's going to get brighter. There is a bear at the end of Desperation Bay, which is the only bear in episode 5 that I believe. Let's just load this rover. Now there are things to explore if you want to. There are things to do here if you really want to. Like, say here, there's a cave, for example, in there. And then there is there's these docks here. There's things out on the ice as well. Like, it's kind of like beachcombing. And there's a few houses here and there. There's a bear you can kill. There's a lot of little things here. But unlike the other episodes, it doesn't really matter. So in the other episodes, here you can just walk past this, for example. In the other episodes, there will be side quests, which would take you to different parts of the map. And there would also be rewards or loot you want to find that could benefit, you know, the run. So for example, in episode 3, if you do one of the side quests first, the Misty Falls one, you can get the Moonshine Satchel right away, which will make the whole rest of the episode easier because you can then carry 5 kilos more stuff. Here that doesn't matter because the survival element is almost absent. There isn't any sort of real long-term survival strategy here. You just need to get to the objective pretty much. And you play again at Astrid late in part 3, and the loot does carry over, but it doesn't have much impact, really. So you can get by not, you know, having good gear. I started naked and it was fine. So here's the Fukkatsu Maru over here. And actually now we're very close. I mean, I wish you could go across, but actually we have to get up there. And here's a little bit confusing because, you see, you go here, there's water, a bottle, and a flare, matches it. And there's some corpse up there. But if you go up here, you'll notice that this is actually not the way. There's 2 corpses there you can loot. But if you continue this way, it doesn't actually go anywhere. Where you want to go is up there. It's a little confusing the first time. This is where I'm on the map, right? You want to go this stretch here. So we actually want to go is up here. This is one of those few things, like, you know, the walkthrough could be useful in the sense that, like, oh, maybe you went up there and you wasted time when the real route is this way. But there are only really 2 options. If you played this and didn't use this walkthrough, worst case, you wasted 1 minute or 2 minutes of your time, and then you try this way, right? It's pretty straightforward. The episode 5 doesn't have much in terms of puzzle or like mystery mechanics and that sort of thing. Like, it's pretty straightforward, I believe. Now, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty certain that there's a scripted blizzard here. Because every time I come to this area, you're now going above. See, this is where we just were, right? The ship's over there, but we can't see it. So this is where we just were. There's those 2 corpses. And now we're heading into this area here. There's wolves here, by the way. You can head up here. Now, I could be wrong here, but every time I've been here, it always starts snowing heavily, and then that turns into a blizzard. Every time. And then, when you get here, around here, when you go from one cave to the other cave, the blizzard always ends and changes to clear weather, which I believe is, I think that's scripted for dramatic effect. I think it's meant to make this part colder, and then it triggers clear weather here, so that when you come out of this cave and see the Fukkatsu Maru, you get to see it in its glory, if that makes sense. Because if you come in the daytime, sorry, in the nighttime, that won't work, but that's why it's dawn, and, you know, I don't think most people come in at night, but I could be wrong. It could just be a coincidence. I haven't looked into the coding or anything.
It's so remote
I don't know.
out here. Feels like the ends of the earth.
Again, just keep going. So there we are. And now we're in this sort of birch canyon thing. And if you want, you can explore all of it. But there's not really much point to it. If you go this way, for example, yeah, you'll find some birch and little bits and bobs. And this passage here, it looks like you can go there, but it's blocked. There's see those drawings. It says it's blocked. You can't go here. You have to go through these caves here. And you can find there's actually 2 routes up. One is just literally up a ramp, and the other is across a log. So to get out of here, you pretty much just hug the right wall, and then you'll pretty much get there. How you roll already though, because there are wolves there. And we could also run, because we're cold. Now, once you get to the ship, it doesn't really matter, because you can't really die at that point. Alright, so we're already here now. See ahead of me, there is a tree that's fallen over. And you want to go to the other side. You're going to cross that tree bridge. So you can go around and do that, but you can also go up here. So you go up here, all the way up, and then you end up here, where you can climb down, right? I just jumped down, but the alternative is across this tree bridge, which you just do by, if you end up down here, you just go up and over. There's a ramp on that side there. But that's pretty much it for this area. That's it, really. I mean, yeah, seriously, that's it. And now we're here. This makes it look like there's an actual loading screen cave, but it's not. It's literally just this. It's not even really a cave. It's just this. Well, I guess this is a cave, but you know what I mean. So that's it. It's pretty easy. The first time you come here, it might be a bit confusing, and you might want to check everything out. It takes a little while to just look everywhere, but once you know the route, it's actually really straightforward. Yeah, now it's more of a cave, for sure. And now you'll see, I think you'll see that the snow is going to disappear. We got some coal here. We don't really need this bedroll, we already have. If you want, you can warm up here, but we don't really need to, in my opinion. Let's see what happens to the weather now. And now we come out here. And now we're out on this side. And as you can see,
Gotta find my way down to the beach.
the weather has changed to clear. And if you wait there a minute, it will clear up even more. In fact, we could just, for the fun of it, warm up here with fire. And you'll see.
Oh yeah.
The wind is picking up, but you'll see visibility will start clearing. This might have blown out, I don't know. As we wait, it becomes clearer and clearer and clearer. So I think this is actually a triggered thing. They always triggered clear weather. It could be windy also, but clear. It's just so you can see where it goes. Now we're almost there. So down there are some houses. That's the port. That's this thing, or docks rather. And you can sleep there. There's also a bear roaming around down there. And this area here is actually a little tricky. So this one is one of those few places in this episode where a walkthrough could come in handy, because it's a little bit confusing. It is actually a little bit more linear than you think, but it's very easy to miss where to go. The first time I played this, I ended up goating over the ice to get to where I was supposed to go. And I didn't even realize, but where I'd goated was actually onto the correct path. I didn't think it was, but yeah. Anyway, you can see it's completely clear. If you are cold, you can always heat up a coffee, or you can make something. I'm not sure we have anything. Well, we can make a soup, I guess. And if you drink those hot, you warm up. But as you'll see, it doesn't matter. Like, sure, there's hypothermia risk, but even if I got hypothermia, I would be fine. In fact, it's not unlikely that you'll fall through the ice trying this, because you can easily fall through the ice and get hypothermia doing this part. And then you freeze, but when you get into the Fukkatsu Maru, you'll be fine. As long as you get through the Fukkatsu Maru, it's really no problem. Let's just do this. Pick that up, and let's drink this coffee for the fun of it. This wasn't necessary. I could have just gone straight there and would have been just fine. But just for the fun of it, we're going to do this. Also, if you have the warming up benefit, this one, that is quite useful, because what that does, it sounds like what that does is, you know, you warm up or give some extra degrees warmth. But what it actually does is that it just reduces the warmth decay. You basically freeze slower. Okay, so here we have another fork in the road over here. If I run ahead, you'll see what I mean. So here, you can. This is the blocked passage from the other side, by the way. Now we're here. This is the blocked passage. Okay, but here you end up. You can climb down here. I always just go down, but let's just climb down properly, I guess. Astrid and the tactical gloves. Alright, so again, what's good about this is that you do get the coastal, like cliffside view all the time, so you always know where you are in relation to the goal. Very much, you know, how they do it in Uncharted or whatever. Anyway, here you can see there's two paths. You can go up there, or you can go to the right, and it doesn't matter. They both lead to this point here. You can't really take a wrong turn. There's actually very few places where you can take a wrong turn here. I don't think any of those hit. I could hear him. Well, two things. I knew the wolf was there from previous experience, and also I could hear him. Well, I thought I'd just hip fire. If you shoot 2 times, the wolf will always flee. I was just trying to hit him for the, you know, for the fun of it. You could also kill him with this. You don't really need the bow. You don't even need weapons at all. You can just use torches or flares. And if you take the other route, you come down here. So this is one of those forks in the road that doesn't really matter. You'll end up the same place anyway. You can kill this wolf if you want, just to get rid of it. Then walk into your shot. And that's it. And then you just follow this path down here. It is fairly straightforward. Again, like it's a very linear map. You can't really do more than one wrong turn, and then that's it. And now we'll get down here. And we are very, very close. In fact, you can see the buildings right there. So if you look now we're all the way here. And it's all been pretty linear, right? You follow the path. Here it was a small detour you can take, but then you again follow the path. Here you can explore this, but there's still only one way out, which is through here. And then you do here, and it splits here into 2, but it doesn't matter, you end up here anyway. And now down here is the only bear in episode 5. He's right there. If you want, you can kill it. But you don't really have any reason to. The only reason will be if you decide to, you know, do something. That, you know, he's annoying because he's in the way or whatever. You can kill him to just make sure he doesn't follow you into the ice or something. But you don't need to kill him. It doesn't really achieve anything. I think I missed that shot. Yeah, I did. So he's not bleeding out. If you do want to kill him, I do recommend that you place a fire. I don't think I have. No, I do. Okay. For example, if you really do want to kill this bear, which I don't think is necessary, but if you really want to kill the bear, just put a fire between you and the bear, and then hit him in the head, and you'll be fine. So like here, for example, come here, bear. Hey, hey. There you are. Okay. And just make a fire, like, I don't know. Have an escape route so you can, for example, run up here. That's good. Place down this fire. He's already on you. Then you take a shot and wait for him to get closer. Oh, okay, he died. But if he had come over, the fire will make him stop, and then you shoot him in the face again. And that's it. And there's one more wolf that can actually attack you. There's also that one. Should we do a trick shot? Not gonna work, but it will be something like... This is quite far. Maybe like... There? Yeah, I missed. I'm not gonna go collect it either. But yeah, if you want to kill the bear, you can, but it's honestly not necessary. It doesn't really achieve anything. But some people play Wintermute like a survival game, and then you might want to kill it. You know, they hang around. I'm sure there's someone out there who survived 100 days in Desperation Bay, right? Now there's 2 cabins here.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
You need to make a shop. It's got some food in it, and there's a bed, so if you want to rest a little bit, you can. For example, we could rest for an hour if you want to, but we don't really need to. So it's a good place there to just warm up a little bit, have a rest. So just, you know. And then you have these 2, we're not going to go into the other cabin, no, we don't really need to. And then you have 2 of these sort of boat houses. Not much to do except for some little loot like this.
Never know.
Fish you can eat, I guess, but I don't want it. Okay. Now we come to... See, now it's making it foggy. Now I come to the only real sort of puzzle of this episode, where you have to get onto the Fukkatsu Maru. And you have to cross the ice. And it's not really intuitive how to do that. It also, they did it, at least on launch, they did it so that the marginal error was really small. If you stepped out onto the wrong part of the ice, you just fall through it like almost instantly. I think they patched that to make it a little bit easier. So the ship is right ahead. But where you want to go is to the left, actually. You can go 2 different ways, though. So the easiest way is just hug to the right in the beginning. And basically get to the wall, the northern wall. And you'll notice that you're going to fall through if you get that red exclamation point. So here, for example, here's a ship there. There's like this wall here. You want to go left of that wall. I'm going to take this slow. I'm not going to run unless I have to. And try and stay on land as much as you can. Some ice is safe, some isn't, but you should be able to just avoid all of it. But be ready to run in case you need to run. Okay, so here is where it gets dangerous. So you see, it's so far I pretty much went forward and then left, and that's it. And now we're here, where we can see the Fukkatsu Maru right there. We're here on the map. We basically went like this, and then left. Okay. It's a shame there isn't more detail here, but maybe I can add an aerial map. Anyway, here it looks like you can go this way, but you can't. The ice is weak. If you go there, you'll fall through, you get hypothermia. Instead, you need to go this way to the left. Okay? And again, you can just hug the wall, right? So it's kind of like go towards the wall, hug the wall, but don't go this part. Go this way. Okay.
There's got to be a way through this maze of ice.
Yeah, it's actually not that much of a maze. It's more of a nuisance. And now, you need to go this way. See, there actually the ice is thin, like right here. But if you stand on the snow, it's fine. Now, we're actually going to go this way. To the right now. But just while we're here. See, there is something over here. There is like a secret area. That's not the way out of here. But you can go there if you want. There's a little bit of thin ice there and there. This is like a little mini wolf nest. You go here. Should be a wolf in here. 2 wolves. Okay, well, that's fine. Just get rid of both. Ice fishing if you want that. Alright, so here's like a little sanctuary really. If you need a little break, you have this. You have this fellow who's caught some fish and probably got eaten by wolves. But the fish is here, and he's got fishing tackle on him, and most importantly a hatchet. And there's a snow shelter here too. You're going to take a little break. You can use it. Warm up. You can sleep a little bit. You know, take a little break. So this is a nice little, you know, you got to kill the wolves. This is kind of like a little mini story. Obviously this guy was having a shelter and he fished and 2 wolves came over and that was that, right? So there's that. But if you need a little break, you can go here. It's nice. And you get the hatchet. Which is handy for if you end up in a wolf struggle. The hatchet is very good. But again, you don't need any of this. This episode is very linear. There's practically no loot that you have to pick up to advance. It's like 1 or 2 exceptions. But you know, they will shove it in your face. So anyway, now it's this way. And this is where it's also very easy to miss where to go. It's not intuitive at all. You gotta just look around. This ice is safe, especially where it's white here. And here is where it gets tricky and very easy to miss. So you intuitively want to go this way and keep following this path here. But actually what you need to do is when you get to this area, past this thing here, is look to the right and you'll see this. See, there's like a ramp here. And you want to go up that ramp. And this is actually the way across. It's not very intuitive, this path. This is probably the...
This feels like the right direction.
Does it, Astrid? Does it really feel like the right direction? Because to me it feels like you're climbing a random block of ice, right? And now you got to go through here. And over here. when I did this the first time, I couldn't figure it out, so I ended up goating. And I ended up goating basically here onto this path, and I thought this, clearly I'm not supposed to be here, was my impression. But this is the right way. And now you're here. This is by far, I think, the most questions, like area I got the most questions about. Like, how do you get past the ice maze? Because it's not intuitive that you gotta go up there. I wouldn't say it's like misleading or anything. It is fair enough, but it's easy to miss. And now you just gotta go around this side. So now it's pretty straightforward, really. Now you just pretty much head straight for the ship and just go from snow to snow, sort of thing.
Frozen in the ice. How long has this thing been here?
And then just go around, and then you get this, and then she should trigger like a little dialogue thing.
Can make out the ship's name. Looks like Fukkatsu Maru. Sounds Japanese.
Fukkatsu Maru.
How the hell did it get all the way out here?
Fukkatsu Maru means the revival ship. And it's not a very native Japanese name. It is a story-specific name that refers to new beginnings and the need to rise above the long dark, basically. Now, to get onto this ship, this is another thing that's not necessarily intuitive. When I played this first time, I just took a guess, but the way up there is it is not a rope. You got to climb this thing, the chain. So you got to go over here. And now you don't have to worry about the ice anymore. Just climb up here. Climb anchor chain. And there we are.
Made it.
Yeah. And now we're at the Fukkatsu Maru.
Is anyone there?
And if you're watching this and you never played it, you're just going along.
This place is spooky.
Now it's pure exploration, explanation that's happening. And you got to go in here. And then you go through it, you end up on the other side. That triggers the cutscene for the next part. End of part 1. Alright, before we do that, I'm just going to quickly save it. Alright. Okay, so now we're going to go into the Fukkatsu Maru, and in here there is a hidden achievement. So in the Fukkatsu Maru there's multiple things you can pick up, like loot and notes and stuff. And there's 4 of them you need to find in order to trigger the achievement, which is 4 different notes. These are pretty straightforward. There's one you can miss, but they are pretty easy to find. Yeah, so we'll just go through them. There's a lot of opening doors here, just so you know. So this part is going to be a lot of turning wheels and that sort of thing. So just be prepared for that. If you came here and you don't have any light, you don't have the things you need to do, like you don't have a lantern or something like that, don't worry about it. They will provide you with all those things. Okay, so let's go inside. Okay, so now you just go down here. You can pick up this. And it's actually cold here, but that's okay.
Anyone alive?
You now pick up the storm lantern fuel. There you are. Now you have a lantern. I mean, I already had one, but and if you want, you can loot around. Like, there's a stim in case you run low for whatever reason, you know. And now it's not as cold, but still cold. So, and you can't start a fire, but I think there's a fire barrel somewhere. But if you're really cold, you know, just load. Alright, so in here, here's a fire barrel. So if you're really cold, just start a fire here with wood you got and you can warm up. Okay, so now we got to go through a bunch of these doors. There's a ton of them, really. And there's going to be a lot of opening doors. Some of them require that you actually interact with them. And some you can just go through. If you somehow get there with really low health, then you should maybe sleep in the cabins before. or light a fire first and warm up, and you should be able to get through this. It has forcing, so you gotta click. I'm not sure why some require forcing and some don't. It's just, it is what it is. And now Astrid's going to start going through the mystery of what's happening here and that sort of thing. Oops. And there's a lot of food and stuff here, but you don't really have to worry too much about it. If you want, you can start looting stuff, but it only really carries over to part 3.
What the hell? Why was this person tied up?
So the gist, if you're just curious, the reason why a person is tied up, and you'll see this throughout, is because they are sleepwalking and they have the call to the void, they have the call to the water, and they're basically trying to walk off and drown themselves. And to avoid that, they've been tied up. That's basically what's happening here. Alright, you can investigate all this if you like, you know, open all the stuff and get some food and whatnot, but you don't need to. You can just keep going. The first paper isn't here. It's further. Okay. You can't also take a wrong turn, by the way. Like, there isn't any area that's like multiple ways. There's a couple of optional doors and stuff, but you can't really take a wrong turn. Not really.
God, I'm starting to hate this place.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy. Keep going. To eventually get to a creepy room where it's kind of like the first clue is. It's a huge place. Okay, here we are in like a big scary room. Another lantern here if you... Oh, it's broken, yeah.
What was that sound?
So that's a bit creepy when you hear that sound. Like, what was that? Is there someone around here? There's a fire strike if you want that for some reason. And you hear that sound, like, what is that? When I first played it, like, is there someone here? Like, is there someone with me? But it's not. It's just an ambience. You can go around here also, by the way, to loot some more stuff. Just to see if there's anything, you know, scrap and whatnot. But for the most part, you don't have to worry about exploring these extra areas. And you have more corpses, and you're going to find several corpses around here. It has herbal tea. This is still bugged. Here you can make another fire if you want to. We don't really have any wood, is the problem. But, you know, you can break down a crate if you want to start a fire. There's also actually coal here. So if you are cold and you really don't want to freeze to death, what you could do is you could just find something to break down. Right? It's still... you don't need to do this, you should be fine. But in case you're worried, you know, you could just break down, say, this crate. Like this, 45 minutes. You take a massive health loss, but it doesn't matter. And then you can light the fire here, because you'll find these throughout. We got accelerant, doesn't really matter. You don't have to do any of this, by the way. You can just walk through this. If you got hypothermia, it would not make a difference, because you will be able to get through it. So you will be able to just, you will survive just going through it, unless you entered here with really low health and you're cold and don't have enough gear. So you don't need to do any of this. I'm just showing you this is what you can do if you really need to. Now warm again. You can have a coffee, because why not? Just to be on the safe side. I mean, why not? You can sleep if you need to. This is not timed. You're not in any rush to do this, like at all. You can grab a couple of torches while we're here. Let's see it. Alright, so here is our first clue.
More people tied up? What happened on this ship?
Here, see this person tied up? Bottom here it says piece of paper. That's the first one. You pick that up, read it if you want. It literally says this. Do not untie them. That's number 1, and there's 4 you need to pick up. That's number 1. You keep going. And it's going to be a lot more doors. Alright. And then you have...
I was not expecting that.
There's little sounds and stuff. This doesn't really do anything. Here's some more wood in case you need to make another fire. Then there's wood there. Here's some wood. Wood. You can't go out here, by the way. And, you know, here's another fire barrel with accelerant. So if you're still cold, fire again. See what I mean? So there's plenty of areas where you can warm up if you need to. As long as you have 1% health when you finish this, you're fine. Okay. Scene change. That's like the only loading area because it's a big ship. You gotta keep going. And before I continue now, I'm just letting you know, okay, episode 5 is a little darker. This channel's mostly family friendly. But in case you're watching this, I know some people watch my videos with children around and that sort of stuff on the TV, which usually is fine. I mean, this talking man shot a wolf with an arrow, who cares? But here there is self-harm and stuff like that up ahead, and a lot of like corpses and stuff. So just be aware of that, okay? You have been warned. Okay. So there we go. So what I'm talking about is coming up right here, and we're talking about this.
Oh no. Whatever happened on this ship? Looks like things got worse and worse over time. Okay, I really need to get out of here.
And here we have our second clue, which is this one, this piece of paper. And so you can hear them hearing the waves. This is the call to the water, call to the void. That's 2. So there's 2 more, which is a log and a card. We're on the 1st floor. Okay, by the way, and we're going to go up until we get to, I think, 5th floor. And then we go down. We're going to get to the bridge, basically. So up we get. And you can go further, but it's blocked. So again, you can't really take the wrong turn. There we go. And now we're basically like in the canteen. And here there is also a corpse over here.
Looks like signs of a struggle.
There is also like a hatchet. Well, fire axe more like. You can't pick it up though. You can search the corpse, but you can't pick that up. You can actually search the servant too if you want to. Yeah, there's not really much, there's nothing here. You gotta continue. Alright. And then here is a little like storage room, I think it is, but I don't think there's anything in there from what I recall. No. Here's a few optional places. Like here's the bathroom. You don't have to go in here, but here's like painkillers. You can guess what happened here, you know. It's, you know. And then we have the baths. Same thing here. Bad things have happened all around.
Frozen tomb.
And you got these if you're cold. Pick up some heat packs. That'll keep you warm. And then you have more of this stuff, you know, quarters. But again, you don't need to go into any of these. This, I don't actually know what this message says. I never had to translate it. How to think of it. There's a key. This is to open a locker. And a parka, if you want that, for extra warmth. The key is not necessary. It's not story related. It's an optional key. You don't have to pick it up. But if you do want the key, herbal tea. It is in here. Okay? And now you have here. Teddy. Right. So that's it really. Then you're gonna keep going. It's a big ship. There's a lot to go through here. Up we go. To number 3. past number 3. Number 4. I think we end up at 5. I think. You don't need the torches, to be honest. I'm just using it now for the fun of it. Okay. Then we get up to the sick bay, and here it is relevant. But here's just one of the, like, you find a lot of painkillers around. More heat packs. You can use that if you want to just warm up. I think you just click on them here. Where are they? What's it here? Yeah. Just use them. And then you get this heat pack buff, which warms you up. Very cool. And here, you need to open both of these doors. Then here, you get to this area where there's a heat pack. And you'll notice this is nothing here. I said you need to open it. What I meant is, like, you can open them. Then you go through here, and here is the doctor's log. So the way out is actually not that way, but here it's easy to miss. So when I came in the first time, I opened this door, but I did not open this one. So here is the next one. You got the medical log, okay, from the doctor. You search his corpse if you want to. More heat packs. This one is scripted.
Crew issues are escalating. Personality disorders, ongoing insomnia, bizarre lapses in judgment. The new captain has tasked me with resolving the situation, but none of my interventions have had any effect medically. Only strong sedation has kept some of the crew from self-harm and emotional breakdowns. Talking and writing has seen some benefit, if only for camaraderie. But I'm no psychologist. Their sense of self, of their relationship to time and identity, all dissolving. The captain seems intent on keeping any estimate of rescue or landfall to himself. And without more help, I don't see a peaceful end to what is taking place among us. All that is left is doubt, and the face I present to the men.
That gives you a bit more background. That the men are basically falling into huge states. They're neurodegenerating. They're falling into like cognitive dementia. But that's number 3, and number 4 is this card. Pick this up and you should get the achievement. This is the ID card. Pick that up, and then that's all 4. And you should get the achievement, I think. You might get it at the end, come to think of it. There's also some sea logs and captain's note as well that you also have to do. Okay, so now there's 2 more to pick up, but I thought they were, I think those are mandatory, that's why I didn't count them, but maybe they are mandatory, and maybe they are required as well. So
shit! Someone destroyed all the radio equipment. Must have been after Terry picked up the distress call.
I think this is very recent, if you remember what Terry said.
If you need help, why would you send out a message and then destroy the radio afterward? Unless you didn't want to be found.
Yeah, so this whole Fukkatsu Maru thing is a great little mystery, actually. It's really cool. This is probably the best part of episode 5, is this ship, I would say. But yeah, in terms of the achievement, there's actually 2 more notes, but I didn't include those. I said there's 4, but the reason I said those 4 is because those 4 are very easy. Well, they're not easy, but they can be missed if you don't go into the right room. These other ones are kind of mandatory in order to solve what's going on. So I didn't include them, but I guess yeah, you do have to actually pick those up too. Anyway, this is the bridge. And here is a Prybar. So finally, you can find a Prybar.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
Which allows you to open the lockers around that are locked. There's a couple of lockers here and there. But you don't go back. So this Prybar is mostly useless. Anyway, here at the bridge. And what matters here, so this is the way forward to Captain's quarters. But to continue and get the... I think does it let you continue? I think it does. Yeah. Anyway, there's 2 more things to pick up here. Yeah, it does. Okay, so you can actually miss these. So yeah, that's an expert walkthrough there. I always thought you had to do these, but you can actually skip it. But anyway, there's 2 more things. There's this one, the sea charts, and then over here are the the door closed, the captain's log there. So you need those 2 as well. I thought it was actually required you pick those up, because otherwise Astrid doesn't really know the full story of what's going on. But I guess it is possible to just skip it. But anyway, I would still pick them up. This one gives you more detail about what's happened with the ship, and same with the captain's log. If you want to, you can... I guess you can just keep this on so you can see the sea charts. Okay, so Astrid's going to narrate this.
Okay, I'm no sailor, but best I can tell, the ship was passing well north of Great Bear Island until about 3 weeks ago. Based on the chart, the originally plotted course was modified multiple times until the last coordinates plotted on the map, which is still over 500 kilometers north of here. Was the ship lost? Did something happen to the engines? Or maybe the navigation equipment? At some point, they must have lost power like everything else. And then... they just drifted here. Very, very far off course. And someone kept updating the chart with their best guess of their current location. So the boat drifted without power for a while. Yeah, but it doesn't explain anything about what happened to the crew. Or why everyone is dead. Or missing. What is really going on here?
Alright, so that's 5 out of 6. So this tells you that there is an effect where the more north you are, the more you're affected by this sickness, which I call the void sickness. So they were affected by it and they drifted. These charts are not very intuitive, I find, because it's not really clear to me if what these are. Did they start here and then they drifted this way? And is this Desperation Bay? It certainly looks like Desperation Bay. And this is Perseverance Mills. But I don't know. It's not really clear to me exactly what this shows. But anyway, this happened well before the apocalypse started, by the way. And if you want to know a more overviewable story of this, watch Toasty Bits. Toasty Bits is the resident Long Dark lore master. He knows all this stuff, and he has a video on this Fukkatsu Maru. I have a video about what happened here, but it's more to do with the overarching story and meaning behind the void sickness and the apocalypse. He has a video explaining exactly what went on here. Okay, then we have this one, the captain's log, which should be the last one before we're out of here.
Best I can tell, it's been 14 days now since they picked me off my trawler. Engine dead, no GPS, dense fog, and this big bastard of a ship appears out of nowhere. They had jury-rigged some diesel contraption that kept the screws turning, but barely. Crazy but smart as hell, these guys. At least what's left of them after their old captain wandered overboard. And we keep coming across small boats with some survivors. They all have the same story. The lights showed up, and their ships went dark. No power. A few speak English, but they can't seem to tell me what the hell happened after the light showed up. As much as I'm grateful they found me, they dropped me into a big mess by electing me captain. But I know these waters, and based on how badly the crew is holding up, I wouldn't trust them to find a port anyway. Guys tied to their bunks, men throwing themselves into the sea. Never seen or heard of things going sideways like this, no matter how long they've been out. They keep jabbering about the call of the lights and a burning fire. It's for sure a damn strong Aurora some nights, but I don't see what's so mystical about it all. But we have enough food for now, calm seas, and a good course for landfall soon.
And that is it. And there you saw we got the achievement. So it's those 6 notes. So apologies in the beginning I said 4, but what I really meant was those 4 sort of optional ones, and these 2 here, for some reason I assumed you had to pick those up, but it seems like they are also optional, so it's actually 6. But yeah, so it's that note in the big hall, the note by the man who hung himself, the 2 notes in the medical room, the charts, and then the captain's quarters are the 6. Get those and it's done. The locker key that I picked up is to open a locker in the baths, and we already been there, but I didn't open it because we don't need any of that stuff. So we can continue. And now we're near the end of this. So even though Astrid hasn't really said anything, she has indirectly figured it out, right? So the Aurora is making them have a call to the water, making them go out and drown themselves. And here will be a sign here saying the light took them, I think it says. The light took them, yeah. And now, when I exit here, this is the exit. This is the whole sequence. It's a really good set piece. I really like this ship. It's great. Probably the coolest part of the whole episode. And part 1, episode 5, is definitely the best because Astrid is trying to figure out what's going on. So it's more like a mystery with survival elements. So it's pretty good, part 1, I think. Now, when I exit here, that is the end of part 1, and there will be a fairly lengthy cutscene now. We will see the end of the Fukkatsu Maru and Astrid's investigation. We'll see Astrid returning to Perseverance Mills, and we'll transition into part 2, which also has a cutscene. So now I'm going to be quiet for a little while, and we're going to see quite a few cutscenes. So bear with.
God. What happened here? It's worse than I ever imagined. I need to get back to town and warn everyone. We have to get out.
Oh, steady, girl. Catch your breath.
She looks cold. You give her a whiskey.
Let's try that again.
We have to get out. The Aurora, the lights in the sky, the missing people, the ship, they are all connected.
What's she saying? What ship?
She isn't making sense.
The cargo ship, the Fukkatsu Maru, stuck in the ice in the bay. The missing people, all called to the water, trying to drown themselves. The ship's crew and passengers, all dead. The Aurora singing to them. We have to get out. We need to find shelter somewhere inland, away from the water.
She wants us to leave town in the middle of this quarantine?
And with a murderer out there?
There's no murderer! Please, we need to go. It's not safe.
Maybe she's right.
She sounds crazy.
But go where? What is she talking about?
Drown themselves.
What ship?
Listen to me. If you want to live, Everything that is happening right now is somehow connected to the Aurora. I can't explain how, but I know we are not safe here.
Astrid! Are you okay?
Jane! We need to get out. We need to get Freya and get out.
But what about Freya's treatment? You said Mackenzie would get it here.
He will. I still believe it. But it might not be enough. It might be too late.
Let's go back to my house. We can talk about it there.
No! You don't understand the Aurora!
I'll make you something warm. Some soup, and we can check on Freya.
It's happening again!
What is?
It's just like in my research. I couldn't help them, most of them. I couldn't help them, just like the people on the ship.
Something's wrong with her.
No, I need... Mackenzie, why aren't you here?
I'll take her.
No, we have to get these people out.
Hey, look! Someone finally heard my distress call.
Well, well. Looks like we found the party. You leaving so soon? Doctor?
Another night out in the cold. What am I even doing out here?
That's always the question, isn't it?
What are you doing here?
I told you before. I'm here as a witness. And have you found what you're looking for?
No. I mean, part of it. But I'm still searching.
Yet you have come such a long way.
Yeah. I'm not sure I know what for.
It's in your nature. Not a hero, just someone...
stubborn enough to keep going.
Maybe that's all any of us can hope for. In the absence of a clear purpose. The drive to go on.
I have this case. I've been trying to find my wife. Ex-wife. To give it to her. She's a doctor, and she needs it for something. I know it's important, otherwise she wouldn't have come up here with it in the first place. I've gone through hell to get to this moment. And I still have the case. And I'm still looking for her. Why am I doing that?
That's a good question.
You're no help. The first time I met you, you said, this has all happened before. What did you mean by that?
Nature works in cycles. Things change, and living things adapt to the change, or they don't. The lights in the sky, they are a warning of things to come.
But what is coming? I still don't understand.
The time for people stubborn enough to keep going, even when the purpose or the outcome isn't clear. It's not about what's in the case. It's about how far you'll go and what you're willing to do, not knowing what's in the case. Not about the reason or the purpose, but about doing something, anything, because of what you believe.
What the hell does that mean?
Who are you talking to?
Nobody, Jace. Nobody at all. Go back to sleep. Can't you just tell me what's going on? Hey, sun's coming up. Gotta get moving.
You must have been freezing. I was just having the strangest dream.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was at the beach. It was summer. My mom and my sister were there. I was a kid, but my sister was grown up. You know, messed up dream logic shit. I was afraid to go in the water, but my mom and sister said, "It's okay, you'll be happy in there." So we all held hands and started to walk into the water. And I felt it come up over my feet, then my ankles, then my knees, then my thighs, higher and higher. I said to my mom, "Are you sure this is a good idea?" She just looked at me and smiled, didn't say anything. And then I felt scared. I looked back at the beach and all the people were gone except for a man. I couldn't see him clearly, he was all blurry. We were already too far into the water, but he was tall and I could see that he had a beard. And a big blue coat, kind of like your parka. And I remember thinking, he must be so hot wearing that parka at the beach. And he called out. He was yelling and waving his hands at us. But I couldn't hear what he was saying. It was like his mouth was yelling, but nothing was coming out. No sound. Screaming silence. And when I looked back at my mom and my sister, they were smiling and singing. But the singing wasn't voices. It was like music from heaven. But instead of making me feel safe, I felt afraid. I tried to pull my hands back to swim to shore, but I couldn't. They were holding too tight. I screamed, but my face was already in the water. My mouth was so full of water, I couldn't spit it out. It was like tar in my mouth. And the underwater was black. But instead of water, it was stars. And the ocean was space. And then I woke up.
Well, that's some dream.
Yeah. How about you? You sleep okay?
Yeah, sure. You okay to walk?
I feel like I've been hit by a truck or maybe a train, but I'll manage.
We'd better get going.
That was some quick thinking back in the dam, throwing us overboard into the sluiceway.
Seemed like the only good option at the time.
Think those assholes will come after us?
Mathis's gang? Hard to say. But we probably shouldn't stick around.
We need to get back to Atwood.
Any idea where we should be headed from here?
I'm not familiar with this area. My way to and from the observatory was by road.
Right. Do you remember any landmarks that might help?
All I know is we were high up in the mountains. I remember her complaining about some kind of logging operation at the base of the mountains, though. That could be around here somewhere, I guess.
Makes sense. Okay. Towards the mountains, then.
Keep up, Mackenzie.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so welcome to part 2. I had to linger a little bit there because I had to save it. So here is where I was sleeping. And this part is also quite lengthy. I think it maybe is even longer than part 1. And then it gets really short. So there's a lot to say about the cutscenes as it has happened. But for now, let's focus on the walkthrough and we can deal with that as we go along. So here we got, this is unusual that now you have actually an NPC that follows you around, which is very different than Long Dark, and this is something that they struggle to do. But Jace is basically your companion here, and she's mostly absent through all of it, except for in the mine. But anyway, let's trigger another cutscene up here.
You see anything? Not yet. Keep looking.
Shit! They found us.
Not yet. But they're closer than I'd like.
Oh, we shouldn't have slept so long.
After Black Rock and the river, we were half dead.
Now we're gonna be fully dead.
We can make a run for the logging camp you mentioned.
Make a last stand? You thinking?
I was more thinking maybe we lose them along the way.
I have an even better idea. We'll split up. You boost me up here, and I'll take another path. Make some noise. That'll confuse them for sure. With any luck, they'll get lost in the woods, and nobody ever hears from them again.
Sounds like a risky plan.
You have a better idea?
Nothing's coming to mind.
Just boost me. I'll lead them away. We'll regroup at the logging camp.
Okay, but be careful.
I have a bit of unfinished business with these clowns.
They aren't messing around, Jace.
Yeah, but neither am I.
Guys, you're gonna boost Jace up, which you do by doing this. And this whole sequence is weird.
Thanks, Mackenzie.
You be careful now.
Don't worry about me.
Okay, so she's gonna start making some noise.
Hey, convict assholes! Hey! Over here!
So I'm just gonna... They still haven't fixed the dialogue here, so you notice the dialogue sort of snaps between each line. It doesn't actually have any natural breaks, and they haven't fixed that yet. And this whole sequence is not talked about that much, but it is quite problematic, because Jace says she doesn't know this area, and yet she goes a different route that ends, from her perspective, God knows where. You know, you have no idea where she's going. And she also tries to get rid of the convicts, but it doesn't work. So this whole thing is a bit convoluted. I think the main thing here was to really just get rid of Jace, so she's as little involved as possible, because programming another NPC to be with you and interact with you is quite hard. And throughout most of the game, Jace is only with you as like a conversationalist. She doesn't really do much else, except for in cutscenes. But here, basically, there is a map soon, but not now. This is basically one long linear stretch. You do have matches, and that's pretty much it. And this can. But Will's part in part 2 is even less survival than Astrid. You want to pick up some stones though, because you might need them against wolves. There are a few wolves around here. You have a brief encounter with the convicts as well. The wolves can be avoided completely, but what you want to do is there's a torch that allows you to just scare them off, really. There's a very linear path where you just gotta get all the way to this logging camp that Jace is looking for. Looks like it's gonna start snowing. There's some food here, but again, you don't really have to worry about food. Not really. Or fire or anything, to be honest, because you're also going to be mostly indoors with some exceptions. You pick up some sticks though if you wanted to make a fire or something. But it's pretty linear. Let's actually grab this for tinder, just in case. I don't recall ever making any fires with Will like at all. But we can have the option, I guess. So Will has very little survival elements at all. His story is very linear. You're just getting through this path to get to the other side where we meet with Jace. And then there's a mine sequence, which is also very linear, and then a lot of dialogue. Here's Jace again.
Hey there.
Thank goodness. You had me worried.
I set a couple of false trails. That ought to keep them busy for a while. Those idiots are not exactly experts at the great outdoors.
I don't like this.
You see any signs of the logging camp yet?
Nothing.
What's that over there?
Huh?
Looks like something in the snow.
I'll check it out.
Good. Keep going. I feel like we're getting closer.
Be careful.
You too.
What's it over there, huh? What? Where? Something in the snow. What? Check it out. I don't even know what she's talking about. Maybe she meant this. Because there's this too. And again, with Will, you don't another torch, coffee, sure, well, we'll take it.
Why do I get the feeling I'm going to be needing these soon?
Knife, flare, socks, hat, all good stuff. So now we have fire material, and we can light a fire to warm up, but you don't really need it, because this is basically one massive linear sequence. You will encounter some wolves eventually, and you can't really make a mistake here where to go. It's completely linear. There's one area where you have more than one choice where to go, but you'll still end up the same place pretty much. So it's very easy to navigate this. And then you have a river crossing scene, which is more like a puzzle. And then there's a mine, which is also very linear, but puzzle linear. You can't really make a mistake there either. You just got to get through it. Then there's a ton of dialogue, and then there is a sort of survival sequence, but they inject all these sort of healing items that makes it more like an action sequence. So this part has very little survival elements to it, and it's very, very linear with very little room for like optional navigation. But now all you need to do is basically this. Damn. So here is a wolf.
Will I ever be rid of you?
And you can't scare this wolf off. You can just use a stone because he's feeding. Now what the game wants you to do, I think, is to go over and here, right? Because there's a path here. Just go this way. But this doesn't really work that well because it leads you to the other side there where there's also wolves. I think that's what the game wants you to go over here. Okay. But the problem is when you go over here and come out on the other side, there is a wolf here too. See? So much for that. So either way, you kind of have to do this anyway, which is to light a torch. Now you can just run towards the wolf like this. Or walk rather. Because you don't have any afflictions. As long as you're not bleeding, or have a sprain, or are exhausted, or are bleeding, you can just walk towards the wolf with a torch and they will run away. There's not going to be many wolf encounters though. After this it's mostly puzzles and conversation. And then you have one large area with wolves coming later, but they are kind of like special wolves. But we'll get to that later. For now, just keep going. If you're in doubt when you get to wolves, just light a torch and that's it. Here there's like a dilapidated building, but you don't really need to go there, but you can if you like. There's just a little bit of stuff there. You know, they take into account that some people, when they play these episodes, they are very, very careful. So they'll, you know, light a fire straight away, start cooking stuff, start harvesting the wolves and so on. Now, there is a Prybar here though, which you can take to open lockers, as well as sardines, and a cooking pot for more cooking. So it's also this wood, but this wood is so heavy. You don't really need any of this stuff, but if you want to be more comfortable, you want to make fires, you want to cook. A lot of people don't like losing health, like at all. Like once they get cold, make a fire, mitigate as much damage as possible. I'm not like that, especially in story, because I know the health resets. So I just kind of like push through it. There will be a point about halfway through this part 2, where Will has to sleep, and then he'll wake up fully rested and healed and all that stuff. Here there's a couple of passages, but again it's like you can't really take the wrong turn. It is to the left there. If you take to the right, all that really changes is that you go into this cave here, where there's more food, including painkillers and that sort of stuff. Another hat, which is probably it's worse. More food. So yeah, there are some minor alternative routes that lead to loot, but if you miss them, it wouldn't really change anything. Like the stuff I have found doesn't really impact gameplay at all. I'm just going to head out now. I'm not going to go to the other passages around here, but if you want to do that, you can, to see if there's more loot. But you don't need to. The only thing you kind of have to have is a torch for the wolves, but you don't have to have it. You can manage without a torch, but it's much easier with the torch. Okay, now there's going to be another cutscene.
I'm telling you, that was her voice.
The girl from the prison. The one that messed up all the systems.
I didn't think it was possible. The way they ended up in the river.
I told you they were still alive.
Bullshit. You thought Mathis was crazy when he sent us after them.
I mean, Mathis is crazy.
What the hell are we even doing out here?
You want to push back on Mathis?
No. No way.
We need this. After the fuck up in Blackrock, Mathis is on the warpath. We need a win. Otherwise, we'll end up like the others. Let's find these two and get back to the group.
Mathis just said bring the pilot. He doesn't care about the girl.
Yeah, but she and I have some unfinished business.
Alright. Now, so far, Jace didn't do a very good job of losing them, so they're right on us. I'm not sure what this unfinished business is with Jace, but I assume it has to do with people dying with the explosions in part 4. Don't go down there. Okay, so again, just follow the path. There will be one section up ahead that is slightly open, but it doesn't really matter. I'll explain when I get there. Nearly all of these climb ones you can just jump down. It's not tall enough for you to take damage. And if you keep going, you'll eventually get to this logging camp that Jace is talking about. I think here is the open section. It's a bit further maybe. You don't have a map, but when you get to the logging camp you will get a map. If you want more torches, just make a fire and pull some torches from it. So we can run a little bit. They're quite lengthy, these sequences here. As you can see, it's quite long. Okay. You can hear the wolves around. The wolves respond to each other, so if you're wondering how many wolves there are, if one howls, another one will often answer.
Not this again.
Okay, so here's the wolves. One is buggy on the stone. And here you have different paths, and there is some loot to be found there, but it doesn't really matter. You just want to head out of there. So you can just keep going, and the easiest route is to the right here. And again, because we don't have any afflictions, as long as you have a torch going, you can just walk towards this wolf. And it's easy. The torch is that powerful, but it doesn't work if you have a sprain, if the wolf is already too close, if you're bleeding or anything like that. What you want to get to is that rope over there. And that's it. That was the whole challenge in that area. If you walk around and try and check the other areas for loot and that sort of thing, you can. And that will require getting rid of some more wolves, but it's not really any point to it. And as you'll see, like, the loot you get with Will especially is pretty much irrelevant. The reason being, here's a logging camp, by the way, right here. The reason being that when you get to the Suzuki radio telescope, you get a ton of loot there for the one sort of survival-esque mission that requires some gear. They just give it to you. So everything you have up until that point doesn't really matter. There's a logging camp that Jace was talking about. So here you're pretty safe. There's nothing really here except for some mushrooms and stuff. Jace isn't here, but she will come when you exit the trailer. So there's 2 trailers, and there is a map in here that you basically need to pick up in order to advance. There's a fire barrel if you want to get warm as well. Notice, by the way, that there's no hatchet on this railing. I'll come back to that. Going this door, you can rest if you need to. It doesn't really impact anything. You can loot all this stuff if you needed to as well, but again, you don't really need any of this. If you really want, you can check out like the first aid kits for, you know,
that'll come in handy.
Stim can come in handy. There's also this, the fisherman's sweater, which is very, very warm. It does mean getting rid of Will's stuff. but it doesn't matter, he'll get it back later. Notice this Parker. If you get rid of this Parker, he will get it back later. And then in here, Foreman's office is where the map of the region is, which you need to advance the story. It doesn't tell you to do this, it just tells you...
Right, a map. Maybe now we can find a way out of here.
Yeah. It's just find a way, explore logging camp, so it says. And there's another first aid kit in here.
Hope nobody needs this anymore.
And then because you have a Prybar, you can open these. These are already open anyway, but if they were locked, you could open it with the Prybar. Coffee is always handy to have. I'm not going to loot anything else. Okay, you get the stress pistol, which has 2 shells, which you won't need, but Chase will. And then you pick up this map, and that triggers the next part. And you can see it's a hand-drawn map. You're at the XR, then there's the river, and then there's a little walk to this cave. Oh, mine. Notice that it's not far at all, which is something we'll come back to. There's a text here, but it doesn't really matter. Okay, and then when you come out now, Jace will be there.
You made it.
Yep. Pretty sure I got those idiots turned around for good.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough to find this camp in the fog.
What happened to you? You look like hell. Are those teeth marks?
I met some old friends along the way.
What do you have against wolves anyway?
I think the better question is, what do they have against me? Good news. Looks like we're heading in the right direction.
Right. Great. A mine.
Trust me, they aren't my favorite either.
I remember Atwood telling me a couple of hikers went missing there last year. Search and rescue got in there but had to give up. Too unstable.
And let me guess, we need to pass through it.
Well, no, not if we can find another way up and over that mountain.
Unstable mine it is then.
Except, I don't know if I can do it.
We'll go slowly. I'll help you.
No, you don't understand. I don't go underground. Mines scare the shit out of me. I'm claustrophobic.
Okay then. There's gotta be another way.
Well, I guess we could find a way around the mountains.
But that would take days. Maybe weeks. I'm not sure we have that kind of time, Jace.
Yeah. I'm worried about Atwood. She's been on her own for too long.
Let's get closer to the mine and see what we can figure out.
Yeah, I mean, it might be one of those mines that isn't completely dark.
Our luck has to change at some point.
Damn wall! Looks like tracks leading this way. I see boot prints. Finally! Mathis will be pleased.
Shit! What was it you were saying about our luck changing? Time for the last stand, I guess.
We gotta move. But where?
Hear that?
The sounds of convicts getting closer?
No, the other sound, like rushing water.
Maybe the river switches back.
Let's go.
Okay. Now we continue. I don't think there's a time limit. I think you can just do what you want. Like, these comics aren't nearby. The characters knew this river because it's on the map you picked up. Now you get a map of the whole thing, by the way. You basically spawned over here, I think it is. And then you zigzag. See how the hatchet magically spawned? Wasn't there before? Yeah. A few other things that don't really make sense there. And now we're getting to this infamous river crossing scene here, where a lot of people don't like this. So before we head into it, I'm just going to point out, just for the benefit of the developer, that these things are made for narrative choices, even though the execution is kind of clumsy. The reason it's in here like this is to tell something about the characters. That's what the purpose is. Okay, with that said, let's do this.
It looks like a terrible idea. I was trying to come up with something good to say, but it looks like a terrible idea.
How are you with heights?
A bit better than I am with fast-moving water, I guess.
I'll see if I can find a way across. Wait here and keep an eye out for Mathis's goons.
Will do.
And take this. Hopefully you don't need to use it.
Be careful out there, Mackenzie.
Alright, so we need to get across, and you can already see exactly what you're supposed to do. You can see the solution right here, right? So you just kind of look once and you can see, right. Okay, so we're going to do that. And then we will be trying to get Jace across as well. And again, see, we're cold, or really cold, but it doesn't matter because we're going to be entering the mine soon, which will be indoors. And after that, it's dialogue and stuff, so it's fine. Up there we go. Again, there's not really any alternative path, it's just this one, so you can't really mess this up. And if you do get stuck, just look around and you'll get there. And then we're going up there and around, climb again. And now you can actually jump onto this thing, which allows you to get Jace. But they do it a bit silly, you'll see. So now you can do this. And my immediate reaction playing this first time was, okay, let's go backwards. Let's go get Jace. But the game won't let you. You have to go forward. And it does a sort of like pumping motion instead of giving it like a circular moment. Like it can't crank it continuously, it has to do it in these sort of breaks. But anyway, what this achieves is to get the other car to Jace. And again, the reason this is happening like this is not for any sort of logical reason. It's in order for Will to show off a character trait that is willing to help other people. That's what this is. So now he is across, and the other car is across with Jace.
Jace, get in the cable car.
So he gets in, and now we crank to get the Jace across too. She has a crank too, but she opts to not use it. What can we say? Come on, Will. And then there'll be a cutscene now when they meet halfway.
Okay, halfway.
That was some fancy footwork getting across, Mackenzie. You impressed me.
Don't ask me how I'm getting...
Hey! Why will those assholes leave us alone?
I don't get the sense that Mathis is a turn-the-other-cheek kind of guy.
Think they decided to just kill us?
I'm starting to get that idea.
What are we gonna do?
We don't have a choice. I have to get you to the other side.
But the convicts, you're heading straight at them.
I'll figure something out.
So now you have to go straight to the convicts, who are the worst shooters in history. They can't hit anything. But I think they are aiming at Jace. And now there'll be another cutscene, which is a bit janky, but the idea is to, well, you'll see.
Is he coming to us?
Yes, he is. So you figured that out this now? Okay, here we go.
Well, well. If it isn't the pilot.
Well, hello again, guys. You're a long way from the burning prison where I left you.
Mathis is gonna be very happy to see you again, asshole. Yeah. Happy to split your skull open, he means.
I can't say the feeling's mutual.
Get out, and let's get going. What about the girl? I told you, Mathis doesn't care about her. She's not the one he's looking for.
Look, guys!
Shut the fuck up, man! Let's get going!
But... Ow! Damn you!
Don't be a hero, pilot, or we shoot the lady on the other side.
Okay, guys. You got me.
Holy shit! Get down!
Sorry, you gotta get another cutscene here. And now this is the play out.
No!
That guy survives that, by the way.
Mackenzie? Mackenzie! Wake up! Wake up, man! Mackenzie! Don't leave me here, alone.
What happened?
You've been shot.
I don't think so. I knew there was a reason I've been carrying this damn thing. Think we should get out of here?
Yeah. Looks like we're going through that mine after all. I just need to catch my breath.
Good idea. Wait here. I'm gonna look around.
Okay, so that was the infamous river crossing scene. And she's as stunned as you are. Yeah, so now it says reach the mine, which is like right there, you know. And it doesn't actually show how to get there, which always feels a bit weird, because on the map, like, here's the river crossing, so we're there. And it took them hours to get here. So I'm not sure why they wouldn't just let us just walk here. But anyway, this whole sequence really from spawn with Will and Jace until here is very odd. I get it's trying to be like an escape thing and also tell something about Will's character, but the way it's structured is kind of strange. That you they don't utilize the river crossing really well. They say things that doesn't really make sense. It's very odd, the whole thing. But from here on, it's better. Like the mine sequence, a lot of people don't like the mines. I think it's pretty good. It reminds me of Half-Life, for example.
There's the entrance.
So now you just gotta destroy these, and then there's a mine sequence where you have to do lights. I'll explain. As you can see, I'm still not warming up because I don't really feel the need to. Will is strong. You can do Will. There we are. Good enough. You don't have to do this to be. No. So there we go. Well, I guess tell Jace we're going inside. Or we just went inside. Yeah, there we go.
I found a way in. I know. You don't like mines.
I don't think you understand. This goes beyond not liking something. I'm terrified of them. Maybe I should stay here, and you can go on and find Atwood on your own.
I'll scout ahead. Find some light for us. And then I'll guide the way. I won't leave you alone in there. We can do this. Together.
Ugh, I feel like I'm gonna be sick.
Alright. Now we're in the mine.
I'm sorry, but the only way I'm continuing deeper into this mine is if you find a way to light it up better than this.
I'm sure there's a way to get the old light system working. Just give me a minute to figure it out.
Alright, so now we are in the mine, and the whole thing here is to just make light so that the Jace can see. As you can see, warming up. 7 degrees is fine. The fairies was setting in, but it doesn't matter because you're going to be warm throughout the mine for the most part. And when you get to the other side, you have a lengthy dialogue and stuff at Suzuki, and then you sleep. So it resets. Anyway, these are the things that trigger the lamps. The gas-powered lamp.
Thank God. Nice work, Mackenzie.
Jace will not advance unless you do this first. But then here there's gas thing. So you need to turn that off.
What the heck? Is that poison gas?
Yes. It is. And now to get past that, you have to turn off the gas. Now this is one of those few items you kind of need, which is the crank lamp. This can be cranked to recharge the battery. And this will allow you to have a renewable light source, basically. You're going to see me do this a lot. It's a bit of a bore, but it is what it is. And there is loot around here and there, including some fake loot, I guess you could call it.
This will come in handy.
But it's mostly you don't need any of this. Anyway, we have to go and find a way to turn off this gas. So we're going to go into the darkness. And it's basically just this. The game shows you what to do right away. Right, so you interact with this. Same thing as in episode 4. And that disappears the gas, and you can see you can actually continue if you want, and there'll be a few places like that around where you can go and explore, but for the most part you don't need to do it. It is, generally speaking, linear. You can recharge this while the light is on if you want to. And when you let go, it takes a second before Will finishes swerving. Right. Every time you're in an elevator, every time you're in an elevator, there'll be a dialogue between Will and Jace. Up we go.
So, you and Atwood. What brings you out here?
I'm studying under Dr. Atwood. She's a genius.
But why way out here?
Radio telescopes are usually built in remote locations to avoid interference. Honestly, the more remote, the better.
Not when you have to walk to get there, though, right?
Right.
Yeah. Telescopes are always remote, usually. They bring this up later as well. Okay, here we are. Now it's the same thing, we gotta get light for Jace. We got one of these gas lamps, turned on. But only goes so far.
Darkness, poison gas. I'm starting to feel like we're not meant to be here.
If you want, you can use a torch or a flare instead, it doesn't really matter. Now it's the same thing, we gotta disable the gas, so we have to go here. Now warming up, so fine. And again, there's little loot here and there, but you don't really need it. If you want, you can use a flare or a torch instead, and it's fine. And here we have our famous bait. This looks fantastic, but this is a trap. You cannot loot this. Ooh, stuff. Yeah. Cheeky.
That was a little too close. It's lucky Jace couldn't see that.
Right. So then you just keep going.
How's it looking over there, Mackenzie?
This place is confusing as hell. But I think we're getting somewhere.
Yeah, it's linear again. There's gas there. Here you find the respirator.
Come in handy.
And a flare as well. And you can go in here as well, seeing as you're here, to get another one of these canisters. And a Mackinac jacket, which is probably better. Yeah, there we are. Now, here's the thing. Okay. The way you're supposed to do this is to equip your mask, which is... I can never figure out where that is in survival mode. Medicine, yeah. And then you're going to go through it. And see, now you have this sort of breathing apparatus thing, right? And you can, if you run out of oxygen, you can just replace the capsule, which the Will does by himself. But actually, you can actually get through this without the respirator, and you can always put it back on when you're running low. So if you want, you can just run a little bit here, because there's not really anything to do here. And just run. So you get to the other side. You got a whole minute of this until you find this, and just turn that. And now the gas went away, see? So you don't need the respirator. In fact, I had 45 seconds to spare there, which is pretty crazy. But if you don't want to do that, just use the respirator. The respirator will keep you safe from the toxic gas, and you can walk through it. And if you run out of filters, or if the filter runs out, then we'll replace it with a new one until you run out of filters, and then you still have like a minute. So it's very hard to die from this gas. They learned from it because in episode 4 you didn't have this respirator, so you had to basically run through the gas. Unlike here, they added that in Sonic Contamination, the respirator, in the Tales of the Far Territory DLC, so it's being used here too. But as I said, you don't need it. Now you can keep going. It's this way. This is quite a lengthy detour, but you get out here on the other side. And here, I would recommend right here to save it. Just call this Jace mine. Because here it can bug. What happens is that I think it's an interaction. They supposedly have fixed it, but you never know. Jace won't advance until you turn the light back on. So you've disabled the gas now, but it's too dark for her. But sometimes what happens is that she will start moving before, or like there's been an animation clash with turning on the lights and everything cover or whatever it is. Like I never really understood exactly what this was.
I felt it too, Jace. Not if I can help.
And it's causing her to bug out. It's a note, but we're not going to read it, but I'll leave it open in case you want to pause it. And here is a more respirators if you need that. Can I open it? I mean, sure, take it in. And here is the lamp, so now Jace can advance.
Now I can actually see.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
There she is. It does happen, but she bugs out here, which is why I recommend saving it. If she bugs out, the whole thing just crashes.
The light stops here, so I guess I do too.
Does it? And I guess it's this thing. Yeah, so I think if you trigger these lights to work before she gets that spot, then she bugs out. Something like that. And she comes. If you don't get Jace, if you suddenly lose Jace, she disappears, then it's because she bugged out. If that happens, load the save and try again.
Looks like there used to be a ladder here. If you boost me, I can check it out. See if it's a way forward.
Worth a try.
Let's do it. Up you get. on, Jace. Alright. That part took me so long the first time because she bugged out for me and I could not figure out what had happened. And now there's another lift, so...
Is that the next elevator?
More dialogue.
Oh, thank God. So, the hard case. What's that all about?
It belongs to my wife. Ex-wife.
Must be something important inside.
Yep. Must be.
You mean you don't know what's inside?
Nope.
And you're risking your life to bring it back to her?
Yep.
Mackenzie,
Yes, Jace?
you're kind of a strange guy.
Right.
Right. There we are. There's one more elevator. Yeah, we could just sort of think of it. We could use a flare instead.
Ah, lights. Thank God.
These lights. Tell me where that's from. So here we have to get through these gates, but they are locked, so we need bolt cutters.
Doesn't look like there's another way around. We need to cross this chasm.
Not entirely true, because that's the gate right
Think
there.
if we push this down, it would make a kind of bridge?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen?
I mean, yeah, but wouldn't you want to investigate the door first? Standing right under it? Like he didn't get crushed.
That worked.
Okay, so now you go across, and then I think you come out on this side. I can't remember exactly the sequence here, but you have to get the bolt cutters really. So it does say, like, Jace hasn't noticed this, but it does say elevated this way. Of course, it's gas as well, so you need to go this way, but there's gas and you need bolt cutters. So you, the player, knows that what you need to do is turn off the gas and get bolt cutters. That's what needs to be done there, but they don't tell you that. But, you know, she's basically telling you to go this way. To save cranking that thing, why don't we use a flare?
You leaving me here?
Let me scout ahead. I'll find a way for us to get out of here.
Suits me. I'd rather wait here by the light anyway.
Yeah. That's basically it. So we're gonna go now across these tracks. I think the light gives a little bit more light than the flare, if that makes sense. Again, this is pretty linear. You can't really take a wrong turn here, except you can walk down here and die, of course. We just follow the path. There's no wrong turn here at all. There's some optional loot. There always is.
Drink.
But there's nothing really else to it. Up we go. It's pretty linear. And there's some canisters, matches if you want. And just keep going. The player really should give one light on this, to be honest. More coffee. Let's give Will a little drink. He doesn't actually have any anything to drink because I didn't pick up that other drink. But he'll be fine. You can actually give him a coffee cup though. Will loves coffee. And actually there is water right here. How about that? And if you go into a dead end like that one, it doesn't matter. You'll just be sent back out. So if you do take the wrong turn, like, oh, which way is it? You'll end up at the right place again. Hey. Boots, which are probably marginally better. Marginally. Here is a handle, so you do need that. So just to reiterate, in case you did find it confusing. So it's a very linear, but when you do get to this crossroads, you need to take a right and pick up this handle here. If you don't do that, of course, you can just backtrack and you will end up here anyway. It doesn't really matter, but it is the way to do it. And the handle itself is where Jace is, or close to it rather. And now you can see the light, so you know you're heading back the right way. And here is the actual thing. Jace is cowering again.
Shaking and dust and shit is not giving me confidence about this place.
In my experience, this is just what mines do.
Just what mines do? What the heck does that mean?
Deep breaths, Jace.
I'll also take this. You're welcome. Then you attach the handle and you turn this. We shall turn off the gas, but still have the door.
Well, at least the ventilation system is still working in this place. Somehow.
Yeah, and then you just go down here. Don't walk in front of Jace because she can block you in and you can be locked out by accident. I think they've patched that though.
I don't suppose you have bolt cutters by any chance?
Nope, but I know where to find some. This is also one of cases where some people didn't understand what to do, but there's really only one option if you look around. Let's get our crank lantern out. As you see, we just went there. There's only really one other place to go, which is there. So we have to go here. We came from that area. So we're going to go ahead to get the bolt cutters. And of course, there's going to be bolt cutters, because there has to be, or the story is stuck. And you can see here on the right, when you come out here, little passage, that is, of course, where you come out at the end. Very Skyrim-y. You know, in Skyrim, they have a bunch of these, like, caves and dungeons and stuff. And there's always a ledge or something that you can't reach. And that's always where you come out. So the dungeons are like a circle. So when you finish and kill the last boss or whatever you do, you don't have to go all the way back. You can just hop off a ledge to get back to the entrance. So they do the same thing here. And fully warm, as you can see. Sure, we'll pick this up. We don't need it. In fact, it'll be fun to do a challenge during episode 5 without picking up anything and to see if you can survive. Which I think you can, although the wolves later with the shotgun would be a little tricky. Yeah, here you just gotta follow the path again till you get to the end. It's the same thing. You can't really make mistakes because it's pretty linear, and there's rare occasions where it does detract like this. You can just go and explore if you want to, right? So here's more canisters, another torch, and here you have actually some locked ones. So here, if you did pick up the Prybar, you can open these, which is nice, and there's nothing inside. So much for that, you know. But if you didn't, more coffee for Will, if you didn't pick up the Prybar in that dilapidated building, you wouldn't be able to open them, so you'd miss out on nothing. But I think there might be random loot, like there are some things that have just random loot in it. Not all loot is like predetermined in story mode. And here we have the bolt cutters. Pick those up.
I could use this.
Ashes and a flare. Windbreaker. I don't think we need the windbreaker. Yeah. And then you gotta go through here. And again, there's gas. But again, I don't think you actually need the gas mask. But if in doubt, you can put it on. Just a little tip, the timer that starts it, that does not reset with the mask. So if you put the mask on now, and there's 60 seconds left, if you take the mask off, the respirator that is, it will still be 60 seconds. It doesn't reset to the full amount. So if you put it on when it's like 10 seconds left and you run out, and it takes the mask off, you'll still have 10 seconds left. Just so you know. Right. But as you can see, you can literally just walk through it. You don't need the respirator at all. There's a huge margin there. So yeah, it's pretty easy. You can just ditch the whole respirator. It doesn't really do anything, but it is there for safety. In episode 4, you didn't have the respirator, so people did die from the gas because they didn't time it right, or they did it wrong with the handle, or they stressed too much. So to avoid player stress, they give you this option. Oops. It's just that we don't need. And now we can open this door. Hey, Jace. There we go.
The sooner you find a way to light the next passageway, the sooner we can get the hell out of this damn place.
Then it's the same thing.
See what I can find.
You can just run a bit. It's the same thing. You just got to turn on the gas lantern thingy right at the end here. And then Jace should start coming. There we are. Then there's one more level and then we're done.
I never thought I'd be so excited to see a bit of light.
Hey Jace. So last elevator, well actually it might be 2 elevators, but last level is up ahead. And that one is also like going off track, doing this and that, and then we're done. It's a huge mine sequence, this thing.
Elevator time, Jace.
Right behind you.
Elevator time, lift me up. Let's go. Dialogue time.
So, your research. What's it about?
You know much about astrophysics?
Not really.
We're scanning for signals. Gathering data.
What for?
I think it's better if Dr. Atwood explains it.
Sounds mysterious.
You could say that.
Yeah, their research isn't very good, sorry to say. As a scientist myself, if I haven't mentioned that already. Okay, so turn this on for Jace.
Lights! Great! Now we can really see how dark this place is.
Yeah. And now so the last puzzle. Get this
We
lowered.
might be pushing our luck, but I wonder if we can get that crane running again.
I mean, not without power.
I bet it has a manual setting. See if you can find a way to unlock the system. Could be our way across to the other side.
Right. I'll see what I can find.
You're probably looking for some kind of key.
Sure. There's always a key. It's
So-
just never anywhere close to where you need it.
There's always a key, Jace. Ooh, shadows. What am I doing? Okay, so now it's the same thing. I do appreciate this little joke. There's always a key, and yeah, there is always a key. There's always something to find that unlocks. What should I call it?
Whoa. Relax. The bridge can only break once.
This is me. Relaxed.
So there we are. So as you can see, we need a crank basically.
Still looking.
It goes in that. And it's not too hard. You basically got to follow the tracks, and that's it. And then you'll find the key. And there it is. Crane key. Alright, now you head back. Again, everything else you loot is optional. We're going to leave it. If anything, it'll be like stims can come in handy later. That's pretty much it. Then you're going to put this crank in here. And go full Jason Statham on this and crank it up. And and he's doing this. He's lowering it. He's doing this, by the way. You don't have to do this. And here's for Jace. Now get across. I think one level higher would have been better.
Great work, Mackenzie. Now get back over here so we can leave, okay?
Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna work out just fine. Now you gotta go to Jace, and obviously you can't go where you just were, so instead you go something like here. But because that's broken, you can't jump in this game, so you gotta go down instead. And you gotta go along this like cliff until you basically get to the other side.
Yep. Keep talking. Hearing your voice is helping me orient myself in this confusing place.
To be fair, it does help to give a sense of where you are relative to her. Zoom, 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 zoom. When I played this the first time, I got a lot of views on the first few parts of this episode. And there were some comments from people saying they have worked in places like oil rigs and whatnot where they do have these sort of things. And the battery does not last at all.
The second we can, Jace. Believe me, I don't much like this place either.
Boom. And there we are. Hello. And onwards we go. You're on, JC.
Surrounded by snow. Nothing to drink.
What snow? Are you suffering from void sickness? Yeah, have an orange soda. Tell you what. Have a Stacy's grape soda. Named after the Stacy Plays. Streamer who brought a lot of attention in the early days of this game. Now, where is Sax Snacks? Okay. This is the last elevator before we get to the top.
It's your favorite time.
Elevator time. Let's get out of here.
Let's go. Last elevator dialogue as well. Coming up.
Before, when you asked about my research with Dr. Atwood.
Yeah?
I'm not trying to be evasive. It's just...
It's okay, Jace. We're not all cut out to be astrophysicists.
It's not that I don't think you can understand it.
Sure.
It's more that the research is a little... It's a little fringe.
Fringe?
Let's just say it's not exactly going to get written up in the regular scientific journals.
You have no idea what Dr. Atwood's doing up here, do you?
I mean, mostly.
Mostly?
Yeah. Mostly.
Yeah, but you should know what you are doing because you're a PhD student. There's no way you'll finish your PhD if you don't know what you're doing. And that it's not going to be written in regular scientific journals. It doesn't speak well to the standards employed, which is a whole other thing.
It's only the dark. Nothing to be scared of. Wait,
Yeah.
what was that?
Well, no one is scared of. No one's scared of the dark. People are just scared of what's in the dark. Last lamp. Good luck next people who come in here, because it's going to burn all the gas out, because no one's going to come back and turn this off.
Is this the way out?
You seem excited to leave.
Stop fooling around. I need to feel fresh air on my face.
Just gotta get past this massive door.
I wonder if this is the right way.
Here, help me. Turn the other handle.
Let's go. Good thing you too. You gotta click it like a wolf struggle. Now hold it. There we go. We're free.
Can we get the hell out of this place now, please?
Right behind you.
I think I can smell fresh air.
He said right behind you, so let's stick to that. Of course.
Well. The good news is, nobody's gonna be coming after us through that.
Yeah. Very high up.
There it is. Home sweet home.
Feels more like the ends of the earth up here.
We're above the tree line. The weather is unforgiving. But there's a peacefulness. Being this close to the ceiling of the world.
Not words I'd have expected from a girl who grew up in the big city.
How do you know she grew up in the big city?
Being up here does something to you. It makes everything seem less Somehow.
I think I understand what you mean.
I hope we're not too late.
All right. Mine is back here. So here we are at the Suzuki radio telescope. And it is possible, if you want, to loot all this stuff here and some other places. We're not going to do that right now, though. We're just going to go and trigger this. So now we're going to meet Dr. Atwood, and there'll be a lengthy dialogue scene here, but you have to actually walk with them. You can't just skip it, but then there will be one that is skippable. Anyway, so let's meet Dr. Atwood.
Maybe nobody's home.
This place is huge. We could bang this door for hours and she might not hear it.
The sun's gone and the temperature is dropping. I'm afraid.
Wait. I think I hear something. Dr. Atwood? It's me, Jace.
Hello, dear. I'm very glad to see you again. Relieved, even. And who is this?
This is Mackenzie. He helped me find my way back to you.
You know how I feel about strangers.
I know, but I have a feeling he can help us.
You kids had better come inside then.
So there we are. Now they're going to have a dialogue and you just have to walk along with it.
I ran into some trouble on my way back. You know the old penitentiary?
Oh, goodness. You didn't end up there, did you?
Yeah. And things got messy. But Mackenzie helped me out of it.
You met this man at the penitentiary?
I wouldn't have made it out alive without him.
Well, it sounds like you've had some adventures. I've also been busy with our research.
Yeah? Any breakthroughs while I was gone?
Well, unfortunately, no. The whole facility seems to be in a kind of maintenance mode.
Did you manage to pull our data from the scope before the power died?
Unfortunately not. That's what I need to talk to you about. But first, there's something I need to show you in my study.
Might recognize some of this from Tales. You played survival mode. Some of these things appear in the Rudiger's bunkers, so suggesting they're kind of researching the same thing. Now we're going to enter the control room, and here there's an actual cutscene where we finally, all the way from episode 2, can deliver the message of Wintermute to Atwood. So let's go.
It's nice and warm in your lab. How'd you manage that?
It seems that the plant's geothermal backup is still working, but this seems to be the only room at the facility getting any heat. I've started sleeping in here, which is convenient for my research.
Any way we can use the backup to power the rest of the facility?
Unfortunately, no. At least, not without several time-consuming excursions to the substations providing power to the lab.
But what about our research? Were you able to pull the data down from our last series of scans?
Also negative. I was able to extract a small amount of data before the massive power surge fried a lot of our equipment. It's possible there might still be some remnants in the memory buffers, but we won't know until the power is back online.
Damn it! That's years of postdoctoral work down the tube.
I will say, The small amount of data I was able to pull just before everything shut down was concerning.
Enough to confirm your theories?
Theories?
I hesitate to say more without access to more data. What I saw could easily have been a glitch. Maybe.
Maybe. I know that look in your eye, Dr. Atwood. You found something, didn't you?
I shouldn't say more until we can get the data. And now that you're back, we can put our heads together and maybe find a solution. That said, it might be best to remember our security protocols.
If you're referring to Mackenzie, he can be trusted.
If my suspicions are correct, I'm not sure we can take that risk.
Look, I'm not here about your research.
Then why are you here?
I was sent here to find you.
Sent here by whom?
An old trapper living in a cabin somewhere near a place called Mystery Lake.
Trapper? I don't know anyone out that way.
Guy by the name of Jeremiah. Grumpy guy, but he didn't strike me as the frivolous type. It was important to him that I find you.
Well, what was the message?
It's a bit strange. He said to tell you, Wintermute.
Wintermute?
That's what he said.
Jeremiah and Wintermute. I haven't heard those names in a long, long time.
Are you okay, Dr. Atwood? What's this all about?
It can't be.
Dr. Atwood.
What does it mean?
It means things are much, much worse than I feared.
Are you going to explain any of this?
I need to think. Please leave me now. I need quiet to think.
Well, okay. Come on, Mackenzie.
Okay, we got the achievement, which is to deliver the message. That's a story-related achievement. Can't really avoid it.
When she gets like this, it might be days before she comes out of it. We may as well try to get some rest.
I won't lie. It's been a while since I had a proper sleep.
I hear you. My room's in the workers' quarters out this way. There's plenty of empty bunk rooms. Take your pick.
I will do that.
And a kitchen with food, if you're hungry.
Thanks. I'll check it out.
Thanks for your help today, Mackenzie.
Not a problem.
No, I mean it. I never would have made it through that mine without you.
Or the prison. Or the logging camp. Or...
Good night, Mackenzie.
Night, Jace.
Okay. Jace lives in there. We're gonna go somewhere else. Notice that now it's nighttime, and notice our health. See, it's changed to basically Will being full with food, full everything, except he's tired. So that's what I mean with like what you find doesn't.
I just need to close my eyes.
What you find with loot and stuff doesn't really matter. Even if you have hypothermia, like it all resets because it's very linear. Now you can just go straight and go to your room, but there is a kitchen here that has food. And just so you know, in case you were thinking like, oh, I need more food, you haven't picked up enough stuff. I mean, I have barely picked up anything and I have this much. In case you thought you didn't have enough, well, what is this? So this pantry has an absolute ton of food.
I haven't seen that much food in, well, feels like years.
Yeah. So you can take some of this if you want to. You don't need to though. You don't really need anything. Yeah, you even got salt and stuff here. Yeah, you don't need any of this. If you want to have something, just to have something, I would pick something like a maple syrup, maybe crackers, something like that. This mug is hopefully going to be added to the merch store. That will be good. You also got MREs right here. That's a
still eat this.
good, you know, all thing. We don't have much water, so we could just for the fun of it grab a couple of waters. We don't need any of this, but Storm Lantern is just left here. And now we go to the barracks, and this will trigger another cutscene. And this one is a dream sequence, and this sequence is actually really important to understanding the meaning behind episode 5 and why the story is what it is. But that's only if you're interested in that sort of stuff, though. It's heavily symbolic. But anyway, let's just let it play out.
It's getting worse. We have to do something. You said you'd help. You said you had something that could help her. Astrid, it's getting worse. You have to do something. You understand that better than anyone.
Yes, I do.
Find a way and get up here as soon as you can.
I will. As soon as I can figure out how to... I'll find a way to get it to you.
Have you asked Will?
No. It's been years since we... I haven't asked him yet.
We don't have time for this, Astrid. You need to do this, and soon.
I will. I'll fix it. I promise I will get there.
I'm afraid it's happening again, Astrid. I'm afraid we'll lose her this time.
That's not gonna happen.
Hurry, Astrid.
Huh?
Well, don't worry, pilot. You'll be with her soon.
Wake up, Mackenzie.
Wake up, Mackenzie.
Wake up, Mackenzie. Good. You're awake. Atwood wants us to meet her in the control room. I think she was up all night.
I have to get the hell out of here.
All right. So that was that. Now, you're just going to follow Jason, but if you want, again, there is a lot of optional loot around, like these trunks and that sort of thing. We don't need any of this, but if you want to, you can go around and loot a lot of this stuff. So there's quite a lot of options there, and now your meters are full again. You're all good, really. And now we're going to go to the control room and we'll get the next mission. So that dream sequence is very important in terms of understanding what's going on with the characters in the world. We're not going to get too into it now because that takes too long, but I have an hour-long video explaining the details of the symbolism and what it means. Like, what does that mean in the largest scheme of things? You know, Astrid is the queen. Will is a joker, and so on. It speaks to the meaning behind the characters and why they do what they do. But I can't really get into it here without stopping for extended periods of time. If you are interested in what that dream sequence meant, I have a symbolism video that basically analyzes the ending and the story in terms of meaning, not in terms of logic and whether things make sense, but what those things mean. But we're not going to get into that here too much. Now we're going to go and talk to Jason Atwood, and they'll tell us what we're going to do next, and they'll talk a bit about science and some stuff.
You look like you could use this.
There isn't enough coffee in the world, believe me.
Glad you could join us. It took me all night, but I think I figured out how we might be able to retrieve the data in the memory buffers. It's risky, but I don't think we have a choice.
I would love to help, but there's a place I gotta be. I delivered your message. I got Jace back to you. My work here is done. There are other people who need me.
Listen, Mackenzie, is it? I'm not a trusting person by nature. But if John trusted you with his message...
John?
You know him as Jeremiah.
Oh, so you do know him?
Yes, it's a long story. Suffice to say that if John trusted you, I will also be forced to trust you.
Like I said, I have stuff to do, so don't feel obligated to include me.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Just Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie, whatever important thing you think you need to do, I promise you, it's not more important than this. This might be the most important thing anyone has ever done.
I'm listening.
I have an idea for how to retrieve our data from the memory buffers. But to do that, I need the power back online.
Sounds like a tall order, given everything.
Normally, I'd agree. But the Suzuki telescope was built with a very specific purpose in mind.
It's electromagnetically shielded.
Exactly. See, the whole reason this is up here is its location not only allows the telescope to broadcast and receive signals from space with almost unprecedented clarity.
Like I said in the mine, why else would you build a radio telescope in such a remote location?
But the area's geological and geothermal characteristics lend it some very unique attributes.
Look, I'm not a scientist.
Can you flip a switch?
That I can do.
Perfect. Look at this map. See these 3 black rectangles?
Uh-huh.
These are substations for the station's geothermal plant.
I thought you said it was only enough to power the heat in your lab.
Currently, yes, but the system was designed to power the whole facility. The project was mothballed several years ago, and only the small feeder line left open, which is what is heating us right now. But the main line was mostly operational when they shut it down.
Okay.
If we can get the full system back online, we might have enough power to fire up the mainframes and pull the memory from the buffers before...
Before what?
Before the memory gets wiped. Forever.
So the only way to maybe retrieve the data is to possibly get the system going long enough to pull the data down, and if we fail to have perfect timing, the data, my life's work, will be deleted. Forever.
Our life's work.
What do you need me to do?
In each of the 3 substations, you should be able to find a bank of physical switches. They're currently in a kind of testing mode. Prime them and flip them to active. And, with any luck, we'll have power.
Okay. Sounds easy enough.
Problem is, once you start one substation, you'll have to hurry to the next. Normally, they would be turned on simultaneously by multiple crews. Here, you'll be on your own. If you take too long, pressure will build up in the system and probably create a catastrophic explosion.
Right. Let's avoid that.
Tell him.
Tell him what?
You know.
Oh, he'll be fine.
Tell him.
Tell me what?
Well, you might not be alone out there.
Huh?
You might have noticed wildlife has been acting a bit strange lately, since the Aurora first appeared weeks ago.
You don't say.
Well, for some reason, it's even worse up here.
Our working theory is the altitude and proximity to a range of anomalous geological strata.
It's okay. Strange wildlife I can handle.
Great. You'd better get going.
What's the hurry?
You need to be back before the next Aurora.
Why can't things ever be easy?
If my calculations are correct, we're due for another burst of heightened Aurora activity very soon, which means the unshielded parts of the system will be vulnerable. Last time, the system shut down following emergency protocols. This time, there are no more protocols to protect the system. Another blast of geomagnetic activity like that, and the whole system could go up in flames.
Right. So, no data. And what's so important about this data anyway?
Please hurry, Mr. Mackenzie. Get this done, and I promise you all the answers your curious heart desires.
There's a supply room by the entrance we came in at. You're gonna want to grab some warmer clothes and whatever else you think might come in handy.
Alright. Now we're gonna go and get some loot before we do this mission. Now basically heading back to the main entrance. If you can't figure it out, it's not too hard because, you know, you basically came from there just now. So if you go that way, you get back to the kitchen and you realize, oh, that's the wrong way. And some of the store doors are locked. So you just go back here, and here it's pretty linear. Most of it's not interactable. So what you're gonna do now, you're gonna go out to the greater Suzuki area and basically turn on a bunch of power stations.
It's a bit of a maze.
It is, but you get used to it. So here, notice it says supply room. This is what I mean, that if you now have this inventory, you know, I picked up some stuff, and a lot of stuff here you don't need. We're not going to need the respirators again, for example. You can drop the canisters. Keep one for the fun of it. Now, we have hatchet, we have knife, and what have you. You probably don't need this crank clamp anymore, but what you can do is, now you have this key to this door, and in here there's a ton of stuff, including...
I got the impression from Atwood that
shotgun.
I shouldn't take any chances with the wildlife up here.
Yeah, so you need...
This'll be useful. Finally. Right tool for the job.
There's slugs. Now, the shotgun only has one round at a time. It was a little bit buggy upon launch. I have patched it. Should be a bit easier now. And if you are cold, bunch of good stuff here. We can also put on crampons. We got heat pack. We have already a lantern. Do we have a lantern? I can't see. No, we don't. So we can take a lantern and some fuel. Here we got the wool sweaters. We got tactical jacket, military coat, climbing socks, insulated boots, tactical gloves, wool socks, logging. So you can pick all this up and just pick on put on the best stuff. Right. So here we can get rid of this parka. It's 1.2. That's actually quite a good one. So I'm not sure if any of this is better. This is 1.5. Don't want to be heavy. I think I'm going to keep this actually. Yeah, it's for the fun of it. Put on this jacket because it looks cool. Here you can put on this wool sweater. And here I think it's just, yeah, get rid of this other stuff. He will have this parka back later regardless of what you do. Yeah, it's a little bit better. And then we have snow pants. Combat pants are better. Put on the combat pants. Get rid of Will's stuff. And yeah, and then we have wool socks. Climbing socks are a bit better. About the same for all this stuff. And then boots, insulation boots are better. So now we're nice and warm, see what I mean? And also the kitchen, so between all that stuff, we really have everything you need. You don't need a lot of the stuff anymore. We can start dropping some things to be light. We don't need the wood. We can keep a couple matches and some sticks in case you want to make a big fire suddenly. In case we run into a wolf struggle, I guess we can keep antiseptic. We don't need all this food. In fact, we can drop all of it except keep an MRE for the fun of it, I guess. We don't need this. One note is that if you drop it in here, in this room will be locked when you come back. Just so you know that. There's also the technical backpack. So now we have even more we can carry. The reason why you want to be light is because you will get tired later, because there'll be a lot of running. And you also have the balaclava on the floor here, which I think is better, yeah, than Will's hat. And then you also have water. I don't remember what's in here, if I'm completely honest. MRE, we don't need any other stuff. And you can check these to see if there's any more bullets or anything, but mostly it has the hatchet, but we already have the hatchet, knife. We don't really need any of this. I guess we can maybe take the knife, I suppose. We don't really, because it's lighter than the other knife. This one, so you can drop the improvised one. And just to see what's in all this, a cleaning kit. We don't need that. We can take it like that, but you don't need it. Oops. Then you have all these lockers. And this is the only one that really matters, the medical one, because of this. You get military stims. Bandages will take. Now the military stim is unique for this. And I don't think they're going to add this to survival mode. I hope they don't. This is basically a stim without the downsides. So if you take a regular stim, you heal 15%. You can sprint for 60 seconds unhindered. And it's basically that. And this does kind of the same thing, but also it doesn't have the side effects of getting fatigued after. So it's kind of like a heal and sprint thing. It allows you to basically add extra health throughout this thing. If you want, you can check out these lockers too to see if there's any more bullets or anything like that. But for the most part, what you really want is out here in the open. But as you can see, you only really find like little things in all these lockers, so it's not really necessary to do this part, in my opinion, unless you really want to wear jeans. Alright, so now you're good. Again, it doesn't really matter, but keep in mind that when you come back, this room will be locked, including the shotgun being put back. So the stuff I left on the floor here, I won't get back, but it doesn't matter, because after you get back, Will's story is basically over. You have a small gameplay segment after, which doesn't require any gear, so you don't need any other stuff. This is the last time that Will does anything survival-esque. Then Astrid will do something later, and that's it. Okay, so let's head out.
Be careful out there. Everything depends on you now.
Oh. I'll be careful.
Just come back, okay?
Yeah, come back, Mackenzie. Alright, so now we're here in the geothermal region, and notice, because of all the stuff in there, so if I hadn't picked up anything so far, I want to pick up stuff in there, I have everything I need. Notice it's only -2 degrees, but it's morning, so it's going to get warmer, and we're going to end up being warm doing this. And that's why that's really not an issue. In here, there's a little trivia, which is this note that is, I think it might be in here. The glove box, one of them.
I wonder who owns this stuff.
Yeah, shopping list. Which has basically some shopping list, and the PO box is 1859, which is the Carrington event year. So there's a little trivia there. Carrington event's the last big solar flare, I guess. Alright, so now you're going to go to the greater Suzuki area, and you're going to turn on 3 substations, and you're going to be fighting a bunch of wolves who are kind of like poison wolves. They are hard to scare off, and they're very fast. And the map here will not show it until you enter. Now this is timed, but it's pretty much just timed from the moment you turn on the first substation. And also you have to get back before the Aurora, but the game will basically make sure that happens. I would recommend though saving it, just to make sure that you can restart this if it's tricky. So save it here, call it Subwolves, and then we head out. The shotgun will come in handy. This isn't too hard, but it is a lot of running, and there's a couple of bits that are a bit tricky. Alright, so here we are at the geothermal substations. Alright, so here we are. See, now it gives you a timer. It is when you enter the region, not when you start it. This is the substation. You can see it on the map here. And you can't actually just go to it, you have to go all the way around. This fun fact, this substation is also located over here for some weird reason. If you manage to go up there and enter it, when you exit, you'll come back out here. I'm not sure why that's the case. Anyway, we need to activate all of these substations, starting with this one. You gotta see you go all the way around here and down. And then you gotta activate the next one. And as you can guess, you have to go detours because there's a road here, but no, won't let you do it. So you're gonna go through all this terrain, activate this one, and go up here, activate the last one. And then here is the last fight. Okay, so I spent some time talking, but basically we're going to get up there. And because there's a timer, see, it's 2 hours, which is basically 10 minutes. But you do have time to check some stuff out. So for example here, in this car, there's a bandage, and energy bar, and that's it. But if you wanted to check these things out, Terry didn't get this car battery. It's fine. You do have time. I don't think you can make it if you just walk all the time, but running should be fine. I would recommend, if you want to do the sprint tapping method, which is that when you sprint, you tap the sprint button like I'm doing now. It makes you sprint longer. You can also, if you kept all the coffees that Will has been looting, they can actually come in handy here, because that reduces the fatigue loss, so you can run more. And we didn't actually, and we also picked up 1 coffee, didn't we? So if you really want to, you can sit down and make a coffee. I would recommend doing that before you enter the region or before the timer starts. But having coffees does help. You don't need to have it, but it does help. Now for this first substation, you basically got to walk around here. And yeah, just run really. It's not that much time, but you should be fine. Have the shotgun out at all times, because the wolves will come for you. These are special wolves. There you go. See the aggro range? Get ready. It happens very fast. You have decent protection. 38. So you do take some damage resistance, but you are forced to kill most of these. That one was a bit tricky, because you kind of dodged everything. You need to go up there. Here comes another one. Okay. They have definitely fixed the shotgun. So the way to do this is you just treat it like a bow and arrow, and wait for the wolf to come as close as possible until it's basically in that little circle, the crosshair. You want the wolf to be in that. Now notice that these wolves are very fast. They are really fast. They're basically like super wolves. They are similar to the poisoned wolves in Zone of Contamination that can detect you from really far away. That's basically what they are. So you need to just be ready, because they will come for you. But you can deter them with flares and fire. And you might have to do that. It does work. I tried it. It does work. So if you have to, just make a campfire or light a torch, and you can get rid of them. And if you miss a lot, if you miss your shots with the shotgun, you might have to do that. Okay, now it's here. So as you might suspect, when you get here to this bridge, see it's broken. Can't go there, so you have to go there. So you can see it's kind of sketched out there. We still got an hour left, so about 5 minutes. So they're not joking, you have to be fast, but you don't have to be so fast that it's like a really stressful thing. But picking up those coffees earlier, they help, because you can just use them to reduce your fatigue when sprinting. But remember, the kitchen is well stocked. So if you go to Suzuki Tower or Radio Telescope, and you have access to the kitchen, you can always make some coffee. Either there or before you enter the region here. Just grab some of those coffees from the kitchen and make some coffees. And that will make this easier. You don't have to use them, but it does make it easier. You will get more shotgun shells in each substation and more resources, but you can only miss so many times. There's another one. Let it walk into you, into your crosshair, and shoot. It's exactly the same as with a bow and arrow, pretty much. Let it walk in. Let's see. There we are. It has a Prybar, but we already have a Prybar. But if you didn't have one, if you didn't pick that one up, there's another one here. Okay. Here's our first substation. Still got ages. And to get some more light, we can use this. There's also these heat packs. I picked them up earlier, but you can use those too. More loot, but we don't really need any of that stuff. Unless it's a really good one, which it's not. And look around for there's lantern fuel. You do have time to look around a little bit. Check out the medicine cabinets in case there are stims, which is very handy. And there's a phone that's going to ring, but after you activated the thingy. So down here is the objective. It's right there. See that? We still have a little bit of time, and I would recommend looting this area before you turn on the lever, because you have things like this medical locker, which you do need a Prybar for, which has a military stim. Bandages can come in handy too. There's another coffee here, which you can use to drink. Obviously, more coffee here in case you didn't pick it up. You do have time to make some of it. Gun locker, which has 2 slugs in it. There's also a revolver here, which you can pick up. You don't really need it, but you can use it as a deterrent. Another first aid kit over here, and another military stim. So there's resources here. I usually don't loot all of these drawers here. You can find stuff in these, but it's not really that important. But here you also have these lockers as well. So there's quite a lot of stuff you can loot there, just to see what you got. And if you have time, you can loot all of it, but you don't have to.
This will come in handy.
Factory gloves, we already have that though. It's the same. So. Another military stim in the backpack. That's the only thing that's really worth looting. And I think that's it. We're not going to loot everything else, but you can loot it if you want to. And now what's going to happen is, when I turn this lever, I cannot speak this up. It's going to basically activate the station, which causes also gas. And there's different ways you can get around that. But let's just do that. Turn it on.
Hope that worked.
There we are. And now we need to get out that way. It's blocked. So now this thing opened. This was actually closed before. But now you can crawl through here. That being said, you can also just walk through the smoke. It does very little damage to you. So if you just walk through it and tank the damage, it wouldn't really matter that much, to be perfectly honest with you. But this is how you get around the gas. The phone is ringing, and that's Jace, which is right here.
Hey, Mackenzie.
Back to this phone thing, I see.
Remind you of any prison in particular?
Those were good times. What's up, Jace?
Just saw the light for Substation 3 go green on my board. Nice work. Wanted to check in and see how you're doing.
It's slow going. Lots of angry wildlife out here.
Yeah, we tried to warn you.
Yeah, you did.
Okay, well, be careful out there. I'll check in with you at the next substation.
Will do.
Alright, so that's 1 down, 3 to go. And we have 3 hours or so to get there, about 15 minutes or so. We now have to go this way, and you'll notice that this was going to be blocked. So you have to go all the way through all of this. And it's the same thing, wolves. We have a ton of stuff though we can use. We have too many things, to be honest. Let's just get going. And we were actually fully healed too.
Gotta keep moving.
No time to waste.
You can check these to see if there's any more slugs, but you don't have to do that. We actually still barely cold, so that's good, but you can put on one of these heat packs if you like. And now we should warm up, which isn't really important, but the more health you have, the better. We got the revolver, but no bullets. There might have been some bullets in those lockers, but I don't really need it. I wouldn't spend too much time scrounging for that.
Looks like Atwood warned what happened. Gotta follow the steam pipes. They'll lead me to the next substation.
Yeah, that's right. So here's our first rope we need to climb. So if you are too exhausted, which is unlikely, but if you are, make some coffees or use a stim. That's pretty much it. Let's get up here, but let's actually drink another coffee. And just wait for this to regenerate a little bit. That timing was a bit off, but I'm not here to play optimally or anything like that. But let's just get full climbing meter back. And anything to drop, we can drop this canister here. We don't need that. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Okay, let's climb. Up we go. If you have crampons, which were available in the supply room, this is even easier. Because your sprint meter or climbing meter will drain slower. So that's good, so you can sprint longer. So I would recommend picking up the crampons if you can. At the top here, there's a very generous supply cache, which will give you another military stint and slugs and a whole bullet. I'm gonna get rid of these stones. We don't really need them right now. It's just faster to do this. We click 2 on the keyboard and get up the revolver. Because what we want is this. And let's go. And it's downhill, so you can run really fast. Again, this is very linear. If you run too fast though, you're going to go flying and you can get a sprain. Which is why you do want to pick up the bandages earlier, just in case. You might also end up in a wolf struggle if you miss some shots. And if you get a sprain, you can't run. So that's why it's good to have the bandages, of which I picked up 5. Yeah, you can also make stuff. That's why I highly recommend you save it before you even enter this region. Because if it turns out that it was really hard, you can just load that save up again. And you can just make some bandages or some coffee or whatever. It's also worth maybe saving before you exit the station at all. Okay, now I come to a big open area and here there's some wolves. You can avoid some of them, but for the most part they will detect you. For reference, this is where we are now. So we had to go climb up here and we're going all the way around here and down. There is one optional route you can take, which I don't think is intended, but I'll show you in a minute. And we still have 2.5 hours, so yeah, 10-15 minutes, quite a lot of time. Should be okay. Let's wait until this is fully recharged. We have 11 slugs, because I did miss, but because you only have one shot, I would recommend using that shot to kill the wolf when he's close, rather than shooting from a distance because of the reload time. With the revolver though, you can kind of go crazy. There should be more bullets hidden around the substations, and there's some random loots and stuff, but you don't really need it. Okay, we're gonna go around here. Here's our first wolf. He's bugging out. Let's see. Oh! Shit. Okay, this is a little unfair. This. That was a little unfair there, but well. Yeah. We have blood loss, don't we? Yeah. Reload fast. Reload right away. That was a bit harder. Well, that happens. Also, I took a kind of a detour. I went around there. I was kind of like to avoid detecting all of them, but that was maybe a bit dumb. Anyway, we got blood loss, so let's bandage up. This is why it's good to have some bandages, and this is why I also did not dump the antiseptic. The wolf also did a sprain on my foot, so I'm going to bandage that so I can run. And painkillers, why not, just to make things easier. And now, good as new. Alright. I took some damage, but we had 40% protection, so they can only do so much. As you saw, I did miss, I think, 2 shots. So that was a little close. But if that happens, if you run out of bullets, just light a fire instead. There's going to be more wolves, you'll see. We still have 2 hours, so we're doing just fine. Will is starting to get a bit tired. So if you want, you can use the stim. I'm going to wait until he's lower in his energy to do that. If you want, you can drink another coffee here, or you can stop and make some coffees. It doesn't take that long. It takes about 10 minutes in-game to make 2 coffees. That's fine. There's a bunch of rabbits here that don't really serve any purpose, but they are distractors. You could get the wolves to attack them instead. Now, once your fatigue reaches a quarter, and you only have a quarter left, then Will's sprint is going to slow down in terms of recharging it. So that's when you have to maybe start using stims and that sort of stuff. We have a lot of resources on our hands, so we're not really in any danger of becoming too tired. Okay. Now here, 2 more wolves. And a small decision to make. So he's already charging. Let's get him down. He's already charging as well. Reload right away. And then wait for him to come in and... There you go. Alright. Now here, there's actually 2 paths you can take. And you see here it's illustrated 2. If you go up there, you get a good view of everything. But it's not really easy to get down. You kind of have to goat it. What I did the first time is actually went up there and I goated. No,
run out of time.
You got ages, Will. It's right there. You can goat down to the substation and you'll avoid a bunch of wolves. But you have to go to do it. So this is the most straightforward route. This way here to the right. But you will run into even more wolves, and we only have 4 slugs left. But we do still have flares, we have torches, and we have campfires. We have lantern, does nothing. Alright. Okay, we're approaching that Will is in the last quarter of his fatigue. You can also outrun the wolves, by the way. They are faster than you, but if you think you can make it past them by running, because you're close to the door or whatever, you can do that. It is possible. There's a wolf over there, I think. Yeah, and there's one more by the station. So let's be careful. See up there? There's a carcass up there. There's wolf number 1. Wolf number 2. Just let him come to you. It's easier. But if you miss or end up in more struggles, remember you do have stims and stuff and fire. Yeah. Awkward terrain, but he got hit. He's limping. Coming back though, but here's an example where you can just sprint. Because the door is right there. I think you can outsprint this wolf. Bye, Wolfie. No point wasting the slug on him. Alright, next, we have an hour left. So now's a good time to do the same thing. You can sleep, by the way. I just wouldn't recommend it. And it's basically the same building, but in reverse. So there's the switch, right? But we still got time. I could be with this jerry can to refuel this, but we're probably going to dump some stuff. Cargo pants, does anything get damaged? We can see, but anyway, another cup of coffee. You also have these things that recharges your stamina. That can be used. I don't think I'm going to make again coffee. We don't need that. But we have time to basically look around for more slugs and stuff. So let's do that. I don't think it's going to be slugs in the freezer, but you know, you can check. We have quite a lot of time here, despite what Will says. And we have a Prybar, we have time, we might as well open all of this to see if there's any sort of ammunition or stims or anything.
Useful in here.
Thermal, fishing tackles. Yeah, let's go fishing. That sounds like fun. Yeah, snow pants. 1 rifle bullet, but I don't think you get rifles. So. You get wool mittens, which are actually lighter than these, so you can swap them out if you want, just to have something lighter, but you don't need to. And then we got this vest. This is really good, and you'll need it for later. Okay, pick that up, put it on here. It weighs 6 kilos, but you'll notice that it doesn't weigh as much, so 37.3, put it on, 34 point... It doesn't weigh as much when you wear it. So it is really heavy, but your protection right now is 88%. So now if you run into some more wolves, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. There's another coffee, which is great. Another first aid kit. More military stains, bandage, good. And because we have so much time, we might as well check these. Just, we got the time. Because the timer, when you pull the lever, and the timer starts for the next substation, it sort of resets. It doesn't add time from the previous one. It's the time from when you turn that substation on to the next one. So if I have an hour left, say, it doesn't add that hour on top, right? So you might as well just do this if you want. But as you can see though, most of this doesn't really give you anything. So it's not really worth doing it, but you know, you never know if you want to scrounge something up. Let's also check here. Jace is going to call, so you'll pick this up. It has a bunch of flares. You don't really need that, but I guess we could. Bandage will take. I think I have quite a few flares. Here's revolver ammo, including some 2 more, and then we have slugs and another shotgun. We can pick this up just because the other one is low condition. But it's so small that it doesn't make any difference, so drop it. If for some reason you didn't pick up the shotgun, at least now you have it. Okay, let's do the actual thing we came here to do. Which is down here. We still have a ton of stims, so you can't go through here, but when you turn it, you can. Let's do, let's drop a few things as we're here. We're never going to cook. Let's actually drop the, let's refuel the jerry can, sorry, the storm lantern. And let's drop that, as well as the excess lantern. Let's drop the firearms cleaning kit. We don't need all of these marine flares. We can drop the torch too. We can drop the cooking thing. We can drop the crank lamp. We don't need that. We don't need can opener. We don't even need this cooking pot. We can, just for the fun of it though, keep the can in case we want to make coffee or something. We don't need any of this food either. It doesn't really weigh anything, but too many things here. We don't really need any of this, but yeah, I think this is fine. All right, so now we're going to turn this on, and then we trigger the next one. Go.
Primed and activated.
Here's the next one. And now we can't go back there, so we got to go around here. This one's a bit easier than the other one. Jace is going to want to talk to you.
We gotta stop meeting like this.
How goes the war?
Not sure. I think we're winning.
2 green lights on the board. Feels like we could be.
Something doesn't feel quite right.
What do you mean?
I don't know. Can't put my finger on it.
Well, keep an eye on it. I need you upright and breathing out there, getting shit done.
I'm on it.
Atwood's getting squirrely. She's pretty sure tonight's Aurora is going to be a big one. I don't need to tell you how important this is, do I, Mackenzie?
I know what I need to do.
I'm seeing some pressure building in the geothermal system. Gotta get that next station online ASAP, or we're gonna have problems.
Understood. I'll get it done.
Sorry to add more pressure, Mackenzie. Please be careful out there.
You know me. Careful is my middle name.
I think you mean crashing my plane and having endless bad luck is your middle name.
Still here, though.
Let's keep it that way.
Alright. Get there ASAP, but let's talk a bit more first. Alright, so now we're going to go to the next one. We have about 3 hours. We get that this one's a bit more linear. You get out here. And now it's pretty much just follow this. So you get here, that is. And you got to get to this one here. Now, there is now fog, and this is scripted.
What is that glowing stuff?
Yeah. Well, this is St. Elmo's fire, I believe. So kind of like the Aurora or like high geomagnetic activity that is during daytime. This is what's this called again? I forgot. I think I missed. Hold on. Hold on. What the heck? He didn't die from that. Oh, that's okay. He's injured, so this is do this instead. He's injured twice. He's still coming out. See how determined these wolves are. Should die. There we are. I mean, he's got a shotgun shell in him, and he's got 2 bullets. So these are very tough wolves. They are. So this is Glimmer Fog. Sorry, my mind was thinking, what is this called again? I can't remember. This was introduced with the far territory, and it's put in here as well. And it's a scripted. It will always happen. But that's okay. Now notice that I hardly took any damage. That's because I have the ballistic vest. And now is a good time to use a stim. Because now I have to run here in the Glimmer Fog. We hardly have any sprint. We are very tired, so you can use a regular stim, or you can use a military stim, or you can use a regular stim first. It will unequip your shotgun, but if you just let go of the sprint, you can equip it again. So when this stim finishes, you will you'll be exhausted. But that's okay, you have more stims. Yeah, follow the pipes. So if you're not sure, follow the pipes. But it's pretty linear though. It's just a pretty straightforward thing. You can just run. Till we get here. Here you gotta check out the supply bin here, which gives you bandage and a slug, 2 slugs, bullets, and that. And this bridge is broken, as indicated by this map, which you probably knew. But the pipes are still working, as in you can run on it. So just do that. Follow the pipes. There will be some more wolves up ahead. So you can kind of run past with this. Just utilize this stim as far as you can. Here comes my wolves.
I'm so tired.
There's one wolf down. You might as well use another stim. This also heals us, so if you're taking damage from the wolves, as you see, I've been in 2 struggles, but it's fine. Just keep going. You can't outrun the wolves entirely, but you can cover a lot of distance. As you can see, this is a very long stretch.
Crazy mountains. Madness. Like mountains of madness.
It is basically mountains of madness, yeah. Keep going. We're not that far now. Come on. I think there might be one more wolf. You can see this is kind of timed for you to run into the wolf on the stiments, pretty much. Glimmerfolk doesn't really do anything. It's the same. It has the same thing as the Aurora. It activates electronics, but other than that, it's. I can see we're getting close now. Other than that, it's just a different type of folk.
I'm feeling so drained.
There we are. Totally there were more wolves. There's one behind us. There we are. Reload fast because of this wolf. That's the problem when they're close like that. And now what you can do is you can always use one of these Go energy drinks, which will give you some of the fatigue back and also allow you to sprint again. Only limited though, but we have tons of time. An hour 37. But let them walk into your sights. If you need more, you got this. This is by far the most action-packed part of the whole story mode. We haven't even used the military stim. But they will basically just heal you. We'll probably use one soon. Alright, so here we have the last substation. As you can see, made a really good time. Stims help a lot. And that's the end of the wolves, but there's one more threat. So inside we go. And again, we have so much time, you might as well loot the whole thing. Just to make sure you get everything you need. Because there's one more battle. We are going to be facing the Cougar. So, again, look around for anything you might need. So, we don't have to loot everything, I don't think. But we are going to pick up the coffee. We are also going to be checking the...
This will come in handy.
Yeah, for that, yeah. For stims. As well as bullets. I'm not going to check all this stuff, but this I will take. I'll take the slugs. Bullets. Go energy drink. Another revolver, which we don't need. What's the condition? That's 59. What's the condition on this one?
Better safe.
Worse. Is it loaded? I don't think it is. No, so drop it. And I think that's sufficient. We don't need to do anything else. Okay, boots, painkillers. I will leave the rest. I don't think it's worth looting. Also going to check here. More phone packs. We don't need that. Anything else? I think that's it. Okay, so now we're going to do the last thing. And then after that, so now we're here. When you get to this area, there is a Cougar. Now, this Cougar is right in your way. But the Cougar is optional. You can just dodge around it, scare it off. If you shoot it with a shotgun and you just damage it a bit, it will give you a glancing blow, and you can just run past it. But if you do kill it, there is an achievement. It can go down as quickly as 2 shotgun shells to the face. So you just got to try it. We'll deal with that though. So now we're exhausted again. Ton of time. What you could do, if you want to, is use a military stim. And you'll see what that does. See, now we got full energy back pretty much. We also healed. And there's no side effects, really. So, yeah, that thing is just absolutely broken. And I do hope they don't add that to survival mode. It's just too strong. Alright. Let's do the last of these switches before we head back. We're here an hour early.
That's the last of them.
Alright. I'm gonna
This again. Need to find a way out.
That should be fine. You can go through here because this is blocked, or you could just go through the smoke, like I said, but maybe you want some help for the Cougar. Oh, yeah. And let's just talk to Chase before we head out.
I see 3 green lights on the board, and a bunch of this old gear seems to be powering up.
Good news.
How's it looking out there?
I think I've seen the worst of it.
The pressure in the system seems to have dissipated, so that's one less thing to worry about.
Great news. How we're at with preparations coming?
She's in heaven. Haven't been able to get a word in edgewise since the power came back online. She's been running from system to system, and I am just trying to stay out of her way.
All right. Let's hope her plan works.
Tell that man to stop fooling around and get back here on the double.
I gotta go. If the big Aurora appears before we're ready...
I remember. Your life's work down the tube.
Exactly. Be careful out there, Mackenzie. And get back to us soon.
I'm on my way.
Alright. So now you have an hour or so to get back, which doesn't seem that much, but it should be fine. Now, you might want to save the game here before you head out, in case you didn't loot everything you needed, because it's the last time you can do that. Don't take this ballistic vest off. I did it the first time. It was okay, but I would recommend keeping it on. Now we're going to face the Cougar, but it's a bit further up.
It worked.
So I would just keep going here. And if you want, because we have quite a lot of stims and that, to make yourself have more time, what you could do here is use a stim, which allows you to cover more distance. And then you can just use the military stim afterwards to get your energy back. Or a go energy drink. This will give you more time against the Cougar because you don't have that much. Oops, sorry, I clicked Steam. You only have an hour, which is about 5 minutes. And if you don't do this, by the time you get to the Cougar, you only have maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Shit.
And we're going to keep going until we reach a certain point, which is a little bit further ahead. So now we are here on the map. We're going to go after the next bridge, is where we want to do a little bit of preparation. The problem with this Cougar is you can't really see it because of the fog, which just makes it hard. But if you just shoot it in the face, you'll be fine. Okay, so here we're coming to the next bridge very, very soon.
Gotta go faster.
It's a long journey. This is why the stim helps, because you can go so much further.
My energy is just...
So yeah, we can then use one of our Go energy drinks, which gives us some energy back, and we can run again. And now we get to our Cougar entry area. See, we're approaching it. So here, once you get past this bridge, is where I would recommend you save it. Save it just because the Cougar is tricky. It doesn't take much to mess this up. Now we do have the ballistics vest, so our protection rate is 88%. The way the Cougar works is that if you end up in a struggle with the Cougar, he will cut your health in half and cause severe lacerations. But if you enter a second struggle with the Cougar and you have a lot of protection, the damage is minimal. So if you have the ballistic vest, you can actually take on the Cougar head on.
What was that?
But the alternative is to put down a fire. The Cougar is afraid of the fire, but you have to have the fire between you and the Cougar. And the issue is you can't really see the Cougar, so it's a little hard. Remember, you also have a lot of military stims to heal you. Okay, so here is this thing.
Oh, shit! Is that what I think it is?
So if you want, you can make a fire here, just to have some extra protection. You don't really need it, because if you just hit the Cougar, it will cause like a glancing attack. But for extra protection, you can do this.
Damn
okay, that didn't work anyway. I dumped my oil, of course, so I can't use accelerants. And another problem with making a fire is that you're killing time, right? It takes a while to do. I also just brought 2 tinders. So if you want to want to have a fire, you might want to prep for that. That's why I said to save it earlier, in case you want some more tinder or whatever. And then you put the stick on, and a very short one. So let's go find this Cougar and try and hit him with the shotgun. can go down as quickly as 2 hits.
Cougar.
Cougar will see us before we see... here it comes. Same thing as with the wolf. See? I hit it. So that caused a glancing attack, which didn't do that much damage. But you do lose your shotgun, so pick that up, reload, and do it again. Let it walk into your sight. We got not a lot of time.
Need to rest soon.
So we gotta hurry this up. That's why there's very little time. Bouncing again. And then we gotta pick this up again. Reload. There it comes again. And it's dead. Then we pop a stim. And we run out of here. Before the timer runs out. There we are. So there we go. Now, I wasted time there, building that fire. But we're good.
Now, gotta get back to Suzuki before it's too late.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, we got it. And that's it. That's how you get the Cougar. If I hadn't made that fire, I would have had a bit more time. But you see how important it is for the time that you actually have ridiculously little time there. I think it's too little. I think they should have given me a little bit more time for that Cougar there, really. So if you go back here, so when you do this one here, you only have an hour and a half to get all the way over here. And that includes talking to Jace on the phone. And you saw me, I sprinted all the way over here. And then I only had a little bit of time. And then I started talking, and then I made a fire, and I only had 20 minutes after that. But as you saw, as long as you hit the Cougar, it transitions to a glancing blow that doesn't really damage you that much. And you also have the ballistic vest, so you take very little damage. And in my case, 3 hits was enough. And then it goes down. It could take more than 3, but as long as you hit it, it's fine. And then you just need to get to the gate, and that's it. I had only 10 minutes, or 8 minutes left there. If I hadn't made the fire, it would have been more like 20. But it is a little stressful. I think the developers should have given you an extra half hour or something. There's very little margin, and you're running out of time. And then the Cougar is there, so it's a bit stressful. But this is the way you're supposed to do it. I would just get running as much as you can. If necessary, take off the ballistic vest so you can sprint more. Get all the way towards the Cougar, put it back on. Use any stim or whatever you have. Use everything you got, because after the Cougar, none of it matters. Because from here on, there's going to be just some dialogue and stuff. And then the last part is just dodging convicts. There's no real survival element left in the game, for Mackenzie at least. So use everything you have against the Cougar. Once the Cougar is down, all your loot is completely irrelevant. It doesn't matter anymore. This is the end of the survival experience for Mackenzie. And notice now, by the way, like I said, that, they have patched this. Look, you actually get to keep it. Because when I did this room was locked and the shotgun was back in there. Oh, they must have patched that. Well, forget what I said then, because that makes it a bit easier. You can take the shotgun and shoot all the equipment. Alright, so now we've done that. There's one more thing we have to do, which is to do this array. It's quite easy to do. So now we're going to head to Atwood. There'll be a cutscene, and then there's one more thing we have to do.
You did it, Mackenzie!
Yes, good work, young man.
It was no trouble. Now, do you have everything you need?
I think so.
I still have a job for you.
Right.
Please, accompany Jace up to...
I can handle that alone, Dr. Atwood. He's already done enough.
Accompany Jace to...
With tonight's Aurora, we have a chance to pull the data now that the systems are nearly back online. But I'm not sure Jace can handle the next part alone.
I don't need any help.
We need to get the data from the buffers back into the mainframe, and then to the scope's relays for processing. But for that to work, we need the benefit of the program.
The program?
Just a little something I put together during my graduate thesis.
It's a brilliant bit of coding, and without it, we'd be dead in the water.
Okay. So, what can I do?
The next parts are all about perfect timing, and we each have a part to play.
I'm sure I can handle the telescope.
Nonsense. This is too important to let pride get in the way.
Once more, for good luck.
Let's not make this a habit, okay?
Works for me.
You two had better get moving. We're running out of time.
Okay. Now we have to go with Jace and do this sort of half-life-y turn the radio telescope thing to basically collect data. This doesn't make any sense, by the way. Basically what they want to do is collect data from the Aurora in order to basically push the data in the memory buffers into the local storage, which is a bit weird. It's like saying you have to take a picture with your phone in order to unlock a picture you took earlier or something. So it doesn't really make any sense, but I think it's just there for some sort of exciting sequence, I guess. In reality, the data should really be accessible once the Aurora is up, especially once the geothermal stations are up. It is confusing, but it's also very linear. There's not that many options to go to. We basically have to walk with Jace all the way until the end, and she'll tell us what to do, and there's a short sort of action sequence, which is pretty good, I think. It's not really necessary, but it's good. Also, during one of the breaks there, Norway beat Brazil in the World Cup, so hurrah, go Norway. Ooh. This is recorded across several evenings, just so you know. If you want, you can crouch. You want to walk past Jace.
Old, but it has good bones.
This is a classic video game mechanic thing. If you walk faster than the NPC. If you crouch, you walk slower. And there is no way to walk at her pace. If you have a controller and playing on console, yeah, then you can like gently push the button or the stick and then you walk at her pace. But on PC, it's like one or the other. Yeah. Anyway, here we are at the tuner room door, but there's a little bit further to go. We'll cause a loading screen. Alright, here we are at the telescope, which is quite a cool sight to behold.
Feels like the whole facility is slowly waking up. That Aurora is a real mystery. It's almost like magic, really.
Yeah, no scientist would say that. Wow. It's like magic, but real, I guess we would say. Something to unlock. Now, if you want, you can actually walk ahead of Jace here. She will just eventually catch up.
Imagine the logistics involved in building this facility. Staggering.
Yeah, this is a huge facility, but it's built for some Cold War stuff. There's lore around here to find. I haven't done that, but there are pieces of paper to pick up here. And here is the actual...
People who built this had no idea how important it would be someday.
Yeah, I guess I didn't know this, no, but... There's the tuner room, and then Jace will tell us what to do, and we have to basically do a scan of the sky, and then that's it. I'm going to pause the game near the end of the sequence to explain something before we could trigger the cutscene, just so you know. In fact, you might want to save it here actually, very quickly.
Well, well, there she is, the Suzuki radio telescope. Isn't she beautiful? Lit up by the Aurora, no less. I've never seen it so bright.
Yeah.
It's massive.
Let's hope we're not too late. Okay, time to get this party started. There's a fair bit of interference. Keyboard is glitching a bit. Can't be helped, we're way past long shots at this point. Loading the program. Now.
Are you in place? I'm seeing some spikes on the sensors at the peak.
Shouldn't be long now.
What do you need me to do?
Okay, this is the tricky part. I'm gonna have to run the program and update the code in real time to modulate for the aberrant magnetic field and...
Jace.
So I'll be busy focusing on that. Meanwhile, once the telescope grabs a signal, we'll need to follow the source. The new data will help flush the buffers, and the data in the buffers will get pushed to Dr. Atwood's workstation for processing.
Okay.
It's an archaic system, but best I could do with 30-year-old technology.
I'm still not clear on what you need me to do.
You're a pilot, right?
Yep.
Know how to adjust your heading to follow a radar beacon?
Yeah, I have a pretty good idea.
Same principle. Grab the big metal wheels at the base of each leg of the telescope sensor assembly. You'll see a bunch of numbers around the edge. When my program outputs specific bearings, I'll shout them to you. And then you have to find a way to match those bearings as quickly as you can.
Sounds easy enough.
The timing has to be perfect.
Got it.
Like, exactly perfect.
I hear you loud and clear.
Did you say you got here after crashing your plane?
Don't start.
Get ready. I'm seeing some power spikes. Something big. It's happening.
Get ready, Mackenzie.
Okay. So, you now have to go adjust the telescope. It says 15 minutes. That's not true. That's from when it starts, which is when you get to the first telescope. Now you might ask yourself, how in the world was Jay supposed to do this by herself when she said she didn't need help, when you clearly are necessary? I don't know. Alright, so we're gonna go through this stuff. Very resonance cascade.
Look for the wheel, Mackenzie.
This is also pretty linear. You just gotta do some obstacle courses, and then there's a wheel to turn where you gotta match the numbers on the screen, and that's it. The sound design here is excellent. This sequence doesn't make much sense logically, but the design of it's great and the sound is fantastic. Long Dark has always excelled with sound.
Here we go, 141 degrees.
Yeah, so you gotta basically turn this to that. See, it's pretty straightforward. And this takes it up, so you turn it to the right. If you get it wrong, you just do the other way. And she says it has to be exact, but what she really means is you got like a minute to do this. In this case it was 141. And you have to go a little bit before, and then there you go. Then she'll tell you to go to the next area. There are live cables here, but the next area is up these stairs. You just go around. Well, she doesn't actually tell you to do anything. You just go, I guess. 14
Look for
minutes.
the console with the big wheel on it. Come on, Mackenzie.
How am I supposed to find anything down here? There's gotta be a way through here.
It's literally just here, we can see.
The dish is huge.
It is. Pretty cool. Alright, same thing.
That's it. We're getting close now. Keep going.
I'm not sure if it's
Okay.
down. I guess down is faster. 67. I think it goes up to 300 something, so I'm not sure what's fastest, but we're gonna go backwards. And let go around here. That was too slow. There we are.
Jace? Everything okay over there?
Don't worry. Keep going. Last bearing incoming. Come on, you sweet, sweet program. Don't let me down.
Wouldn't the program be used to analyze data and not do the scans? Otherwise, how would they do it before? Now it's the last wheel. And if you want, you can take a little break. Plenty of time.
I could use this.
And this is the last wheel here. Okay. Quick thing. I'm going to save it first. For a moment. Well, I'm not going to save it because I just saved it. But I'm pausing here just Disclaimer, okay. When this is done, when I've done the last wheel, sorry for the interruption. When this is done, it will trigger a gigantic cutscene, okay? That's infamous. So if you haven't played the episode 5 and you're watching this as a replacement, just be ready that I'm going to be quiet for a while. I'm going to go do some laundry or something and come back because it goes on for about 20 minutes. It's an exposition that explains the world of the Aurora, the void sickness, the Wintermute, and the whole thing, and adds an extra layer, but it is quite long. I think it's about 20 minutes. So just brace yourself for that. Okay, let's go.
156, Mackenzie. Get to 156 before the whole thing blows.
Good thing I had this camera of Jace, who's right there. Yeah.
Now, Mackenzie. Mackenzie!
All right. See you in a bit.
The program?
She did the most any program can hope to do. Her job. Now let's hope Dr. Atwood got what she needed. Because this gear is toast.
It's coming now. All the data just flooding out of the buffers. It worked. God damn it, it worked.
Oh, thank goodness. I'd hate to have to restart my PhD.
You did brilliant work, my girl. Absolutely brilliant. We just need to keep the data flow, ensure it comes in a continuous flow, uninterrupted.
How long before the data is ready for analysis?
These are old systems, and it takes a while for them to crunch through the numbers. It'll be hours before we'll... Well, shit.
What the hell just happened?
It's not the power this time. Geothermal plant's still showing up green on the board.
Some kind of overload, or emergency shutdown.
What now?
Now we do this the old-fashioned way. We start combing through the numbers.
I'll get us some light. Do you see anything that would indicate the level of K-index we might expect to...
Shush, girl. Let me read. Huh.
Do you want me to grab a printout and
What could it be? A G10.
Is there something I can do to...
Aha! Here it is. Here it is.
Yeah, there it is.
What do you see?
It can't be. That silly old British bastard was right. He just never knew how right he was. Why did it have to happen in our time?
British bastard? Please explain.
For you to fully understand would take more time than we have. I'd have to go back more than 150 years.
I like a good story.
I think we deserve some answers.
Very well. In 1865, a British scientist and naval officer was tasked with supporting the research of a scientific team, seeking to create a kind of communication that could travel over the air. The Admiralty felt that dependence on the telegraph was holding them back. This Navy man was inspired by stories he'd heard about the Carrington event 6 years prior. At the time, the largest geomagnetic event ever recorded. He had heard that the abundance of static electricity in the air had powered telegraph lines, even after the operators had unplugged them. Fires broke out due to this geomagnetically induced current. It got him thinking. The scientist's research led him all over the world, and he began to piece together a picture of the Earth's geomagnetic profile, and something about the operation of the sun and its effects on the Earth's magnetic field. Remember, this was 150 years ago, and well before they had the equipment to prove any of this. But a theory began to take shape in his mind that suggested the sun went through cycles of geomagnetic activity, waxing and waning, but sometimes spiking inexplicably in dramatic ways. The historical record held evidence of many of these events, but in pre-industrial times, the impacts were more subtle. Even in the mid-1800s, there wasn't enough power infrastructure to really feel the impact of these spikes, so it wasn't of grave concern. But the growing dependence on telegraphy suggested this shouldn't be ignored. And this scientist predicted that if the level of electrification continued to grow exponentially, as was predicted, this would create a serious vulnerability that could be exploited by their enemies at great cost to industry and society at large. He was given a secret commission from the Royal Geographical Society to prove his theories and to come up with a strategy that would ensure the British were in the strongest position to exploit any such geomagnetic disaster. After another decade of research, this scientist began to suspect that this geomagnetic current that existed all around them could impact many other things, and more deeply. He began to study migration patterns of animals and gathered evidence of whale strandings, bird die-offs, and other unexplained mysteries relating to animals' innate abilities to navigate vast distances with great precision without the benefit of modern tools or equipment. Eventually, he knew he had to travel north to the Arctic to really test his theories. And in December of 1865, he took a ship and a crew of Navy scientists and mariners in a specially commissioned research vessel, a modified bomb mortar ship, fashioned after the Terror and Erebus from the ill-fated Franklin expedition. His ship was named the HMS In Tenebris, and he took it and a crew far above the Arctic Circle, along with an array of unique recording equipments he had crafted himself, with the hope of collecting data to support his theories. This scientist and Navy man was Captain Edmund Wintermute.
The word in Mackenzie's secret message.
It was a person's name.
Wintermute's mission was to collect data near the Arctic Circle, and he and his crew were also tasked with the goal of resupplying a small Navy research outpost that had been set up as part of Wintermute's program the year before. Some of the crew on Wintermute's ship was designated as relief for the outpost crew, and Wintermute was meant to bring the replaced men home to their families. A few days away from the Arctic Circle and 2 days from their destination, Wintermute recorded increasingly active Aurora and other geomagnetic activity around the ship, including St. Elmo's fire. But he also noticed something else. As evidenced by their journals, many of the crew were having trouble sleeping, with some experiencing full-blown insomnia that worsened as they traveled further north. Some were also beginning to forget things, their journal entries occasionally slipping into childlike language or outright gibberish. 2 days out from their destination, the night watch rang the ship's bell to announce a man had gone overboard. The man, an experienced mariner, had been observed to simply walk off the deck of the ship. By all rights, a calm and dependable sailor. This event shook the crew's morale. Wintermute did his best to keep them focused, but he was still inexperienced as a ship's captain, always more the scientist than sailor or Navy man, and he could tell the men were increasingly becoming anxious, even distrustful.
Walked off the ship and straight into the water.
Exactly, but things got even stranger after that. When they arrived at their destination, a small island surrounded by sea ice, they found the Navy observation camp that Wintermute had set up the year before completely abandoned. The shelters were mostly destroyed, the relentless Arctic winds having shredded their canvas. The sled dogs were killed, some seeming to have been eaten. Many of the men were found dead, their bodies frozen in their beds, some showing signs of having been attacked or murdered.
Yikes.
Keep in mind, the Franklin expedition was still fresh in the public imagination during this time, including all the rumors of cannibalism. Wintermute could tell some of his men were nearing their breaking point, so he sent them back to the ship and took only a small group of trusted officers with him to search the rest of the small island. On the far northern side, in an icy bay, they found the remainder of the outpost crew, their bodies frozen solid in the ice. Some appear to have walked in and simply frozen in place.
Jesus. And I thought we had it bad.
Not wanting to completely abandon his research, but also recognizing the fragility of his situation, Wintermute kept a small group of trusted and hardy men with him. He offloaded sufficient provisions and equipment for them to survive up to 6 months, and sent the crew and the Intenebris back to London, with the request that they send a rescue ship to pick them up.
That's dedication. But what does it have to do with our data?
I'm getting there. Months later, the relief ship returned to find only Wintermute remained. He had left books of scrawled notes, data he had gathered using his novel devices, sketches and observances of the men he had kept with him, and a detailed diary outlining their slow but progressive decline into a kind of fugue and madness. Wintermute was accused of murdering the men, brought back in shackles, and once back in England, summarily court-martialed and committed to a sanatorium. His equipment, journals, and the data therein were hidden by the Admiralty, and the Royal Geographical Society renounced Wintermute's membership and denounced his research, claiming he had gone rogue. His work disappeared for over a century, until I dug it up.
Why haven't we ever heard this story before?
Exactly the question you should be asking. I had encountered odd and inexplicable reference to his research, but always leading to dead ends. I finally managed to get my hands, through no small feat of my own canny research and a dogged determination, I might add, on a few of his earlier papers. It wasn't easy, believe me. A woman, let alone a woman who isn't white, had to work 10 times harder to get access to this material, but I managed to do it. I spent the next 20 years piecing it together, tracing the fingerprints of Wintermute's theory, collecting his data, analyzing, and then adding to his research with research of my own using increasingly modern equipment. And the more I dug, the more data I collected, the more worried I became. Because not only had Wintermute's original fear come to pass, that the world had become dependent on the electrical grid, a technology that would easily be taken offline should any Carrington-level geomagnetic event occur, but even worse, that the Carrington event of 1859 was like a tiny spark compared to the massive, overwhelming storm that might come in the future. I started to talk to others about this, but of course people thought I was crazy. They ignored me at first, then started to denounce me, and then ostracize me, until I eventually found myself so far on the fringes of accepted science that I was entirely isolated, with nobody to trust, nobody who would believe me. I lost my job, my marriage failed, all my academic credentials were thrown into question.
Ah, this explains something about your reputation, Dr. Atwood.
Nobody would believe me. Except for John, who you met as Jeremiah, Mr. Mackenzie. He was a young corporal in the Canadian military when I first met him. Handsome, as I recall. It's a long story on top of an already long story, so I won't tell it all here. But the important thing was he was stationed at a radar observation post along the dew line, far north, and started to observe some strange things of his own. He followed the trail, which eventually led him to me. And when we got together, there were sparks, I tell you. To be believed by someone, it was like a drug. We worked to uncover more data, and he kept his eyes and ears open, using his military connections to gather more information carefully. And he moved up the ranks, but always stayed under the radar, putting his career aspirations aside to ensure he could stay close to the facilities we needed access to. But it was never going to last. At one point, he was caught accessing some classified data shared with our NATO allies, and they thought he was spying for the Russians, so they put him in military prison. And we lost touch. Years later, he actually found me here, at the radio telescope. He was a changed man. His fire was gone. They'd somehow broken him. He said he still believed, but he couldn't be part of this journey. And that's the last time I saw him. That was more than 20 years ago. I can't believe he's still alive. And on Great Bear, no less.
You can't possibly believe that's some kind of coincidence. Jeremiah being here.
What are you suggesting?
Isn't it obvious? He stayed here for you, to be close to you, to keep watch.
He's been here ever since, close by, in case you might need him. And as soon as he saw the Aurora and what it could do, he knew. He saw the signs. When I met him, he was nearly killed by a bear, and when I left him, he was still not much more than half alive. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have come here himself. But he sent me to warn you. He made me promise. And he knew by then what that promise would mean.
He sent you in his place. And it's a good thing he did, because now we have the final piece. This is the answer we've been looking for all these years.
Do we finally have it?
I think we do, dear.
I'm not following.
All my research here, and Jace's since she joined me, has been to try to anticipate, to get ahead.
Ahead of what?
The next big Carrington-level event.
The thing Wintermute spent his life also searching for. And others, lesser scientists, industrialists, crackpots, even here on Great Bear. The island's unique geologic strata and northern latitude created a perfect test bed for geomagnetic research. Even a few decades ago, a German industrialist named Rudiger. But that's not important.
Dr. Atwood, do we know the Terminus?
We do, my dear.
And when is it coming? Do we have time to prepare?
No, dear. It's already too late. It's already started.
What does that mean?
It means we're in a new geomagnetic normal. What you've seen so far is really just the beginning. Things will get much worse from here on out.
But how long will it last? Carrington was over in a few days, weeks at most.
Oh, this is much bigger than Carrington.
How long, Doctor?
I hesitate to say. With the data I have, I can only offer a vague range. 40 to 400.
Hours?
Days?
Years. Wintermute tried to warn us 150 years ago, but nobody listened. And now we're at the very beginning of a geomagnetic storm. A disaster of such proportion we've not seen its like in recorded history. The power grid is down. Everything humanity has built over the last 100 years or more, based on technology, electronics, everything based on the integrated circuit, electricity, it's gone. It's all gone. Nature is changing, and soon we'll begin to see the impact on people. We won't emerge unscathed. And this period of darkness will last from 40 to 400 years. A new dark age. The long dark. And what humanity will exist on the other side of it, I cannot even begin to guess.
Then I need to warn her. I need to get to Perseverance Mills.
You're talking about your ex-wife, the doctor?
Astrid will be there. And she needs what's in this hard case.
What's in the case, and what kind of doctor?
She's a researcher. Insomnia, memory loss, fugue states. I think she stole some experimental meds. She's trying to help a friend. A child that's suffering from some mysterious illness. I'm not sure.
Go to her. Regardless of what's in the case, you can bring her here. Her and anyone else you care about. We have to think about the survival of the species now.
But what can we possibly do here?
Oh, Jace, my silly girl. Have you forgotten what this facility is built on?
I just know it's some government thing.
Before it was repurposed for use with the radio telescope, this was an observation post for monitoring satellite communications. Mostly American, Russian, some Chinese, Cold War stuff.
But why here? Who would think we'd be spying from here?
Exactly. A few floors below us are the magnetically shielded dorms and storerooms designed for the folks who used to live and work here back in the Cold War. The whole place is basically a big bunker.
Right. And the team that built the geothermal plant left various supplies behind.
Exactly. There's probably enough dry rations and assorted supplies there to feed dozens of people for a couple of years.
Survival of the species, huh?
I'm afraid so.
Then I better get to it.
Okay. While that was happening, I quite literally went to do some laundry and get us some drinks and some other stuff. Yeah. It's a long, long sequence, but it does explain a lot of what's going on. It adds a lot of world building, which before episode 5 I didn't think was really necessary. We didn't really need to know what the Aurora was. It was just something that happened, but it does add a whole thing. So I do like what they added here, world building wise. Story wise, it doesn't really do that much. Like, it could have been conveyed differently, and you know, it's a massive exposition. But I will say that the way this exposition is told is very good. The world building is also very good. It's just it's quite long. But yeah, that's it. So now we're heading to Perseverance Mills. Now it's going to sound strange, but even though this is the end of part 2 and there are 4 parts, you'd think we're halfway, but actually we're more like 75-80% that finished now. Because the next 3 parts are very short. Part 3 can be done in, if you include the cutscenes, less than an hour. Part 4 is like 10 minutes plus a lot of cutscenes or something to that effect. They're very, very short. Now, before we do any of that, let's head out of here. Still got our weapons. Okay, so they did patch that. So we're gonna head out, and they seem to have patched it, because remember I said earlier that you actually lose all this stuff. All the weapons are returned to the locker, so you don't get to use any of it. But they seem to have changed that, so now you actually do get to keep them. You have them in your hand. Isn't that great? Of course, that does make it even more confusing, because now you have these on you when you leave for Perseverance Mills. Well, when Will gets there, he's not going to have any of this stuff. Okay, let's head out of here. Alright, and they fixed Chase. Now, on the map, it tells you to go here. This was also bugged earlier, it didn't tell you where to go. But basically, you're going to go head back. You're going back the way you came, which is a little confusing because there must be a different route up here. You can't go through the mine anyway, and later the convicts also come up here. And also Jace obviously normally gets here by car, so there are other ways to get up here. But anyway, Will's gonna go this way. So when he exits here, it's the end of part 2, and we go back to playing Astrid for the last sort of real mission and the last map that has some survival elements to it. So let's go. And that was Suzuki. Off we go.
This is your patient. And in case you're thinking of letting him die, consider this a little extra incentive to keep him alive.
Astrid! You don't need to do that.
I need you focused.
I'm a doctor. I'll do whatever I can to help your friend.
He's not my friend. He's my son. He dies, she dies, and then you die.
He's lost a lot of blood, and his injury looks infected. There's a fair bit of bruising around the torso, suggesting there may be internal injuries. Tell me what happened to him.
There was an explosion. Then a lot of heavy stuff fell on him.
How did you know to come here?
We heard on the radio. Shut it, Vachon. You always did talk too much. You never mind that. Just fix Donner.
For internal injuries, there's not much I can do with the equipment here. It's too rudimentary. Normally, he'd be airlifted to a regional hospital.
You'd better figure something out.
I need some better gear, like an emergency trauma kit.
Well, you'd better figure out where you can find something like that, and soon.
The search and rescue station. They need to keep it stocked as emergency backup for remote communities like Perseverance. There's medical supplies there.
Where is it?
Along the old logging roads, north of Desperation Bay. Very rough terrain. It won't be a fast trip on foot.
Well then, Doctor, you better get going.
I'll get the supplies and I'll be right back. And then we'll get Freya out of here.
Don't get ahead of yourself, Doctor. Heller, go with her.
But, boss!
Shut up and get going. A little company to make sure you come back. And remember, Donner goes, and your friend won't be looking quite so healthy when you get back.
Be careful, Astrid.
Look, we've been traveling for hours. I'm not going any further.
My friend warned us it was a long walk to the SAR Station.
I'm freezing. Gotta warm up before I go any further.
I guess we can stop for a bit.
Listen, lady. Hey, look, a train.
Look at this, a train.
Damn, what an ancient piece of junk. This thing belongs in a museum.
You know anything about trains?
Nah, not really. Just think they're cool. Bet this track leads to the SAR Station.
What do you mean by that? Okay, so, here. Wolf just killed a deer. That's funny. Alright, so here we actually are now in the last sort of survivalist mission. Let me just give some context there. So we're down here, and without looking at anything, you know what's going to happen, right? You see all these tracks, these two paths here, one forward, one back, right? You need to get here, and you're going to take the train all the way, at least most of the way. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to get this steam train going. And it's actually kind of clever that they have this, because it's not relying on electricity, it's just steam. So it would make sense that this works. It's kind of cool. I would recommend saving it here, because here we have the last achievement. Now going here with the train all the way up to the SAR Station isn't that hard, and it is actually possible to abandon the train and walk back the other route as well. But there is an achievement here, which is to get to the SAR Station and back using 50 coal or less, which isn't too hard, but it doesn't take much to make a mistake and put in more coal than necessary. So I would recommend saving it here, or maybe even before you start the train, so that you know you're in the clear. We can save it before you start the train. So first off, we need to find the crank. So if you go in here...
If I could just get this old steam engine working, it would save us a lot of time.
Sure would beat walking. But it looks to be missing some control parts. Throttle, maybe?
Must be around here somewhere.
Yeah, so of course it's missing the key, right? Always. So you need to find that. It's not too hard, but it's easy to miss.
Well, good luck with that. I'll just be over here, looking for some way to thaw out.
Gee, thanks for your help.
Anytime, lady.
So now we gotta find the crank. And you can also pick up some stuff. So in here there's coal, which you do need. There's some extra wood and stuff here, like here's some tinder, and some wood, and the crank, as it were, is actually in there. You might want to check your loot here, and actually there's a lot of stuff we don't need, so to save space, let's get rid of some stuff. We don't need this expired heat pack, for example. We don't need all these painkillers that Astrid's carrying around. We can use a heat pack for the fun of it, why not? We have a bunch of stims. We have too much food, if anything, but it doesn't weigh that much. We don't need arrow shafts. We don't need all these recycling cans. We can refuel this thing, the lantern, and then we have enough to actually use this as accelerant. We can keep the bow, why not? We don't need 2 hatchets. We'll dump the heavy one. We don't need this leather as well, so now we're good. And what you want to do actually before you start...
Maybe I can find something useful in that maintenance shed.
Yeah, sure. Is you want to pick up all the coal. So around here there's a bunch of coal on the floor, which you want to pick up, because you need it for the train. You will find coal along the tracks though. More or less whenever you stop the train, you can find coal just laying around. So you're not going to run out. You will always find more. There's you know, caves and stuff too. We have flares and all that stuff. We don't need any of that stuff. We'll let the wolf eat its dinner. More coal. Do you have tinder? We do have tinder. Yeah, and there's more coal over there. We'll grab that after. There's also jerry can here. I'm gonna let him eat. Okay. And to get in there, the doors are locked, but if you go up here, there's more flares. There's a lot of flares and stuff here. You can go up here, and it will allow you to climb in through the roof. And you don't really need anything. Bullets will make things a little bit easier. And coal is pretty much everything you need. Now remember, Astrid is done when this chapter is done. So as long as Astrid is alive at the end of it, you're finished. So here, you go across here. Now because we kept all our gear, when I played it, this bugged out and Astrid spawned naked. But I was still able to do this, even though I started with nothing and everything that she was naked. With the gear you have, she's fine. I mean, she's warm. It will be nighttime soon. That won't change. That's because there will be an Aurora coming. Okay, so here we are. You're going to go over here and down here. And boom. And you'll find here some random loot. You don't really need any of this. I don't think the mittens are bad, are they? No, they're lighter though. And then there's more flares. There's so many flares. We don't need all that stuff. More jerry cans. We don't need jerry can, I would say. I mean, probably not. And you go in here. And in here, we could use a lantern just because it's a little bit dark. Here, there's a bunch of little things you can loot, like food and that, but you don't need any of this, really. It's the same as with Will, like, you don't really need it. Okay, that's bugged. You only really need the coal, right? That's pretty much it. You can check these for more stims or anything, but you don't need it. If you want, you can check all these lockers, but again, it's not really important. What you want to do is get down here. And the crank that you want, it's easy to miss, but it's in here, in this room here. So, there's also an aid station. Military stim, which Astrid could use. Take the bandages too. We have more than enough flares and everything. And we can, there's matches, but we have matches as well. We have quite a lot of matches, yeah. There's wood, gloves. Yeah, what we want is this one, train lever. Take that.
This must be what I need to get the train going.
We don't really need anything else. But there is here a noisemaker.
Hope nobody needs this.
You can use to scare off wolves. There's some more coal, which you do want to take. And then you want to look around and see if there's a bit more coal just laying around or something like that. As you'll see, there is a bit here. And I think that is about it. Yeah. That has a bit more. There. Oops. Yeah. So the objective there, if you missed it, was to find 15 coal. And I have 19. So you have to find 15 or you won't be allowed to start the train. And now you can exit the doors. It's quite easy now. You'll unlock them by interacting with them. But there's even more coal to be found. And you'll find more coal along the path as well. So the wolf is now finished eating. And here's some more coal that we didn't pick up earlier. There might be some more hidden around here and there, but that's not that big a deal. There's also some coal over on this side. This wolf is busy hunting all the wildlife. We're going to grab all the coal we can. Here's some more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can also enter this trailer if you like, but again, there's not really anything here for you. You just really need the coal. But if you want some extra loot, you can go in here and check. But there again, there's not really anything here. And even if there were, you don't need it. Let's just do one last check here. As long as there's some coal in the back here, but I think that's all done. We're very heavy because we have all this coal, but that doesn't matter. A lot of wood. You might want to take some wood, some regular wood, just to be able to start the fire in case it dies. This is also one of the reasons you might want to pick up the jerry can, which I didn't do, but it's not a big deal. And here we are back at Hella, and he's just like, hello. And you have now 27 coal, which is lots. That's very, very good. You could always harvest these for some more tinder if you want, just to have more options to start the fire. But it's really not a big deal. Okay, so now we're going to take the train, and we're going to take it all the way to the SAR Station. And to do that, we need to start the engine. And this is where you should save it, because if you mess this up, you have to, and you want the achievement, you have to do it again. So it will take maybe 40 minutes to do something like that. There's different ways you can do it. So we're going to save it here and make sure that we don't spend too much coal. Okay, let's go. Train. That's saved. So now we're going to actually go. To do that, you have to start the train. And you got to start the firebox. This was a bit buggy upon launch, but and we have accelerants, but we don't really need it here. Let's start a fire. there are different tricks you can use to keep the engine going for as long as you want. It's a little slow, but it works. You can put the train going forward and then into neutral, for example. There we are.
Perfect. Okay, so the fire's going, and that means the steam pressure should start building any minute now. Just got to install the throttle lever.
Yeah, you need more coal as well to make it go.
That should do it.
That should do it. So now it's a neutral.
You coming?
Reverse.
I just got
1,
this
2.
fire going. Finally starting to feel my feet again.
You aren't worried I'll run off somewhere?
You? Nah. You won't leave your friend to die.
I'll be back as soon as I find the trauma kit.
Better hurry. Tick-tock.
Alright, now we need to make this warmer. So, a coal, I don't know if this adds temperature. It does, but not a lot. Coal, however, adds quite a lot. Let's see, it's 125, so we put another stick on. 55, then we can put, it should be 75, 95, 105, 125. And then you can go. So I used 4. We'll try and keep a mental calculation of how many we've used. You can get 25 before you get there. And there we go.
Get the pressure up. Then release the brake. And...
yeah, there we go. So, shift, toggle brakes, you can lean out, you can do the horn.
More coal to get the fire burning hotter.
Yeah, so you can move forward. That's brakes. Brakes are off. You move forward. You have the PSI up there. And you need to get the pressure up to move faster. If it goes too low, it will just, yeah, could stall. You can see now it's going very slow. What you can do is put on a piece of coal, pressure goes up, and you could even put it in neutral, which will just go a bit slower. But we needed to go higher so that we can go through this thing over there. And it's not quite there, so we have to put another piece of coal on. It smashes through. Put it in neutral and it's kind of gliding. You see there's some coal on the ground there. Put it in 1 again. To get the speed back up. And to brake through that we need 2. So let's put it in 2. So it brakes through it. And then we put it in neutral again. You gotta keep repeating this until you get to where you need to go. There's another one over here. We're losing speed. With the 1, but we're losing speed because the pressure is down. So let's put another coal on here. As we get a bit closer, we'll change it to 2. Like around here. Yeah, that's a little close. And here we're going to turn on the brakes. Yeah. So make a note that we have used 7 pieces here. You get out. As you saw, we actually maybe went a little too far. Because, okay. Right, so you want to spend as little time as possible to get the train on the right track. I went a little bit too far, I'm pretty sure. So this will happen a lot where you need to get the train tracks ordered properly. Before we do that though, go over here and you see some more coal. So we use 7. So there's 2 more, and I think there's some more in here. we need any of this stuff. There could be coal in here too, which there is. Yeah. And we got a lot of coal here, which is great. Right, so now we have 32. So 39 is our total. We can find 11 more basically. And Astrid's got some flares, that's fine. You can loot the corpse if you want. Alright, so now we want to basically set everything up. So now, one thing, we use 7 coal to get basically, well not quite, but we use some coal to get the engine warm enough. But the engine now is idle, the engine is on. It's just not moving, but the engine, you don't have to light the engine every time. Okay, so we're on this track, but I think we might have to go this track. Let's see where this goes. Maybe just kill. You can kill these walls, so you can get rid of them. Like with the torch. Let's just kill them. The other bolt. Makes it a bit less stressful, so let's just get rid of them. What else is to think more? So we are on that track there. That track goes down here. And if you go here, that will not work. It will just hit this thing. But if you go here, you can break through that. And then also break through those gates over there. Just got to make sure everything is aligned. So this seems to be correct here, I think. Let's just double check that. No. Is that right? Let's just make sure we do this right. That right? Sorry, this is a bit confusing. So the train comes in and I think that is incorrect. I think you have to do like this. Let's see it. I think that's right. Now there's another one over here. And this one, it looks like, is also wrong. Let's check that. Is that right? I think that's right. It's a bit hard to tell, if I'm honest. No, not really in a hurry. It is going to become nightfall and an Aurora is going to happen. That's because it has to happen for the story. Now we have what was it? Okay, so we have 40 coal at our disposal in total now. If we find 10 more, then we have like the max to use. And here's some more coal. And you can find even more, but we're going to stick to the max 50. 3. Do you have any coffee? Yeah, I do have coffee from earlier. Coal, 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 coal. You can get 3 more. You can see there's a lot of coal. Some people were, when they played the first time, they were really conservative with their coal use, but they didn't realize it would you'd find more. So what we need to do is just make sure this track is correct, which is why I stopped where I did. So I need to go on the right track. As you can see, this is not the case because this does not connect to that one here. This needs to connect as this off. So we need to change that. And now it's correct. So now the train will go down to the right. And now we can get out of here. We're going to go back in the train. In most cases, there are some exceptions. But in most cases, whenever you're on like a multi-track, the correct thing is to just move the track. It's always wrong. I think there are a couple of exceptions. Okay, so now we remove the brakes. We start moving. But we don't have pressure, so put on a coal. Pressure's moving. Okay, and speed up. And we need another one because we are approaching an obstacle. Go to 2. Break through. We need another one in a minute. Yeah, as long as the speed is up here, you can break through. Put it in neutral. We need another one soon. Because there's snow. Astrid actually really likes going through the snow. We need another one for this. And go to 2. Go to neutral. Let the train just sort of flow. PSI is building up, so we're gaining pressure. We got pressure, we just need to get the speed moving. There's another obstacle over there. So we'll put another coal on in just a minute. Coal does last for a while. Put one on. And go to 2 here. It goes to 2 pretty fast. And we glide through it. Use neutral to keep the train just gliding while pressure builds up, rather than using the pressure to maintain the speed.
Fire isn't hot enough to keep the pressure. We need more coal.
You got plenty of coal, Astrid, you're fine. Keep going. Okay, now we're losing pressure. Let's put on one more. Okay, and here is a one we have to put up to more speed. There's another obstacle. Let's go with number 1, and a little bit closer we go number 2. We do that twice. Pressure is building. And we got 2. If you fail that,
Coal to get the
we need one more coal. It's not enough pressure. And 2. And neutral. And here you want to stop again on here before you hit this. Alright. Got pressure, but that's going to dissipate. Leave.
Looks like the fire isn't hot enough to keep the pressure up.
So 34. I think I can get, was it 3 more? I think I got 47 or whatever it was earlier. I think it's 3 more. Guys, now again, let's have a look at this. Do you have heat packs? No, we don't. I thought we had heat packs. Guess not. Anyway, so here, you got to push this thing out of the way. This thing is already on these tracks. Now, I could have just done that right away, but we didn't know that until we stopped. So, you see this actually connects. So, you want to push this out of the way. He's dead. You need to push it over there. Then you need to reverse the train and go back here. That's basically it. That's exactly what we're going to do. I think it was 3 coal. I kind of lost count, but I think it's 3 more we can have. I could just pick up 2 to be safe. So I think it was actually 3 I could do, but let's say now I used 14 for the sake of argument. Which means this is the maximum I can use. Say we gotta get to the end of this journey with 20 or 25 left. It'll be fine. And now we are here. So you see we're about halfway. We've gone over this bridge and now we're here. We kind of have 2 sections left. So in we go. We need to go and push this. We do have some pressure in the tank from earlier. And you need to be level 2 here. 2. There we are. Now you reverse. Yeah, we're running out of pressure. We need one more coal. Once we're through, we toggle the brakes. We get out. And now we change this. Yeah, so now the train will go that way. And then we're good.
Looks like I need more coal to get the fire.
Toggle the brakes up. Move forward. We still have pressure. We need to put another coal on further up ahead. Because we have a snow thingy there. I'll put another coal on in just a minute. And then you can climb up there for more coal, even more. And push forward a bit. That was a bit too early, but doesn't matter. Go on to neutral. Let the train carry itself. You can't check the map, by the way, while you do this. You can lean out. Yeah, but that's it. The horn will scare away wolves. Need another coal before this dies. You can go into neutral. Now we're coming to, I think, the last one before we get to the SAR Station. Yeah. I'm gonna put brakes on here. Alright. So we get out. And here's a bunch of wolves too. You can kill them, or you can use the flare. I'm gonna kill them because then it's easy to explain what's going on. I hit him, so he's dead. Okay. Took my arrow, that was the only thing. Stop that bite. Get rid of the disinfectant. Alright, so here you have to plan a little bit. So first, you can see that you can't go this way, right here, because that will just cause... Rabbits are bugged out, look at that. What is happening here? Okay. He's dead. So here, we can't go this way because it's blocked. By the way, if you go up here, there's some loot and stuff. There's also a trailer over here with loot. Behind the corner, I think. Anyway, we need to get this way here. You can see this path is also blocked. Get rid of this wolf here. I don't have many bullets, but... Okay, one is enough. If you know you hit the wolf, you can just do a struggle and immediately win. So here, what you need to do is basically set this up to go that way. So let's start at the end here. Do it backwards. Heavy wind here. Now the wolves are gone. Now you don't need to kill the wolves. You can just light a flare. We should protect it. We'll work with this wind. And then scare them off. Well, this is easy for me to explain what's going on. So here, we need to go on this track. And you can see that's not the case here. So you need to change this. And now the train will go straight. Yeah. I believe. Yeah. And we need to come from here. So let's make sure that's correct. This looks like that's not correct either. No, that was correct already. Because it needs to connect here, yeah. But that one's okay. That one was correct from before. And then we need to plow through this thing, which is easy enough. But here is a bit complicated. This truck needs to be moved. And it needs to move this way. And that's already connected. But after this truck has been moved, you need to change this one to then go that way. And then here, we need these to connect now. That does not connect. So we need to change that. And now that's set up. Where's the... Okay, here you are. Let's get rid of this wolf too. Okay, I think they're all dead now. Okay, so now we should be able to push this car. Which will get it out of the way. Then we got to reverse, change the tracks, and go through.
Looks like I need more coal to get the fire burning.
We got stuff. Move forward. Then we should be able to push this car.
Wow, this place is cold.
Boom. Then you brake. Clean out. Yeah, that's clear. Then we're going back. Make sure there's enough time to get speed. So let's just stop here. Then we're going to change this track. And now, the trailer over there, by the way, used to crash the game when it was launched. We're not going to go in there. Now we should be good all the way too. So now we remove the brakes. Put another coal on here. Move forward. And get the speed up to 2 so we can break through these this snow. Under neutral, and now we should be going straight through these tracks. There we go, see? That was correct. And now I just gotta keep going. Maintain the speed. Go into neutral every now and then. Saves the pressure. Kind of like auto walking. We need another coal here because there is an obstacle coming up. Wait until a bit closer. Ah, there's my arrow. So the wolf died. Go to 2. Back to neutral. Horn to scare the wolf. He got so scared he died. No, you don't need more coal. You just need to have it on. There's another one coming up here. We do have enough pressure to go through this one, but we might as well put another one on. Good, more pressure build up. Okay, go to 2. And neutral. And we're not far now.
Looks like I need more coal to get the fire burning hotter.
Yeah, fine, Astrid. And here we are, basically. And here you can go and check that this is all okay. So just leave it here. Let's give Astrid a coffee, huh? Yeah. So here we are at the SAR Station, so now we're here, as you can see. You got to check these tracks. So in this case, you can see it is correct already. It's not going to go that way. So you can just go here through. While we're here, we can plan a little bit. What's that? The glimmer fog or something? Why is that happening? Oh no, it's cables here. Oh yeah, okay, it's these sparks here. This. Not sure why that's happening now though. The Aurora hasn't started yet. But anyway, here's some more. So basically what you want to do here is you need to turn the train around. So this, the way you do it here is you gotta go this straight ahead. So this seems correct as far as I can tell. Is that right? Let me just check in. That's blocked.
Blocking the path. Just need to get it out of the way.
Okay. Really? Anyway, you go over there, and we can do that then when you park. But then you gotta reverse the train over there and go back. So it's a little convoluted like that. But anyway, I think this is all correct now. So we gotta go basically park the train is what we're gonna do now. Let's just double check here that this is correct. Yeah, that looks correct to me. And as you can see, there's more coal, and there's even more coal. There's a load of caves around. You can stop all over the place. Get more coal. Like, there's 50 for the achievement, but there must be 150 coal or something like that. I don't know how much I spent the first time, but I think it was probably just barely over 50. I didn't know about the achievement at the time. Anyway, here we are. Let's get in the train. As you can see, it's saved the pressure. So let's remove the brakes, go forward. We're going to put another piece of coal on here. I'm going to plow through this snow. Put it in neutral. And then we get to the end here. And here we are. This is the SAR Station.
Okay. Looks like this is the end of the line.
That's
SAR
it.
Station must be around here somewhere.
As you can see, we made it halfway now, so we reached this halfway point. And we have 29 coal left. You used 11, including starting the train up, which means in practice we use like 14. So you don't need that much, really. And if you do want to not bother with this thing, you can always just get as much coal as you want. The SAR Station is up there. That's where the SAR Station is. Before we do that, though, we're going to set up the journey back. So to go back, you have to return the train around. Now, you can actually, as long as you use 50 coal to get there, it is actually possible afterwards to walk back because you already cleared everything. So if you really want to, you can actually walk all the way back. Yeah, you can do that. Same route you came from. Which will take a while, but it can be done, and then you don't use any coal. Okay, now we need to get the train, when we finish, that is, when we got the trauma kit, we need to come back here and get the train turned around. So we need to change these tracks so that it goes the other way. So we'll do that. There you go. Now it goes this way. And then it will go to that side, and when that happens, we change the tracks again to go back down. Okay, hey, there's more coal in that if you need that. We don't need that though. We basically got to get up there to the search and rescue station, and that's just literally this walk here. This is a really short walk, and that's it. There's no surprise wolves or anything. It's a little bit of loot there that you can pick up, and in fact I would recommend you pick up this flashlight because you will get an Aurora before you head back. There's also a stim, bandage. A lot of blinking with these lights. I think it's supposed to do that in the daytime, must be a bug. If you want food, there's that there, but you don't really need any loot, because just like with I talked about earlier with Will and that, when you complete this mission, it's done for Astrid. So she doesn't really need to have anything. She just needs to be alive at the end of it. So it doesn't really matter what she's got. Some more bullets will be nice or whatever, but you don't really need it. accelerant we can pick up, I guess. We don't need this either, but in case we suddenly do want to make a fire. Okay, so now we're just going to follow this road. But these blinking things are annoying, aren't they? And it's up here. If you go this way here, this thing on the map, this path, that's just blocked. You're going to go up here.
Looks like this is the way to the SAR Station.
That's right. So you just got to get up here. There's a couple things to loot here too if you want to. There's no wolves here, but going back there'll be Aurora wolves. So Aurora wolves don't respond to torches and that, so you have to either kill them or scare them off. Which is why this flashlight comes in handy, so pick that up. Alright, so now it's going to walk up here. Now Astrid is getting tired, but you can't really sleep is the problem. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't, because then I think the mission fails eventually because they want you to get back as soon as possible. Otherwise they basically kill your friend, Jane, because Donna is dying, right? Now, of course, story-wise, it would make more sense that they send one of the convicts to find a trauma kit, while Astrid, the only doctor in town, stays behind and takes care of the patient. In the end, though, it doesn't really matter what Astrid does, because what Donna has is the void sickness, and you can't really cure it, at least not without a hard case. Okay, so here we are. SAR Search and Rescue Station, which is cool. And this is where you find the trauma kit.
There it is. The helicopter. That must be the SAR Station.
Now, before we grab the kit, just a couple of things. It looks like you can go in here, but you can't. It's just locked. So the actual station, you can't go in there. But you can go into this garage. And here there is this, which seems good, except that you're going to be against Aurora wolves, which isn't actually that good for this sort of stuff. But, you know, at least it's something. So now you have two of these. You can drop the other one. Prybar, but we already have a Prybar. And then you got, you know, a car battery, because that's something I need. And here's another flashlight. So if you didn't pick up the first one, there's another one here. Okay, and I don't think there's anything here except for driving gloves. And you can't go this way. Now, in here is a trauma kit. One last thing before I actually go and pick that up. There is a path here. Kind of like a scenic view, which is kind of cute. And there is actually something at the end of this. So if you follow this path to the end, you'll find a corpse that has a stim on it, I believe. Which could be handy. Here. There's the corpse. You can tell because you have these crows. So you knew there was something here. You loot the corpse. Stim. See? 2 stims. And a flare shell. And another one. Another one. Another one. A lot of flare shells. So now we have an absolute tonnage of stims. So we should be fine. And if Astrid gets tired, you can just pop the military stim and you're fine. Alright, now we're going to get the trauma kit. In fact, we could pop one now just to be a bit faster. Because he's not so tired. There's more flare shells. So there's an absolute ton of these. And you can loot all this stuff, but it's not really worth it. Like, you find little bits and bobs, you know, it doesn't really matter. Loot it if you want to. And here's like a note. It basically explains what's going on. We're not going to read that. And then you have this, the trauma kit. That's what you came here for. Take that. It does weigh, but not a lot. And this is basically to help Donna. Take that.
Found it. A trauma kit. That'll be enough to give Donna a fighting chance.
Yeah. Now you gotta take that back. Perseverance Mills. Unlike with the other case, where she just teleports back, here you have to actually go back. So now you have to take the train and go back. And this time there will be it will force you to go this way for some reason. Anyway, so what we can do, just to get things a bit faster, we can run. And then she's going to get tired because now there's 25% of the fatigue left, so the restart is much slower to recharge the sprint meter. So what we can do, we can just run, and then we can do like, we could drink something, and we could pop a military stim because we have so many of them. There you are, that's full. We could also put a heat pack on if you want to, but we're going to go to the train to heat up anyway. Now we're heavy, but not as heavy as before. The main reason we're heavy is because we're carrying this coal, which I could have just left behind on the train, I suppose, but I just carried it with me. So now we're going to get the train out of here. The nightfall is coming and there will be an Aurora. But we made good time getting here, so it hasn't started yet. I think you can get back before the Aurora takes complete effect, but you have to do things very quickly. Alright. Return to Mathis. So now, let's head back to our train, which will also warm us up. So we didn't find any bullets or arrows, but we do have a ton of this. Okay, now you can hear the Aurora is coming. The Aurora sounds have started in the background. So now the Aurora is coming. I'm just checking these quickly. The Aurora, the song of the Aurora is coming, and we'll get Aurora wolves as well. Okay.
Gotta get the train facing the other way so I can get out of here.
Yeah, so now we're going to turn around the train. So now we're going to just, we already moved this track here, so now we're going to toggle the brakes and go in reverse. We have some pressure for that. We're warming up. That's one of the things that makes it a bit easier, is that you warm up with the engine in. You toggle the brakes. Then you head out. And there's some more coal if you need it. Now you got to turn this. Now you'll be going this way. And this will take you now back. Now technically this one here is wrong, but I don't think it really matters that this is wrong, because the train kind of like is forced back on anyway. But it's supposed to be like this. See, it says blocked, see?
Just need to get it out of the way.
I think when you go from one track on to the main track, it doesn't really matter. It's more when you got to choose a fork in the road, basically. So now we have 29 coal left, and we've got to do the same journey back. Should be able to do it with 50 to 20, and the deer is bugging out. So let's head back. We'll toggle the brakes, go forward, put a coal on here, and we are on the move, heading home. There we go. Yeah, it just sort of connects anyway. Same thing here. Then you go into neutral to save some pressure. But as you see, it's a bit slow because the train sort of slows down, and then you got to build back up again. So you can do that, but you don't have to do that. I find it most efficient to go into neutral after you've been on the 2. That's the best. Or if you just put a coal on, that's pretty much it. Let the pressure build up a bit, and then utilize it. The Aurora is coming, it's in the sky now. The wolves may not have transformed yet into Aurora wolves, but we do have the flashlight, so. The fire is fine, Astrid. Go into neutral again. Does it keep pushing? Forward. And as we enter the grey area here, put another coal on. Let's keep going. We'll soon reach the train station we were at earlier. A little while away. Wait until this pressure reaches the top. Then we can use neutral. Let it ride a little bit longer. And then light it up again. Put another coal on soon. Here. And now reach that first station. But here, the game will now, for some reason, change it so you go a different direction, which has always been a bit strange to me, but that's just what it does. It doesn't seem like you can go back to the way you came with the train, which is a little weird. The coal, we got loads of them left. And now we got to break through here as well, I think. No. But here, it doesn't seem like you can change. Oh yeah, that's right. It tells you it's blocked. That's what it does. It tells you that it's blocked, so you can't go through or something like that. So we're going to break through and go this way instead. Go to 2. And then a neutral. Another ride. We need to build up more. Because there's another obstruction here. Go to 2 here. Back to neutral. Another obstruction up ahead. Put another coal on here. The Aurora has come into effect. So now we have lights. And then we go to 2 in a minute. So around here.
Cold to get the fire burning hot.
And neutral. Let the train glide. Put it back into 1. Put another piece of coal on. And put it in 2. Here. Put it in neutral a little bit, and then 2 again. And neutral. And then here we come to our first real obstacle. Where we need to break the train. This one is mostly accurate already, so this one's a little tricky. And you might want to stop the train here and save the game. Because this is going to be your first encounter with Timberwolves. Not Timberwolves, with Aurora Wolves, which makes this a little bit harder. So, go out, get your flashlight. Remember, you're safe here. In the light, you're safe. You can scare away the Timberwolves, but you don't really need to. You can just outrun them, really, because they will not touch you with light. But you can scare them with, like, this, the high beam. Like this. See? Doesn't work really well, though. You gotta kind of, like, in their face. So you run away. Same thing here. Approach. Beam them in the face. You know, just keep them at bay. And you can just run to the next stop it. Now, we need to go basically to the right here. See the Timberwolves? I keep saying Auroras. Just head to the lights and you'll be fine. They're a bit slow, so... Yeah. We need to make sure. So we want to go this way. See that? There's an obstruction over there. Right over there, there's an obstruction. We need to get the train on this track. Because that's where we want to go. So we need to go from that track onto the middle track over here. And that's it. So this looks really complicated because you don't take the train here. And you can take it on this side, but actually then you reach a dead end. And same with this side. So actually here there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tracks. But it's actually pretty linear. So yeah, it's not that hard. Use the high beam to slow them down. Get to the next light. So we need to check this one here. And that's it. Now, we do have a noisemaker. We could throw this. Disperse them a bit. Well, it does that. We need to go forward here. So this is wrong. We need to put this on. And now we're going forward. Perfect. Now we need to go back here. Check this one out. There's a light. This one is correct already, because you can see this one, it does not connect here, so it won't allow you to go that way, it will go forward. So in this one, despite the complexity of what this looks like, with 5 different tracks, you actually only need to change one to go forward here. I remember doing this and I was like, Your flashlight will also recharge. Go back in. And we got some pressure. We can put another one on anyway. We got 21 left. Toggle the brakes. Launch number 1. Lean out. Have a look for these Timbies. You know what I mean. Down the horn. Not sure why that was injured. And now it should go forward here. And that's it actually. We can go neutral a little bit. And then here, go forwards. Within 1. And in 2. Neutral. And we're through. So that place looks really complicated. So there's 5 different tracks. And that's it. It looks like you have to juggle. Okay, you gotta go here, you gotta move this one. And then you gotta do that one. It looks really complicated, but actually it's literally just one thing you change. The first one is already correct. And the second one needs changing. Oh, we need more coal, sorry. So that one is actually a very easy one. You can ignore all the other ones. And I think I'm not sure there are any more actually, just hold 3 now. Put in number 2 here. Into neutral. neutral.
Cold to get the fire burning hot.
As long as the train has this speed, you'll break through. We got low pressure, so let's put on another coal. Going to 1. And then into 2. Into neutral. Hey, you can actually take a detour in there if you like. Which is, oops. That was what I'm doing by accident. My bad. Let's reverse. Use the horn to scare away the wolves. Go back, pedal brakes. Horn skins them off. Do it again if necessary. Get out. Got the old flashlight. Remember the train of the light. The train also has lights. They can't touch you because of the train. Oops. Back in we go. A little tricky there. The noise make comes in handy, and you can also park a bit closer, and then you get remove the brakes. Forward we go. Actually, before we do that, I want to quickly check. See here. This is where we are. It's a bit silly, but you can't check the map while you're in the train. But what we could do though, go forward a bit. Get some coal. There's 17 left. Get away with the horn. Go forward. If you go in there, there is loot in there. What we can do is I'm going to show you on the map when we stop next.
Cold to get the fire burning hot.
Let's put another coal on. Go up to 2 around here. Down to neutral. We can actually just let it slow down completely so that I can show you on the map where we are. It's a bit annoying actually. That's something I wish they could change. I think you should be able to look on the map while you're on the train. I mean, don't see why not. Now we're pretty much home free. We're going to put the brakes on. Away from the wolves now. Here we are on the map. You see, we're basically home. So as you see, the way back is actually a bit simpler than the way up here. Here, when you get to this rail yard, you don't do anything. The game just forces you this way. There's caves with loot and coal, but you don't need them. Then you get to this train yard, which is where we were, which looks complicated, but it's literally just one switch you need to do, and that's it. Just dodge the Aurora wolves. Use the flashlight. There is an argument for picking up the second flashlight, so you have 2 of them with more battery. But you can also just shoot them, or you can, you know, just the campfire will also work. And then you have here where there is a small detour here, so you have to get off here, and that's it. So on the way back, you only need to turn 2 switches, 1 here and 1 there, which is significantly easier than these other 3 stops, you know. So that's how that works. And now we still have 16 coal left, and we should be fine. We are nowhere near 50, and we're almost there. There's a couple of obstacles left, but we're practically home free. Put another coal on. This is the only time a character has fun in Wintermute's story. Okay, and then we put it to 2 in just a minute. Brush is going up. Put it to 2. Put it in neutral. Let it run. You can put another coal on to keep high pressure. Why not? Hey, sprain risk is gone. Go back to 1. There should be 1 or 2 more obstacles. There we are. Now we put it at 2.
More coal to get the fire burning hotter. Well, that whole train ride was unexpected.
And there we are, we're at the end.
Machines like this don't work.
And boom. Out we go. We got the trauma kit. And we have 14 coal left. So you see there's quite a lot of margin here. It is perfectly possible to do it with even less than what I did if you just be very conservative with the neutrals and you plan it better. So I used 36. It might have been 35 that I used, but it is possible to do it with 30. Anyway, now we are going to go to Hella. That will then trigger a cutscene, which sends us through to part 4, which is the finale of the game. And this should also trigger the achievement. So, here we go. Journey completed.
Hey, you made it. What the hell took you so long?
I mean, there were complications, of course.
Yeah, tell that to Mathis. You find what you need?
Yes, I think so. We better get back to the clinic.
Yeah, sure hope Donner's still alive. For your sake.
You and me both. You were smart to let the others go. I told you hostages were unnecessary.
You just worry about fixing Donner.
There. That should do it.
Is he gonna live?
For now.
That's not good enough, Doctor.
Look, I could lie and tell you he's gonna be fine just to get you off my back and get my friends out of here, but the truth is he's been injured. Badly. Without better equipment, I can't say for sure what's happening inside his body. If there's internal bleeding, which I suspect there is, what I just did for him might be enough to slow it down, but not to stop it. Eventually, he's gonna need more help than I can give him.
Maybe there's something that can help Donner. In your special metal case?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, Doctor, you are not a good liar. You think I didn't figure it out? You think I didn't figure out that you were what Mackenzie's been looking for all this time?
You leave him out of it.
Oh, but he's very much a part of it. I knew there had to be more to it. Why would a hard-headed pilot like him care so much about carrying a metal case halfway across this frozen hellscape? Mackenzie's a Boy Scout, but he's not stupid. He did it for you.
Look, I have no idea
what I'm talking about, right? So this case, whatever's in it, must be really important.
I have nothing to say about it.
You think I'm playing around, Doctor?
Please, I've done everything you asked. Just let my friends go.
What is in the case, Doctor?
Nothing.
You know, I'm getting tired of asking.
It's nothing that can help Donner.
Then tell me what I want to know, or I go back to that bar and I start hurting people, starting with your friends.
It's a cure. Or it might be.
A cure for what?
A cure for what I think is coming.
The hell does that mean?
I'm not 100% sure. But I think this Aurora, it's changing things. People. It's going to change all of us.
And your case, is that some kind of medicine? A vaccine?
It might be.
Well then, another reason I need to find and kill that damn pilot once and for all. Because at one point, I had this case in my hands and he stole it from me. Boys, round up the crew. It's time to go. Keep the doctor, kill the rest. Lock him in that bar and just light it up. Like that school back in Milton where this all started.
No! My friends, the people here, they're not part of this!
Then we go after the pilot and the case, and we finish this off once and for all.
You bastard!
Oh, you have no idea. We're gonna have fun, Doctor, you and I.
Mathis? Mathis? Something's wrong.
What? Donna?
Dad?
I'm here. I'm here, my boy.
I saw it.
So what, son?
Lights. The lights. They called to me. And I found water. Black water. It was all lights and black water. And then nothing. Nothing. But dark.
You let him die. You let him die. You let him die!
Time to go. Hey, Jerry! I said it's time to go!
I don't know. I feel like hurting them some more.
No time!
Fine. Let's get out of here.
I can't leave them behind. My friend and her child, they need my help. And the rest of the people aren't safe either.
Take her. I'll round up everyone I can.
Hurry.
You have to take me where?
There's someone you need to see.
Who? Is it Mackenzie? Is he still alive?
Come on, you scab. Shake it off, we have work to do.
But what about for Sean?
Nothing we can do for him. Take these flares, round up the others, find the doctor, and burn it all to the ground.
She's here. I gotta find Astrid before Mathis does.
As usual.
Alright, so here we are in part 4 of the story, and this is by far the shortest. So here we are back in Perseverance Mills, except now the whole thing is on fire. Now, for some reason Will knows where to go. It actually says reach Jane's house. So that's up there, and it's on fire, as you can see. It doesn't actually tell you on the map where to go, but because you've been there before, I guess I just assumed you'd know what that was. Now notice that Will doesn't have any of his gear. He's only wearing pretty much his clothes, and that's it. That's something that's been criticized, like what happened to all his shotgun stuff, and most likely that is just a narrative choice. They just, developers didn't want Will to come shotguns blasting in here and just shoot everyone. Now in terms of this actual thing, this is the second to last time you're going to control a character, so the story as far as player control is concerned is basically over after this, except for one minor thing. Now, in order to do this sequence, you have to dodge these convicts. Fortunately, they're all short-sighted and can't really see you, and you have to go through town and reach Jane's house. You can take them down in some cases, or you can avoid them altogether. Now, one thing to note about this is that you have multiple ways to solve this. There are many ways you can dodge the convicts. Some of them are different paths you can choose, and some are just light goating that it's not too hard really. So I'm going to show you one way to do this, but you can do it multiple other ways. It's not that hard to experiment with because the town isn't that big. So let me show you one of them. Here we start, of course, and first we have this guy who is Vachon II, and he won't see you if you just get over here. See, he's right there. He won't see you, so you can just go over here. And that's it. Now you can go down this road and get down to the docks and walk there, or you can just go over this part right here and he won't see you. Just down here, boom. And now you're behind him. Hello. Then you just keep going down this street. And there's another comic right there. You can take him down if you want and go that way. You can go this route here behind the house and over behind here. That's one way, or you can actually go over these barrels here onto the. There's actually many different ways you can go here. So you could go for here, for example, and just try and get over here. No, sorry, wasn't it? It's here. Sorry, on these barrels right here. Just walk on this barrel here. That's kind of
Can't go that way.
slanted, and then you can just go straight over this. Just a little bit left and right jiggling, and you're over. And that was easy. The alternative is to go around, and then you can come back up over here. And then here, you just follow the main road pretty much and just don't get too close. Zigzag through these cars. There's a convict over there. You can choose. You can go up there and around if you want to. Do that. Or you can just go over these sort of wooden things there. So you got a slanted barrel again. So you can just go on that. Over. So I'm not sure if it's intended to go that way because the barrels are slanted, so they might be intentionally put that way as kind of like a ramp. Yeah, it is what it is. Anyway, and now you're here on the road again, and that's pretty much it. This guy can't see you, and there's another guy there. They all have their backs to you. And then we have this area here. Here is a little bit tricky to go over, so here it's easier to just go to the left and go down this path here. There's a convict right here, but he won't see you. He's too busy thinking about life choices. Then you go back up on the other side of this. Then you're here. And now you get to this convict. And you can just go over this tree here. And you can take this convict down. Just go up to him and grab him. Like there'd be an interact button like here. Take down. And then he's out of the equation. But if you prefer to be completely non-violent, you can just instead go down here, left of this convict. Or to make it even safer, you can go there. It doesn't really matter, as long as you end up on the docks. He's oblivious either way. Yeah, so for example, you can go down here. That's what I mean. Just go down here. And you end up down here on the docks. Hello there. And then you walk up here. And here he is again, he's standing right there. But you can just go right here. And these are very simple routes really. And this is just one way. You can do it another way. You can go up and around and jump down here. If you just do little mini goats or just walk on top of some barrels, you can go so many different places. It's quite easy really. Okay, now you're here though. Getting past this car is a little different, but you can just walk up here. On over, for example. It's not that hard, it's just right here. And go across. And then you're pretty much home free, and that's it. That took me, what, 5 minutes to do? And that's including explaining things. If you do this quickly, I'm pretty sure you can do this whole sequence in like 2 minutes. It's very easy, but the convicts have very short-sighted vision, so they don't really see you unless you get really close. There's no hidden achievement for like making it through without taking anyone down, or for taking all of them down, or whatever. It's nothing like that. You just gotta get to Jane's house, which is up here. And this will now, you have to enter Jane's house to look for Astrid.
Yang. Jane Yang. Astrid's friend. This must be the house.
This is the house. So now you're going in to look for Astrid. Spoiler alert, Astrid's not there. By the way, just a little thing to notice here. Notice that Will is wearing his parka. He's got it on right now. It's on right there. But when I open this door, it's going to be off. Look at his arms. No parka. And now warming up. And now he's still wearing his parka. Gone in. That'll come back to that. And now there's these fires here. This isn't a timed event. This doesn't tell you that it is. You basically gotta make it through the house looking for Astrid. Of course she's not here, but you can look around. If you want, you can loot things. You can even, you know, see what there is. There's items to pick up. You can't open drawers and stuff, but you can look around. And here's Freya's room, but she's not there. No sign of anyone or anything, except for here. Not correct. So you have to find a scarf. You have to find a scarf to progress. Now you need to get out of here. Kitchen has collapsed again. Crouch. And go through all of this stuff until you reach the exit. There'll be now one. This is the last time you control Will for now. Then we're going to enter into a major cutscene with other characters before we take control of Will for the last time. So I'm going to let this play out and then I'll narrate one final time. Let's go.
Mathis.
Looks like we're even, pilot. Here. You almost forgot this.
I have to find her. She's still here somewhere.
I know. We got her out.
You found her?
Yep. Seems you two have friends who do, well, just about anything to help you out.
I can't believe you found her.
She's waiting for you. Let me take you to her, Mackenzie.
Is it really you?
I brought something for you.
I thought I'd lost you forever.
Nothing is forever.
We have to go.
Yeah, I know. The radio telescope.
Jace, she filled me in. Said we could be safe there for a while. From what's coming.
Do you know what's coming?
A kind of darkness that we may never recover from. I think it's affecting our memories. I need more time to study it, but what's in this case might buy us some time.
We'll have time to work on it when we get to the radio telescope.
Yes. Let's go there. Now.
Jace. Jeremiah. Taker. You have to go with them now.
Wait. Go with them? What do you mean? Where are you going?
Go with them. To the telescope. I'll be right behind you. There's one last thing I have to do.
There we have an achievement. Okay. Now we have the last time you see me control Will. The Perseverance Mills is on fire. We got the achievement for delivering the hard case. There's one more achievement, which is to basically wrap up the story. The game doesn't tell you where to go, but you know where to go. It's to go to the radio tower. Now, some people said, how does Will even know what the radio tower is? And that's not really a plot hole, because Will did hear the radio message from Perseverance Mills in episode 2, so he knows there's a radio tower here. So the fact that he found that it's not that hard, I mean, it's quite visible, so that's not really a big deal. Now, the reason I pointed out the parka was because you noticed he was wearing it and suddenly he wasn't wearing it. But the reason that happens is, again, it's a narrative choice. I'm going to start walking while I talk. I'm going to head up there. That's because the parka is a symbol of Will making a choice to make his role in a new world. It's symbolic. And he once he makes the choice, which he does here at the radio tower, he doesn't need the parka anymore, which is why he doesn't wear it. So it's all like it's all symbolic. If you want to know the symbolism of this episode and the meaning behind everything that happens, you can watch my video on symbolism on episode 5, which explains more or less everything that happens in this episode and what it means for the grand story and the characters. So nearly everything that happens here is carefully designed to give meaning to characters and tell a symbolic story. However, you have to decide yourself to what degree you embrace that, because you can have things like, right, okay, Will needs to be told that he almost forgot this jacket because that means he hasn't made his choice yet. But why does he still have the jacket when he enters the house? So there's a disconnect here between the logical storytelling and the meaning of the events in the story. If you look at the meaning behind the events of what's happening in the story,
feel numb.
Then it all makes sense. But if you look at how that's presented, it doesn't make much sense. So there's a disconnect there, which is why I think a lot of people were disappointed with this. Now, I'm making a little stop here because this is the last time I'm going to be controlling any character in the Wintermute story. I will return at the end of the video to tell a little bit about episode 5 and everything so far. But once I enter this radio hut here, it will trigger a cutscene with Will sending a radio message, which is quite important to the story. It kind of summarizes who Will is and what his characteristics are, which will then be followed by the ending of episode 5. And that is it. So there's no more controlling a character from this moment on. So because this is, again, a playthrough, I'm going to let it play out. And once you get to the end credits, I will return and give some reflections. There is a lot to say about episode 5. Can't cover it all here, and this is also a walkthrough. But I just want to say before we enter here, that if you're one of those people who have been with me since episode 1, who's watched all of the walkthroughs from episode 1 all the way here, then thank you for being part of this journey all the way from the beginning to the end. I hope you found it useful, or if you're just watching for the fun of it, I hope you enjoyed the ride. And here we are at the end. I'll see you a little bit after when the credits roll, and we'll talk a little bit more. But for now, this is the end of Wintermute. We have reached it. And I hope you got all the achievements too. So we're going to go in here. Harry's not going to be there, despite everything being on, but he's been evacuated. Don't worry, he's in the bunker. Everyone's favorite character from episode 5 is safe. Oh yeah, so we're going to go in here, and then we'll let the rest play out. Let's go.
I don't know if anyone's out there. I don't know if this radio is even working. But if you can hear this, take shelter immediately. Get underground, as deep as you can. Take food, water, all the supplies you can find. The lights in the sky, the Aurora, it's changing us. Changing the wildlife, changing our minds, confusing us, making us see things, making us forget. If you see the lights in the sky, stay underground. It's not safe. I'm not sure when help will come, or if it'll ever come. We might be on our own for a while. So, take care of each other. Because, in the end, each other might be all we have. And all we've ever had. I'm gonna loop this message for as long as I can. Be safe out there. And good luck to us all. Love you, Jack. Miss you. Maybe I'll see you again someday.
I don't know if this radio is even working. But if you can hear this, take shelter immediately.
Oh.
We doing this again?
Remember back in the prison? I told you I would destroy everything you love. Remember?
Yeah. I remember.
Well, now I've seen who you love. Now I understand what drove you all this way. I've seen her. I had her in my hands, and I almost killed her. She got away. But you see, I know where she is. I know where to find her. And it's time to finish what we started.
He'll come.
He'll be here.
I think I see something.
Looks like a torch.
Someone with a torch coming up the pass.
It must be him.
Maybe he found the others in town. Ones we missed?
Looks like we have company.
No!
One more step, and I'll put you in the ground.
All right. Here's the deal. We know you have shelter. We know you have medicine. Hell, you might even have a cure for whatever's going on out here. Way to outlast this, whatever it is. In the hard case. Imagine, the answer was so close this whole time.
What the hell do you want, Mathis?
Simple. You want the pilot back, you let us in. You give us some of what's in the case. You let us take shelter from the lights in whatever this place is. You don't? This damn pilot, who has been such a pain in the ass since the minute I met him, I finally clip his wings.
Mackenzie!
Don't give it to them.
Listen, asshole! This thing is a bunker. Time lock means we close this vault door and it isn't opening up for months, years, maybe longer. No way in hell are we gonna be trapped in here with you.
Well, that makes this even easier. You come out, we come in, and the pilot lives. Otherwise,
wait! Wait. We can't do that. There are dozens of people in here, innocent people, children. But I can trade places with him. I'm a doctor. I can help you. I can find another way to protect you from what's coming. Just let me take his place.
That's not gonna happen.
Mackenzie, wait!
It took me so long to see it. I thought I'd lost you forever, but I'd only lost myself. Stay alive for me. Stay alive as long as you can. I will find you.
No, Mackenzie! Please!
What is going on here?
Mackenzie! Don't do this! You don't have to do this!
Yes. I do.
Please don't do this! All the time we lost, I would do anything to have it back. I never stopped. I never stopped loving you, Will.
I will love you forever, Astrid. And I'll never forget you.
Well, after all that, looks like our fates are bound together, you and me. You better stand up, pilot. There's a whole world out there just waiting for me. Time I took my rightful place in it. And you are going to help me.
Okay. But first, there's something I gotta do.
The world is changing. Has changed. Who can say where this change will take us? Atwood says this has happened before. And best she can tell, we're in this for another 40 to 400 years. How will we survive? As individuals, as a species? Will we? Should we? When push came to shove and we were tested, was this really the best we could do? Can we put our differences aside long enough to survive this quiet apocalypse? And if we fight to survive, does any of it even matter? I can't say, and I'm not sure any of us can know what comes next. But what I believe is we have to fight for the future. Because the world we had yesterday won't exist tomorrow. Mackenzie, I know you're out there. Just hang on. Just survive for me. Remember who we were. I will find you. Mackenzie. My love. Whatever you do, wherever you have to go, promise me one thing. You won't let this new world break you. And promise me, I will see you again.
And there we have it. And then we have this post-credit screen, which says there's more stuff coming, and thank you for this whole journey. 13 years. It's crazy to think, really, that part 1, or episode 1, was released in 2013 in early access, although the full launch, which also has a Redux, is I think 2017. But yeah, so it's been a while. But now we're here. We're here at the end of all things. Now, what is there to say here? First, thank you for watching this far, for being part of this journey of, you know, experiencing the Long Dark together with me in the story mode. So it's been enjoyable to play through all these episodes, especially episodes 1 to 4 was done before episode 5 was launched, and now that it's here and it's done, it's a strange feeling. It's all wrapped up. Now this is of course the last story walkthrough that I will do, because there's only those 5 episodes. There's of course Tales in survival mode, but that's a bit different. We will of course have Black Frost coming out, and that probably has a story, so in time I'll probably make a walkthrough of that too. But in any case, this is the end of Wintermute, and that's it. And yeah, what can you say about episode 5? So episode 5 really deserves its own video, which I might make, which probably will call it something like What Went Wrong. Because it is good. There are good things about episode 5, but there are some understandable criticisms. Now, upon launch, it was overwhelmingly negatively received, but some of that was a little bit unfair because it's people who are not regular players of the Long Dark, and they come out of the woodwork, try episode 5 for the first, maybe I hadn't played Long Dark in years, and they said, oh, that was a terrible story, and then they give it a bad review, and then they leave. But the review you leave is for the whole Wintermute story, not for episode 5, so it's a little bit unfair. I enjoyed Wintermute episode 5, and I enjoy it now as well, but there are things wrong with it. I pointed some of them out in this walkthrough, but because this is a walkthrough, I haven't really focused that much on it. But there's a lot of things in episode 5, particularly, that don't really make sense. The story doesn't really add up. There's a lot of choices made by characters that doesn't really make sense. There's some design choices that are also a bit weird. So despite the effort put into the visuals and the gameplay and the maps, as well as symbolism, all of which I respect, there is some disconnect between the story and the player experience. So I can see why people don't like episode 5, even if I do. I do see everything that is wrong with it. But it is also enjoyable to reach the end. I think won't get into it too much here, but I think the problem with episode 5 is not the ending. The ending is just a small part, really. If everything, think about it this way, if everything in episode 5 was great and you really like episode 5, except for the ending, what would you have thought about it? You probably would have said, yeah, that was really good. Didn't really like the ending though, but it was good. Just like some TV shows have terrible endings, but the rest of it's great. If that was the case, you would like episode 5. Now think of it in reverse. Imagine that the ending was really good. It's exactly what you thought it was. But everything else is the same. Would you like it? Probably not. Because the problems with episode 5 is not the ending. The ending has problems with it too. But it's not the core of the matter. I think the core of the matter is more how it's a very forced linear narrative that sacrifices gameplay logic in favor of telling a character journey, which is something that shouldn't be done in a video game. In a movie, you can do that to a certain degree because it's different, but here it's not the same. So I think that's what's happened. And I would love to sit there for hours and talk about episode 5, because I do actually really enjoy it, because I enjoy concepts, and I actually really enjoyed the world building episode 5 laid out, which before episode 5 came out, I thought was not really necessary. Like, why do we need to know where the Aurora comes from? But actually, I really enjoy the world building. I think part 2 is by far the most interesting part in terms of lore, but part 1 is the best in terms of gameplay. Like, Astrid's role in part 1 is definitely the strongest, just because she investigates a mystery, trying to figure out what's going on, and you're kind of like a detective almost, and also has survival elements because you have to go into the wilds. So part 1 of episode 5 feels the most like a normal episode. That is the most reminiscent of the previous episodes. And then it becomes a very strict linear experience from that point onwards. But part 1 is very good with this detective investigation from Astrid, the going into the wilds, the journey in Desperation Bay and Fukkatsu Maru. All of that is pretty good. That is by far the best aspect. A lot of people also love the train in part 3. It should have maybe have been 2 episodes, where episode 5 is only Astrid's perspective and episode 6 is only Will's, which would make sense, and I think maybe they should have done that. But because they promised 5 episodes for a decade, I guess it would look a bit weird to change it near the end, so I get it. But anyway, like I said, we could sit there for a long time. But if you actually set all this way to the end, then thank you once again for watching and being part of this journey. Feel free to say what you think about the episode in the comments, but also what you thought of the walkthrough, and I hope you found it helpful if there were places you were stuck. And if you just watched to be part of the journey, then thank you for that too, and I hope you had fun. And there probably will be more videos of episode 5 or the Wintermute, and of course you have Black Frost to look forward to, and the new DLCs that are coming for the Long Dark 1. So yeah, we're gonna keep playing this game for a long time. So yeah, it's good stuff. But that said, I think we'll just wrap it up here at the end of all things. Thank you for watching. Enjoy your own Wintermute experience, and if you are watching this for some reason and you have only played Wintermute and you watched this, including what I'm talking now, and you only played Wintermute story, please try survival mode. Survival mode is the heart of this game. It is fantastic. It's a 10 out of 10 experience. It's really, really good. And Wintermute is just a story that utilizes that. The story came first, technically, but the survival mode became the game. And survival is a brilliant experience. It's so good. So if you thought you might like this, but you're disappointed in the story, go play survival mode. Because then you get the player narrative rather than the authored narrative, which is what people really like. And the community, the extended Long Dark community of regular players and content creators is extremely positive, laid back and casual. So be part of that too. All right. That said, hope you enjoyed this, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.